Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous Ki Blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill, but this is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is FaZe. His standard attack is an elongated Kidam that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidam. Positioning and timing are key. FaZe also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can obtain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high-damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can obtain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki, ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
The biggest PUBG mobile event is about to happen very, very soon. But before we begin day one, I'm Tash Buddy, your host for today. And alongside me, we have from Team Alter Ego, Rosemary. And, you know, he's back here from Indonesia to Malaysia one more time. It's a new season and a new challenge. What's the difference that you feel between this time and the last season?
Jadi ditanya apa perbedaan di antara season baru ini sama season lalu? Apa yang kau ngerasa beda?
Ya, yang kurasa beda dari season lalu sama sekarang. Ya mungkin stage kali ini berbeda dengan stage yang kemarin karena yang kemarin banyak lorong-lorong.
So he actually think that the difference between this season and last season was the stage, is because this season the stage is much better compared to the last one. The previous one is look like a hallway like that, so they don't really like the stage from the last season lah.
That's totally understandable. It is a new season. It's much better. But let's talk about what we expected to see from you guys this season. You guys overtook Yoodo Alliance and Shine Like Diamond in the PMSL SEA Spring champion. And a lot of teams, now are coming back a lot stronger, such as the back-to-back PMWI champions, such as VPE. What gives you the confidence to defend the title of PMSL?
Jadi season lalu kau ngebalap YAL dan juga SLD. Dan kau jadi juara. Terus di season ini pasti semua tim comeback lebih bagus lagi lah. Terutama VPE 2 kali champion PMWI. Apakah yang bikin kalian ngerasa yang kalian bisa mempertahankan kejuaraan kalian?
Ya kalau dilihat dari kemarin VPE juara PMWI 2 kali. Mau dibilang kenapa mereka bisa, kenapa kita nggak bisa gitu loh. Jadi ya kalau bisa kita mempertahankan itulah.
So they said that if we look at the VPE, they become a back-to-back PMWI champion. So if they can do it, why don't Alter Ego do it? It's like they want to defend. For them, they actually think that it's doable for them.
That's right. If they can do it, why can't we? Is what Rosemary is saying. Thank you so much, Rosemary, for the interview. And for now, I would like you to go back to your seats because we have another team coming on stage, to interview with us. Bye. And now another team is coming up here. It's going to be Vampire Esports. With me is Stoned. Stoned, I'm so excited to see you again. I mean, after all, you just ended PMWI recently. How are you feeling coming back to PMSL SEA today?
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับผมที่เราได้กลับมาแข่งรายการนี้ครับก็เป็นรายการที่เรายังไม่เคยได้แชมป์ครับก็หวังว่าเราจะได้แชมป์กลับไปครับ
So they are happy to be here once again, and because they haven't achieved to bring the champion title for this match, so hopefully they can take it this time. Yeah.
They are hunting for another champions title. And as we know, VPE, back-to-back champions in PWI that just ended. So congratulations on that, by the way. So what gives you the urge to keep chasing for more championship titles?
ก็อย่างที่รู้กันว่าทางทีมแวมไพร์เนี่ยก็เพิ่งคว้าแชมป์ในรายการ PMWI ไปทำไมถึงกลับมาลงสนามนี้อีกต้องการอะไรจากสนามนี้ครับ
ก็สนามนี้เราก็ไม่เคยได้แชมป์นะครับแล้วก็เราก็อยากพิสูจน์ตัวเองว่าเราก็แบบว่าอยากได้แชมป์รายการนี้เหมือนกันซึ่งมันก็เส้นทางผ่านไปรายการ MTC ด้วยครับ
So they would like to prove themselves that they are worth for the champion title, so they come for this match.
That's right. PMGC is looming right around the corner. So I have a very interesting question to ask you. Which one was harder, PMSL or PMWI, and why?
ระหว่าง2แมตช์เนี้ย PMSL กับPMWI เนี่ยคิดว่าแมตช์ไหนยากกว่ากันครับ
ถ้าเปรียบเทียบกับการแข่งขัน PMSL น่าจะยากกว่าครับแล้วก็เวลาแข่งนานกว่าด้วยครับ
So he thinks that the PMSL one is more challenging. As,
Wow.
It takes time to do the tournament. Yeah.
Wow. PMSL is harder than PMWI. Who would have thought? And now, last question for you. What do you want to say to Alter Ego as they are the defending champions of PMSL SEA?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีม Alter Ego ไหมครับจากที่เขาเคยเป็นแชมป์เมื่อสมัยที่แล้วของรายการนี้
ก็สู้ๆครับผมปกป้องแชมป์ไม่ได้ครับ
Do your best and protect your title.
Wow, isn't that a challenge? Thank you so much, Stone, for the interview. And for now, I'd like for you to go back to your seats because we have one more team coming to the interview here. Bye.
Bye.
All right, as we know, we have one more pre-show interview coming here. And from Malaysia, we have from Yoodo Alliance, Adik Look. Adik Look, how are you feeling? Apa khabar, Adik Look?
Baik je.
Baik je. Alright, so in the last season of PMSL, you guys were in third place with only just 1 point difference between the top two teams. Is there any plan for your team that has made it to improve your overall team's performance? So dalam season yang lalu, korang third place. 1 point saja nak perbezaan dengan top 2 team tu. So korang ada plan tak untuk korang memperbaiki apa yang kesilapan yang dilakukan season yang lalu?
Dengan kesilapan season yang lepas, dia orang dapat kejar last minute iaitu SLD dengan beza 1 point dengan nombor 2 tu. So dengan season kali ni kita orang akan buat sehabis baik untuk mendapatkan title champion and membantai yang kejar kita orang last minute tu lah.
Wow, so basically he said that they have improved so much in the last season and any mistakes they have made have been fixed. And they are looking to chase and take down those who were, last minute making it to the top. So everyone beware. Now, as the Malaysia is the host country for PMSL SEA Fall, do you have the confidence to take the top spot among the 20 teams? Kalau tahu sekarang ni Malaysia adalah team rumah tuan rumah untuk PMSL SEA, korang rasa korang boleh tak, ada tak confidence nak dapat tempat pertama dalam tournament ni?
Dalam tournament PMSL ni, pada season ni dia orang buat dekat Malaysia. So Malaysia ni tempat kita orang. Maybe team-team yang bukan daripada Malaysia ni akan kena bantai dengan tim Malaysia kita orang ni.
Wow, a lot of confidence coming out from Adit Look here. He's saying that Malaysia is their home turf. So he can already foresee teams that aren't from Malaysia are going to be taken down by the Malaysian teams. Now, we saw that your team has added 2 new team members who are very, very strong. What do you think of them? So team Yoodo Alliance ada 2 member baru yang sangat kuat. Apa perasaan Adit Look terhadap mereka?
So dengan kemasukan 2 player baru ni iaitu Bokeh dengan Iftah, saya rasa tim ni firepower lebih kuat daripada season lepas. And saksikanlah, tunggu saja.
Right, so Ifta and Voke are the new players for the team and they have increased the firepower. So he said to wait and see what they can serve. Now, last question. Do you have any words to the haters out there who calls Voke as bot K? Ada tak apa kata-kata nak kata kepada haters yang panggil Voke sebagai bot K?
Kepada haters yang panggil Bokeh tu bot K, korang tak nampak ke season lepas pun dekat MY dia carry tim dia tu?
Wow.
So, korang tengok performance dia dekat sini.
Right, so he said that for the haters in the last season, did you guys not see Voke carry his entire team throughout the season? So just watch and see what he can do in this tournament. Adit Look, thank you so much for the very spicy interview. And for now, I would love for you to go back to your seat as we start day number 1. Thank you, Adit Look. Wow, you can hear while the first 2 interviews was all about being humble and just trying to make it the top, Adit Look was leaving no stones unturned as he seems to attack and challenge every team that wants to chase. Regardless, you can see that all the stakes are high for all the teams to prove themselves as the powerhouse here in the Southeast Asia PUBG mobile scene. But only one can arise among the rest. And now, without further ado, let us begin the 2023 PMSL SEA Fall Day 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for all of you to meet the 16 incredible teams who will be competing in day 1 of the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Let's start the team introductions, and first up we have PERSIJA EVOS.
This is going to be the champions and the most famous team of PMPL Indonesian Fall 2023. We are looking forward for their performance this season.
FaZe Clan.
The third place team in PMPL Southeast Asia Fall 2022 will be looking to take their right place at the top spot.
PLAYBOOK Esports.
As a Filipino representative that is looking to make their mark in South Asia, can they actually do it this time?
SEM9.
Majority of the Lose from the first place of PUBG Mobile Malaysia National Championship 2018, looking to make their mark in Southeast Asia.
Boom! Esports!
Another powerhouse that unexpectedly took second place in the PMRC South Asia vs SA. Can they take number one this time?
BIGETRON RV!
The champion of PMP Asia Season 2 2022 is back with a refreshed lineup. The crown once again.
MORPH GPX!
In PMWI 2022, they placed themselves in 8th, but can they push themselves forward for this season of PMSL South Asia?
Xavier!
The top team in Vietnam in PMPL Vietnam Fall 2023 and PMPL Vietnam Spring 2023 is back.
Genesis Esports!
Champions and the champions of the all wildcard and always takes the number one. The powerhouse of the PMPL South Asia World Cup Fall 2023 is
GEEK
here back.
Fam!
The team with the most championship title in PMPL Malaysia 3 exact is here to be Southeast Asia champions.
XERXIA!
Coming out from Hill Esports, now coming with a whole new lineup and plays themselves second in the PMPL Thailand Fall 2023. Here could take the crown away.
Yoodo Alliance!
Team representing Malaysia almost made it to PMWI last season, and it's all about redemption for them.
Alter Ego Aries!
All-time favorite and my personal favorite as the crown champion of PMSL South Asia Spring 2023. Can they defend the crown?
Box Gaming!
The roster that was previously Shine Like Diamond, the team that Adilu mentioned, Takedown, was the runner of PMSL SEA Spring before this.
Vampire Esports!
Dominated in every PMWI, including the 2023 PMWI, and looks to continue the domination here.
And last but definitely not least, Team Secret!
The refreshed lineup of Team Secret here to bring home the glory, return it back to Team Secret.
And here we are, the 16 teams that will be competing today on day one of PMSL SEA 2023. Now, let's just throw it back to the casters as we begin the very exciting day ahead. On to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tash, and we are back here again for both of us. I'm loving how we actually synchronize our outfit as well. And with me, Chichu and Sekla, how are you feeling, bro?
Oh wow, I'm excited season because this time there will be much more at stake because if we get to PMGC, whereby the top 6 will move on to the global stage.
That's kind of true, and also we want to see can they defend their championship title here for the teams, which going to be Alter Ego taking the first place last time. But today we're starting off with a different season entirely, still the same year at least, and I have a feeling we'll be ended up as PUBG Mobile Shotgun League again, or will be a different league this time.
Well, yeah, one thing, yes, it was mentioned that it was the DBS, but we can see based on the previous tournaments like PMWI, for example, it didn't really matter to these teams. This team is still going all out DBS, no given.
That's kind of true, and even though it's being reworked for those DBS, but I have a feeling we're still going to have to settle down with those DBS for today. But speaking of which, this is going to be your tournament as well. Don't forget to like and share because it's going to be an exciting 3 weeks long. Is it 3 weeks or more than that? 18 days to be in total. And don't forget, we do have 3 days of grand finals later on. If you happen to be in Malaysia, this is your chance to be in the offline set as well, because I really know it's going to be an immersive experience for you guys to have it in there as well. But before we going into the game itself, it's always going to be, as per usual, the overview and the format of the tournament.
Yeah, so the format is pretty much the same like the last PMSL, and that is we're going to start off with and they're going to be divided into 5 groups randomly. Every week, we're going to reshuffle. From there, it's going to be the top 16 teams that move on to the grand finals that on ground with audiences 6 matches a day by then. And our teams will be eyeing a moolah of 250,000 US.
The point system's still gonna be the same point system for now, with the first place taking away 10 points of chicken dinner. And don't forget to mark your calendars for the dates in the grand finals as well. For the league ranking points, on the other hand, the team will get the league ranking point based on their weekly rankings. Now, if you have no clue, you've been missing so long, this is where accumulated points will be dragged down as initial points later on, where 50% of the weekly league ranking points will be the team's initial points in the finals. So the points will be 20 at the first place and only 1 point for the 20th place every single week. So they have to make sure they maintain the consistency and performance throughout the entirety of the league itself.
Yes, so the starting point will be very important. We did see how it affected teams who had a good starting point and those who did not have a point. But speaking about the teams, we did introduce them earlier on, the 16 teams today, but we also have the other teams that will be playing tomorrow as well, with Group B, RRQ, DBD, Dinfinity, and BN United. I must say, based out of these groups, arguably Group D might be the...
I agree. I think Group D, well, it's Group D, Group of Death usually. And surprisingly, every single season, Group D is always the one that's going to be a deadly one. And I think that's going to be a very competitive team as well. But speaking of the matches, we do have 6 maps to go. It's going to be 1 Tahok, triple Erangel, and we ended up with the close of the day. It's double Miramar. Now, definitely when it comes to the first day, Cloud, we do know every single team will want to mark their territory in the very first day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because we still have 20 teams, right? So it can shuffle, the drop spot can be wonky, so it can be really messy, especially on day number 1, or maybe even the first week. But you kind of think about it, they will reshuffle the groups, and that's where teams will really need to figure out again on what plan, their strategy, especially when it comes to the drop spot.
And also don't forget, when it comes to every single season of PMSL, there's going to be a lot of exclusive stuff going on, where we do have our first PMSL South Asia limited skin series, a Dream Chaser, where you have the suit, you have the mask, the gun skin of M16A4 has launched in the game. So don't forget to actually log into the game and grab these skins by yourself, because it's exclusively during the PMSL season only.
Oh yeah, as usual, new season, new skins. But one that we've waited for the longest time. Probably some of you might have tried it. If you have not, go and try it inside the game. It is amazing. I really like this mode. It's very usual PUBG Mobile, and a Dragon Ball Super is finally here. So this is of course the collab with and it's in the Battle Royale mode, but it uses all the dress. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, just try it out yourself and you know what I mean.
Yeah, we do have Piccolo, we have Gohan, we have Goku, we have Frieza in there. I love Dragon Ball so much, but also something more exciting. We do have the Dandy Groovester excites the battleground. Look at the hairdo. I mean, like, the Dandy Groover, it's just amazing and fun to have. And it's going to be all new upgradable firearm Cadence Maestro M24, and the ultimate set Dandy Groovester set already arrived for you guys. So the first draw is only at 10 UC. I love that Dandy Groover hair. It's like,
Yeah, I love that nice hair as well. I mean, not but it does look good. You know, it feels like a throwback back like good days, but obviously that won't return anymore. But it might not return. You guys take advantage of it. So only 10 UC, guys. I mean, how much of a better promotion? So get it right now. We will be repeating that throughout this tournament until you get it. So make sure you guys do it. All right.
Just to remind you guys, in case you guys kind of missed it, but before we get into more of those nitty-gritty of the game itself, we do have our predictions. Hopefully none of us jinx the teams down there. For me, well, we have to give respect for recent PMWI champions, which are going to be Vampire Esports. That's one of the reasons I put it on there. And also Alter Ego, one of my personal favorite teams. Not just that, the last season of PMSL champions, so they're deserving to be on my prediction. DX on the other hand, now we haven't seen a lot of them recently, so I do wish they can make a comeback in this season.
Oh, they were recently Ruthless Esports champions. So looking good so far in their preseason build-up until this tournament here. And for me, Boom Esports, it's yummy all the way. This guy with the DBS is crazy. So looking forward to see his gameplay, especially when it comes to the DBS, which even though it's nerfed, not really affecting them.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, it's all down to team chemistry, how much they gel well together as a team now. A lot of them being reformed their lineup. Some of them having a very new brand name entirely, like XERXIA. But I do want to see, can they make it when you jump into Sunhawk, the first match ever in our PMSL Fall 2023?
Oh yeah, we're gonna start it hot and fast inside of Sunhawk. And I really like the new graphic. That's an improvement. We can see the teams clearly where they are flying onto. So Sandhawk starting off with a nice flight, somewhat in the middle. So with this sort of flight path, every team can reach their regular drop off. We might not see an early clash unless, like what you say, it's the first day. Teams are calibrating where their drop spot should be. So we might see some. Okay, there you go. It's gonna be in Paradise Resort. GE gonna start it off.
It's a hell's result for now as GE trying to dominate over DX. My goodness. I jinxed it entirely. The first one to be eliminated couldn't secure their first initial drop. It's gonna be coming out from the side of DX. Not doing well, but at least still the first game here, huh? So it's gonna be still okay. They still have their footings to do.
Wow, it's not even like a game and GE got 4 points. Well, GE's in my prediction. Just saying. But they are back-to-back wild cards. And not only that, they managed to get the service of Mernet on loan from Yangon for the season as part of their upgrade within their lineup. Now, another team that has years is going to be PBE this time. And Range is going to be playing for PBE against MORPH.
MORPH. We do have a very northern circle, by the way, right on top of Cal just now. I'm not sure if the circle was shifted down to its south side by the end of the day, but if still keep on going north, there's going to be really extremely little space for the teams to take themselves some ground to play around. Back to the side of PBE, they don't have enough utilities, they don't have enough gears, so they need to figure out how to exit out safely and try to rework themselves in repositioning into getting those fights to work on their side. So of FaZe on the other hand, well, it is surprising FaZe not being contested at all at this point.
Yeah, I think FaZe will be the stars here because they would want a good start. It's because FaZe Clan, fortunately, at least for now, is not playing without Mela because he's recovering recent surgery. So it's still unknown whether Mela will make it to L this season or will he come a little bit later. So we need to keep an eye on that. That also means for FaZe Clan, I mean, Mela is a great player, so they need to counter around the fact that they don't have Mela in the lineup.
Health always the first priority for the players. They definitely need to make sure they are mentally and physically healthy to get their best peak performance to perform for the entire team. If not, it's going to be difficult for the team to cope up, even though you're one of the best players. Hopefully get well soon for the side of Mela, and hopefully we get to see him soon. But on the side of PERSIJA, EVOS, now this used to be one of the best teams in the world back in the days of BTR. And now they're being divided, now they're being separated, a different banner entirely, PERSIJA, EVOS, but we haven't seen the best of them just yet, whilst PBE versus MORPH is still going on for the longest time. I'm not sure did PBE manage to secure some of the gears yet, or is still big going on a stalemate at the longest time here.
Yeah, I guess they seem to be pretty okay for now. MORPH GPX pretty much the same as kind of 50-50 inside of Sami. But the bad news is that they are both not within the circle. Plus, it's way up north. So they need to end this fight If not, well, we've seen it multiple times. You spend too much time in the blue, nobody wins.
Side of MORPH. This is going to be entirely revamped team here. Some play coming up from Munich, some of them coming up from a MORPH team previously. So do they have enough time to rework the chemistry between this lineup? For the side of PBE, on the other hand, they start to running low on their utilities. They're still forcing it out, by the way. Pushing slowly a MORPH towards their back on the wall. But Rocky trying to find any sort of a squeeze, tiny space to just get into the formation of PBE and then separate them so their formation will be scattered about. Papank trying to find any sort of an entry, but quite difficult with the split coming up from PBE. Widen up their angle to make sure they stand their ground strong.
Yeah, this will be a good first for PBE since they have a new inclusion into their lineup, which is Range, who is starting for today. And on top of that, the legendary player, fourth row in the Filipinos multiple championship, including the PMNC in Philippines, is their current coach. So a rather significant change for PBE. But this is the best test for them. In Ruthless, the recent pre-season tournament, they did fairly well. So I'll be looking forward to see if they can bring it on PMSL, where we got some of the best teams in Southeast Asia up against them.
They really need to bring the momentum from Ruthless here. I'm talking about even the Blues already coming in. None of them willing to give up one or the other. Papank still on top of rooftop, while Rocky is slowly going towards those windows, but nobody's in there anymore. QEON spotted out Range, and Rage climbing up those walls, going back line all the way. PBE, will they go for disengage? Will they try to force it out again as Boo Boo, who used to be Boom player, now going with MORPH this time? One of my favorites still, but with UMP in his hands, with the DBS unprepared, I'm not sure they want to linger here any much longer, because they're just wasting their time and wasted their utilities, plus the time that they can actually loot up on the different compound entirely. If they manage to squeeze out from this blue zone, it's not done yet for them, because there will be another team coming up and passing by later.
Yes, I can see that Raimon is really trying to go for the flank, but he can't seem to find a good angle. Really isn't helping his vision. But like what you said, spending a lot of time, and at most one of the players have like 2 first aids, maybe some of them none, like Papank. So especially if you don't have any first aids, it'll be really tough, considering that the zone is really far away, 1,300 meters. And they must consider that if they rotate in late, they could be gate capped by other teams.
Over 1,000 meters. And they did not secure any sort of vehicles just yet. I'm starting to worry for both teams right now. They're going on a stalemate for the longest time. None of them willing to give it away. As Rocky still trying to find any sort of contention that possibly can make it in. And Range stuck himself in the corner. Well, we do have the circle shifted away. Look at how far PBE and MORPH right now. All the way into Sami. While the next circle will be right on top of Cow. We do have Boom waiting at the center of the circle. With PERSIJA EVOS coming up from the left side, where nobody will contest them from that side. They're having a very clear pathway in. Where Alter Ego on there, they might clash with Vampires, or maybe clashing into a different team entirely once they get themselves on top of Cow.
Yeah, interesting. Alter Ego, Vampire, the Clash of Champions, playing by the edge of the blue. But we're back with MORPH GPX and Esports. I foresee that if there is no eliminated, it will not be done. So one team must go out. And like what you said, the zone shifted up to Cow, 1,300 meters and 1,900 meters. I mean, it's bad for both teams. But anyway, Raimon is going to by taking out QEON, so that's going to be first blood for PBE.
Come on, boy. Spotted out. That's going to be one knockdown. Finally breaking the tense between these two teams. The tension's been rippled. MORPH taking one away. There's going to be a bit of a trading done between these two teams. And PBE and MORPH still having a go. Will not go out from here just yet. But surprisingly, They still want to have another battle between these two teams. Regardless, they are quite low when it comes to utilities-wise. BBHU jumping down. Rocky tried to clear up those sides every single way possible, but will it be too late? I have a feeling both teams will have a hard time to survive till the end here.
Oh, I noticed that GE and XERXIA also having a fight with each other. EBS at least to open it up. Megamind countering onto FaZe Clan. Range. Can he get one? No, he did. Okay, he got it. Can he get the second one? Yes! The new player for PLAYBOOK Esports. So far, a good start for him. But we could deal with now. Rocky with the DBS. Gotta be careful. Range knocked down with the DBS. It's a kind of range.
Down to Rocky to make the play here. Barely got anything to work on him except for those bandages. Cool will try to finish off the last player of the MORPH. Do have Raimon to play alongside with him and spotted out Rocky, but the shotgun won't work that distance. Rocky got himself indoors, but at the same time the Blue Zone hurting and burning them quite alive. They have less than 1 minute and 30 seconds to work things out. Make it less than 1 minute now, as the stage 3 will commence very soon. Cool now realized how little time they have left, forcing himself forward. Rocky going up to the second floor. Got nothing else to work. Here comes the entirety of PBE. What's left of them. Going to go for the push, but Rocky will not make it easy.
TV1 now. But at the same time, the zone is still closing. Rocky with the DBS. Okay, DBS 3-1. It's doable. But at the shotgun as well, they go in all together. Rocky gets into the room. He does not have utilities. I don't think he'll be able to survive this, but he'll be able to get one knockdown. But no points secured by him.
It's done for the side of MORPH. PBE, all they need to do is just revive and get out from the blue zone. But on the side of GE, on the other hand, they might actually walk themselves across this crossfire between all the teams. XERXIA having some tough time, being surrounded all left, right, and center. Well, Circle will squeeze the life out of the players. Still on the northern side, but GE managed to secure against XERXIA. That's going to be the last of them. Now back to the side of GE. They secure 5. For now, can they secure for more?
5 already. Wow, they are showing that the wildcard teams are no push. BIGETRON picking up their point. It's going to be the first point. Give it to Boysil, and they're going to come in. So they're going to try to steal it away. And Lapa managed to do it. He stole it away from the RNJ. Gets away to safety.
XERXIA is just trying to go for survival with that last player, RNJ, moving away from the battlefield as far as he can. We're trying to recuperate himself and reassess the situation. Where are the teams? Where are they standing? Where they came from? Where they come from? And on the side of the other teams, on the other hand, we do still have PBE back to 2 players. They were sacrificing the other 2 due to the heavy casualty they had early on. Now have to get out from the blue zone. The only team that actually still in the blue zone is going to be PBE. Now, less than 2 minutes away, they have to figure out how to get into the circle because it's too crowded already.
Yeah, we're talking about stage 3 now. Telco tuck itself onto the northern side with still 50% of water. So means that whoever's in the circle now, well, I guess that's why we see a lot of engagement. 5 players left, and we're still at stage 3. RNJ somehow managed to the member of XERXIA, but it's not going to be able to do much. Now, speaking of doing much, out comes that surprise! Happy birthday!
On the side of GEEK, Snipes seems like having some trouble by himself. We do have Team Secret trying to come back this season here, taking the entirety of GEEK in a tough spot there. But on the side of GEEK Slate, they are firing back. I'm not sure what's happening on the side of GEEK Slate right now, but Sem9, Mikhail definitely trying to ask for any help possible. But the rest of Sem9 a bit scattered about, a bit too far to actually see what's happening on the other end. Iftar coming from Yoodo Alliance, spots it out. Kenny, that's gonna be a beautiful, amazing spray straight on the ground on his knees. Can he translate it into an execution point?
Oh, okay. A little bit more, but he can't seem to find the angle. One of the new members of Yoodo Alliance looking to get his first official point for the team now in an official tournament. Not able to secure. But if nobody takes it away, then the point will be his. But a G covering another blow as they only have 1 member left. And with 6 at least they did decently well so far.
Oh, so RNJ definitely got himself some covers for how much longer, because the circle will squeeze out of him. But do have GEEK's late Audrey, which coming up from the side of Paradise
What?
there still. And circle shifted all the way towards PERSIJA EVOS. Now, what are the odds that you are the only team just dominating over this circle?
Man, and we're talking about the first game and we already got this kind of circle. But it's going to be even harder for PBE now. I wonder where they are. But the fact that the circle moved a little bit up north from the previous... How are they going to survive this now?
Vampires, even though they were the PMWI champions, but RNJ shut down by the sort of Yoodo Alliance from afar. Adik Luke, he will actually put his words to action here. While we saw the interview before, definitely trying to show their prowess when it comes to this tournament time. TS or Team Secret stuck in between, between two teams, including BTR. Satar going forward, trying to finish off the knockdown before, but realized there's going to be more than one person standing there. Reposition himself, trying to flush the rest of Team Secret out. They are cowering inside of this very small shack, but they will not be much longer as Helton down on his knees. Yuhai make the push.
Oh, here we go. BR ranking at the point 6 elimination points so far. And so far, so they managed to, but they need to be careful of another player coming into the circle. Now, we move to Esports and 7-9. For these teams within the circle. But for Boom Esports, they might not have all 4 members. Now is on his knees.
Alter Ego with the blue zone closing in, and same goes for the side of FaZe. They're both having to share the same boat. Both teams going down, as it's going to be Box Gaming from the other side. They're shutting both teams out. Kwang managed to secure those elimination, but it's not done yet. FaZe still there to survive. GE spot out the rest of BTR, and they split themselves into 2-1 for now. Only one Tatar left, and Boy tried to just slowly crawling to the side of the remaining members of BTR, but GE smile, master smile. We do know he's the brain for the team. He can make so much wonderful call with himself alone, but Satar, will he stand in there much longer, because he's trying to flush out. GE master smile going in for the push. Satar will retaliate while replying with those nades. Can he survive this by himself? There goes the DBS, but never mind, Satar made it.
Unfortunately, Smile missed that shot. If he landed the first shot there, he would have won it because it was a DBS. Beautiful counter by him to win that fight. And he has 4 first hits. He should be able to survive at least for now.
Most of the teams remaining inside of a circle coming up from the Indonesian side. 7-9 now taking the fight against another Malaysian team, which is going to be Yoodo Alliance. Earlier caught by surprise with Tom waiting with the DBS. This rock in between them, make it so hard for Yoodo Alliance to shut him down. But Tom will have to bow out now. Valiant effort, but Yoodo Alliance from afar, spot out by Boom, taking the advantage and trying to just slowly shutting them down from afar.
Oh man, Boom. Far trying to take advantage, but luckily for Yoodo Alliance, Boom doesn't have a good angle. M9 also eliminated number 8 without a single elimination. The Yoodo Alliance, after that fight, they still managed to reset and they're all good.
Boom, waiting for the right opportunity while Yoodo Alliance try to pick them from the sidelines. Another team eliminator, which is going to be Box Gaming, while Vampires still on their momentum of that PMWI, taking the reign over those eliminations. But BTR with left only Satar secured himself 8 elimination points for now. We're left with only 6 teams there, with Yoodo Alliance and Vampires taking a full squad, including PERSIJA EVOS, who had that circle before. But are they still inside of the circle? No one knows. FaZe Venturas from afar being shut down, taking out by Vampires, while Yoodo Alliance, Vampires showing no sign of slowing down at all. They keep raining those bullets towards the side of Yoodo Alliance.
Yes. All got themselves 6 elimination points, and blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. We are already down to the top in stage 5. In this kind of circle, man, it is brutal. But Iftar tries to finish off Raven Claw, his teammates nowhere. And we got PERSIJA was on the other side, but Stone will be the one to knock down Red Face, and Raven Claw will be taken up by Iftar. Another point in the back for Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance barely make it into the circle. Trying to get in there will be the most difficult situation for them, as Boom trying to be as aggressive as possible and in the center at the same time. They have to secure themselves 360 degrees of alertness to make sure nobody take advantage of them from the back line as well. Iftar spotted at PERSIJA, EVOS, XERXIA possibly from afar, while Chul coming up from Boom barricade themselves with those struck, but pixel shot coming up from Iftar, making them not able to barricade themselves with those vehicles. Oh, Iftar, he will take advantage every pixel he can.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Speaking about pixel, that was a beautiful pixel to get the knockdown. Now it's all about securing the point. Yoodo Alliance still maintaining the full squad. PERSIJA, EVOS on the other hand, same as well. But for Boom, in these two teams now, they are in trouble as Look will lead the charge out to Boom. This Nate could be the one to rule them all.
Look, spraying over, taking on one down. Boom! That's gonna be the last players left with Raze is still alive. Iftar out of nowhere being taken out, as well as the Vampires still going aggressive. Even though they may not be scouted out, but they will shut down everything that moves right across them. Lint taking on Voki, while XERXIA taking on another corner. PERSIJA, EVOS do have the center, but the problem is to defend it from this stage, from this sort of perspective. Lint spotted out the rest of Empires. They tried to take one down, managed to shut down on Stone. He's crawling on his knees. But Straps, how do they respond to this? Tony K will revive Stone in the meantime. PERSIJA, EVOS eyeing out towards Yoodo Alliance, while Straps keep the side of the rest of Yoodo Alliance at bay.
Oh, just look at this. Vampire Esports, no space for him to get into the circle. Miss. Gonna knock down to Schweppes. Now he's down to Stone, and he's still on the outside the circle. There's doesn't onto him. At the same time, PERSIJA EVOS really holding onto his guard strong. Knock onto Yoodo Alliance Iftar.
Red face, what else? Oh no! What a nice nade by Misery just now! And that's gonna be the last of Vampires with 6 eliminations. We're left with Yoodo Alliance 2 versus 4. The entirety of PERSIJA EVOS still breathing. And now they want to take the chicken away. Slowly closing the distance. Lynx trying to push to a side of Adik. Look, Olio standing up to his feet, trying to see across those hills. It's difficult for them from this perspective. There's no way for them to see across that rock what is happening on the other side. Lynx on there then, taking the advantage. Scotter out, Olio will try to wrap around it. They want to go for the push.
And they see the circle. Touching on the Olio, we have a DBS in hand. XERXIA will finish him off. And one is going to be PERSIJA EVOS opening up the chicken dinner for the PMSL this season.
What a solid performance coming up from PERSIJA EVOS. The first chicken is theirs to take. The first map of Sunhawk is theirs to dominate. And they've shown their prowess just now. How well they just move around the entirety of the Sunhawk map, taking the center of a circle, defending it till they lost themselves as a winner-winner chicken dinner team. Full squad alive, taking that chicken dinner. This is going to be a huge start for PERSIJA EVOS.
This is huge. PERSIJA EVOS, and plus they are in Group D, the group of teams like BTR, Red Villains in there. So, yes, it's a good start for them, but it's still going to be tough. They need to remain. Now, Lynx, one elimination is all he needs to be the MVP. 7 damage, 76 damage. I guess it's just like the ROI of that one elimination versus the amount of damage. So it's all done for the team.
Well, you have to give it to Lynx because of himself only just now. He managed to break the formation of Vampires and he managed to take out one of the most crucial player of Vampires that managed to secure this entirety of chicken dinner. If it's not because of Lynx who scouted out some of the players of Vampires on their scouter tower just now, it's almost impossible for them to close things up. With teams to watch this time based on the last performance in Sunhawk, PERSIJA, EVOS definitely on the radar. But Yoodo Alliance, Vampires and BTR, this is going to be the top 4 contending team based on the survival in the last map.
Yeah, and we got a decent mix here. We got 2 teams, one from Malaysia and one from Thailand. And looking at the... So, looks like the least used utilities happen to be BTR, right? Or gunfight for them this time. But that's also perhaps that they have a full squad for most of the time as compared to the others. So their chances of using the utilities are a little bit lesser than the rest.
That's kind of true, and surprisingly for PERSIJA EVOS, they secured those chicken without any smoke. It just shows how aggressive they are playing, with only hand grenades to just obliterate an entire team down there, the entire population of PUBG Mobile for now. But we saw an early on a bit too extended fight between in Sami between a MORPH and also PBE did not fare well for both teams.
Yeah, only PBE got the 4 points out of taking out MORPH. That's pretty much about it. The rest of it was really tough for them. We kind of expected that. It was like way up north, and by the time they started moving, it's like 30 circles. So it was hard anyway to gain any more.
It's kind of true. Yoodo Alliance close enough to make the call just because of the terrain itself. They are in the worst possible place ever just now due to the slopes of the hill with structures in between. It's just so hard for them to visualize what's on the other side. And because of that, PERSIJA EVOS taking advantage of them and pushing out from afar and just wrap around the entirety of Yoodo Alliance. But so far, PERSIJA EVOS, even though they have been very quiet early on, they still managed to secure 7 elimination points with a total of 17 as a kickstart for the entirety of PMSL.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be... You can't complain about the chicken dinner, right? But look at Yoodo Alliance. They 15 points as a start, only 2 points behind PERSIJA EVOS. So most of the other teams, they at least go out of this map with sad to say for the Vietnamese champions, the Xavier 0 points. And they lost at the start to Genesis Esports. I mean, is this the rise of Genesis Esports that we're talking about?
For GE, they don't have any placement points, but their eliminations, that 4 points coming from these Xaviers definitely pushed them up in the top 10 up there. But this only 4 groups we're talking about for the entire day here. We don't have one group playing here. So will it be different tomorrow for Sunhawk? We're gonna have to wait and see. But for now, we're just gonna settle with these 4 groups just yet. So we do see a lot of teams extended their fights too long, especially when it comes to MORPH and also PBE. But even though PBE having some tough time to get into the circle in the very last minute, I just hope when it comes to Wrangle, it's going to be a different story entirely.
Wow, we're going to compare Fraggers, the two of the youngest in their respective teams, and Onza as well. Before this was Shamir, the youngest inside Yoodo Alliance, but now Shamir is an occasional break. So Adeluke is now officially the youngest. So far, it does favor towards Adeluke. He dished out more eliminations, damage, and he utilizes utilities a little bit more than Onzen's. But the contribution, it seems that it does favor onto Onzen's. We didn't get too much of a FaZe Clan, but we got to see more of Yoodo Alliance. Hence, they are one of the top performers.
Yep, they are the first and second place here for Adeluke, and Iftar did secure themselves quite a number of elimination and damage dished out. Look at that, almost 1,730 damage by himself by Adeluke. Well, Vampires, Straps and Tony K, well, this is no surprise for us anymore, as we do know Vampires were arguably one of the best team in the world, so it's not a surprising event for them to sit up in the top 4 performance.
Yeah, despite a tough circle for the rotated from the areas of ruins, and the circle kept going away from them, but they still managed a good amount of elimination points and also placement points. But anyway, that wraps Sad Hall and PERSIJA EVOS won the chicken dinner, and I think pretty fast round. I think we ended like somewhere around stage 6.
Yeah, it's decently fast, I have to say, when it comes to Sunway. Well, it is the smallest map that is, and we're heading into the one of the most balanced map that is, which is going to be Erangel next. But we're not done yet, because we do have more to give it to you guys watching at home. Don't forget to log in your game now, because it's going to be exclusively this time to get yourself the first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser. If you lose this, if you snooze, you lose, you won't get it anymore, because it's only during this time.
Yeah, I must say I'm loving this one. This one has the light effect, and I'm also attracted to that bot sort of thing, bot tiger, bot lion. I don't know what you're gonna call it, right? On top of the building. I think that's pretty sweet. So do get it, guys. Don't miss out. But this is as well.
Yep, the new beach and pool party team Royal Pass available for you guys. This is summertime, boys and girls, a new time for you to get yourself in-game the beach and pool party for the team. And don't forget, it's only available until the 13th of September, starting from the 18th of July until September. There's going to be new custom color outfit, the Serene Rapture set, also the new upgradable firearm Marine Evolution. Everything is all about the beach and the water. So the UMP45, make sure you get your hands on the exclusiveness of the beach party team.
Wow, and we got a new card. Collaboration with Aston Martin, PUBG Mobile exclusive color. So this promotion is only available for a limited time from the 1st of July up until the 13th of September. So again, a limited time. So you guys make sure you get it right now. Don't wait later on. Don't procrastinate, because you might forget and it might go away from you. And all you can do is just look at your other friends using it inside the game. So why not get it for yourself as well?
Yeah, but if you can't have it in real life, why not have it at least in the game, right? And make yourself feel good about, yeah, I got an Aston Martin, but it's in game, but at least I got one.
Yeah, at least you got one, right? So can you imagine, like, you have the bike, and then you have the Aston, and you have the other car collections. I mean, wow, you'll be flexing with your collections. Like, you can own an Aston Martin, and before this it was the bike, and many others. Man, that's a flex that not many people.
Yeah, and also be yourself a Son Goku while you have those Aston Martin, the Ducati, and everything that's going on with PUBG Mobile. Why not, right? But next, we do heading into our most balanced map, that is, which gonna be Erangel. We do know this gonna be the most important map of them all, and it's so important and crucial for the team to mark their initial territory. We saw how many teams trying to fight over Paradise Resort and Sami when it comes to Sanhok early on. So can they actually finally bring themselves their best performance, including the Xaviers, who are being eliminated early on? And I do want to see, will there be a lot of contests coming out into Pochinki?
Ooh, yeah. Of course, we gotta bring back up our talent prediction. So first, he was getting the first chicken dinner, so none of us got it right just yet. Yoodo Alliance, almost there. Right? And for you, of course, Vampire E, I mean, who can doubt? They won PMWI handsomely. So I think it will be about time that teams like Vampire East will get. So prediction is pretty nice there.
Well, I don't know if you're gonna say nice or not. The Xavier is definitely being eliminated early on. But speaking of vampires, right? Surprisingly, they always dominate over the PMWI. I want to see for them to actually take the champions or the crown when it comes to a different tournament other than PMWI.
Yeah, I mean, like in the interview after they lifted the trophy at PMWI, I mentioned that the two trophies they have not gotten is the PMS and also the PMGC trophy. So this is the one that they're really hungry for right now. Speaking about hungry, looks like one of the players might be hungry, subbed out for a break. And as in usual boom trend from last season, they like to substitute their players.
But what are your thoughts when it comes to Team Secret right now? I mean, like, we do know Team Secret once upon a time is one of the most fearsome team out there. Same goes for the side of VTR. What happened to them? Will they be back? We do have Manette coming in, or Mane. I love this because we kind of loved this guy for a long time. But when it comes to performance-wise, what are your thoughts, Cloud?
Wow, that's so many. One. But Mernet coming from Young Galacticos before this, of course they are a very good team. It's just that when it comes to the wildcard region, they are very lots, right? So for him to join up with such a good team from the wildcard region, Esports, I think it's an amazing move for him, and it's an amazing move for Genesis Esports. They did off really, really well. Speaking about starting, I'm gonna go into this game. So it's gonna be Erangel here. And for Team Secret, okay, Team Secret, a lot of people might already know this, but they are only playing with 4 players, not at all.
No subs, nothing in between, and it's quite a risky move, honestly. If something were to happen, hopefully nothing will happen for them. But it's just, will the players do have enough stamina for the entirety of the league? Because it will be a very long time.
Yeah, that is the risk that Team Secret is taking, to play with only 4 players throughout the entire league. Hopefully up until the because it's definitely going to be a very tiring tournament for them. No sub player, no 6 player obviously, no coach. It's just down to really rely on themselves to go as far as possible. Speaking about going as far as possible, at least for the first flight path inside Erangel, they don't need to go far. They normally drop around the areas of Garka, and the fact that DBD is not playing, so they have extra space for them to play with, which is the areas of Quarry. That's why they can open a little bit bigger than how they would normally open.
Yeah, but speaking of how would they open here, definitely some teams will have to share certain compound as a start. And do you have the circle? What a start for our PMSL. Straight into SMB, and the first blood already have its first contact. Boom, shutting out on one of the GE players.
Oh man, you know, right, has been happening since the Ruthless tournament, the pre-tournament, up until now. I thought that Ruthless was like, okay, maybe they're like experimenting, but they're bringing it on to PMSL, so this is crazy right now. Unfortunately, GE had to suffer the first blow, and Boom Esports definitely happy. So, and another team that might be happy is going to be Xavier, because, well, they would love to venture to GE.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Well, they can actually get an extra point. Why not? Wascari will have to flee from the scene, and it's going to be Rosshawk contested against Boom and GE at the same time. At the far corner, we do spot it out one of XERXIA player. Megamind is there trying to take advantage as a third party when needed. But instead of Boom, well, they do have the reign over this place. So GE, will they still drop around Rosshawk for the next map since they lost one man early on? A bit scattered between themselves as a triangle mode. We're still talking about Rosshawk. I think there's going to be more than one team will pass by early on. But speaking of which, our next circle is going to be around SMB. The Sonoska military base is far down south. And these guys is up on the north. And they will move in one direction, and one direction only towards south. Well, we'll have to pass by a lot of teams in between.
Okay, we're talking about the debut of that now, with the first knockdown to Grammary. So, nice debut so far. It just needs that Asian point, but they are outnumbered by Boom. Mernat, he wants to get in here to his new organization, so he's moving in with the AK in hand. But still down. Yummy with the name. Okay, Yummy with that name. Mernat, luckily still.
Yummy, cooking up a nade, dropping a perfect one. What a Kobe from Yummy. That was absolutely yummy to watch.
Wow, beautiful nade. 2 nades onto the same area. Mernat for too long, and he was punished by it. And now that means GE only has 2. But look who has arrived. Another team on the high ground. That's Esports. Shopper is there scouting out, and they'll probably be prepared to be the third part.
More than prepared. Look at Shopper. He's just shopping his eyes, window shopping about the players, where they stand. Nobody has a clue. They're being scouted by the other teams completely. Coming from Thai teams. Used to be Hill Esports. Now under the banner of XERXIA. Still waiting for the right time to open fire. Not giving away his position just yet. While GE now left with only 2 players. Heavy casualty on their side. They have to play as low as possible. On the side of Yoodo Alliance and GEEK. Oh boy, these 2 teams will never separate whatever map it is.
Yeah, again, it's between these two, and I guess it's because of the flight path. They changed to SMB, which is a decent choice, but so happened that there was a team inside of mid to the base, so the fight can't be avoided. But okay, fun fact, XERXIA, during the preseason tournament, the Ruthless tournament, XERXIA record holder for the most eliminations in a single round. And of course, they did a 1 elimination. So XERXIA has the firepower. So if this is the third party, I mean, based on that stat, they have a good chance of wiping out.
Especially when it comes to Mega Mine. I do love that player personally. But at the same time, what's lacking when they were in Hill even for XERXIA, it's always about the tactical that have a bit of a problem. A bit of a polish that need to be done on that side. But we're looking at RNJ cooking up the nade, try to flush out the rest of GE. Smile got clipped just a tiny bit there. RNJ what a perfect, what an angle. The trajectory was absolute perfection, and we'll finish off Smile in an instant.
Wow, math teacher, so proud of RNJ. He calculated that just right to get that beautifully done by RNJ. Now he just needs to secure that elimination point, but just gotta be careful. Rooftop, you might be exposed, so that's why he's not going in for the loot just yet. But we XERXIA Esports for you, ladies and gentlemen. As a third party, secure elimination point. Now GE only has 1 player left.
But for the other teams though, they do know and realize there's 2 minutes on the clock for the next stage to commence. Everybody rushing towards the side of SMB while Shopper still shopping for those kills. Himself a Grammary from the side of Boom. Now we haven't seen Grammary plays a lot in the previous PMSL, but this time we get in a bit of a glimpse to see what's happening on the other end. Now DX got himself around the side ground, trying to stop anybody to cross over this bridge, and FaZe will be one of them trying to stop them from pushing forward. But DX a bit later than FaZe, who already successfully crossing over this bridge, but one of the players got hooked up at the back. MORPH need a save.
Yeah, one of the favorite checkpoints for these areas is going to be the lighthouse circle. They'll be happy to take that and secure elimination point. In current elimination points, Levi's is on his way. He will be at the PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand, blocked by Sam9. 1 knock. Can't someone. XERXIA tries to get away, but Misery is on his knees.
Sam9, Mikael taking on the back line entirely, spotted out the rest of PERSIJA. EVOS links next, caught himself in a trap. Can he easily shut him down with that spray? XERXIA next. While waiting for XERXIA to arrive, can he want to finish off the entirety of Lynx within an instant? And XERXIA, on the other hand, make a big U-turn and realize, you know what, I'm the only one that left surviving. Might as well just play this and take it one for the team. XERXIA realized he needs to survive as long as he can while waiting for the teams to take it out each one by one. And that's going to be PERSIJA. EVOS just got himself that chicken, but XERXIA finally being finished off by BTR. The first one to be out after getting himself chicken dinner. Now that's harsh.
Yeah, their top rival, Indonesia, BTR, will be happy to eliminate PERSIJA EVOS. I was looking and I noticed that, okay, BTR is there, but yeah, and there's nothing much you can do about it. But to Sam9 though, their setup to guard that bridge is really, really good. It's like almost wherever you turn, you will meet with a member of Sam9. It's a beautiful setup by them.
That's kind of true. When it comes to setting up, they definitely do have the upper hand, but can they execute? BTR taking on a bit of a high ground Satar, but Dap on the other hand tried to play around the structure. He got himself the building. Don't forget to use your Aston Martin in the game. But back to as an alter ego, they resort to their boat ride to cross over to as a sort of SMB. Now still have 15 teams intact in the second stage, which less than 20 seconds to head into the third stage here. Everybody rushing towards Sonovska military base as fast as they can, and hopefully there's no marine guard at the coastline.
Right. So a little bit of a drop spot for Vampire Esports. They now will drop North, Liverpool / Zaki. So that means that Primos will be empty. And that's why Alter Ego, knowing that sort of information, they know that they have a into military base. So great for them. They found an entry unchallenged. But back into the blue zone fight. Box Gaming is here with in PBE, spending time in the blue, locking another team out. Oh man.
4 teams inside of a blue zone. XERXIA will be one of them if they don't actually go away from here. But at the same time, XERXIA is just calculating and trying to maneuvering their vehicles as much as they can, just to make sure they won't get caught in between to get themselves an SMB. But at the same time, they're taking too much time calculating about what's going to happen and what will not happen here. As Box Gaming scouted out the rest of PBE, and both teams happen to be in the blue zone. Now, PBE is famous for that very late entry.
Oh man, I worry again if they could be early. I mean, yeah, they got decent points, 4 points before this, but they on like round after round after round like this. I mean, it's common for like South Asia. He hand that thought for the second. Guang, beautiful defense by him. That PBE seems to be doing what the South Asians like to do, which is to spend time the blue locking. The difference is that the South Asia teams, they have mastered it enough to survive. Well, it's still a little bit of a worry.
Yes, hopefully it's not too detrimental for them to overstay themselves in the blue zone. How do they rectify the situation here, including for Box, hoping to get a very safe crossover, but XERXIA on the other hand, Sharper was shopping before and not shopping anymore. Z running away from this gunfire has been given by the side of Box. Kwang managed to take down on and now the rest of the teams already inside of SMB will survive, but those who are not in yet, it's going to be a difficult task for them to take on, because the journey towards the bridge is going to be a super difficult one.
Yeah, you can see that there's a good number of teams still by so it's going to be big. There's going to be big fights at both sides, I must say. Last time we saw the circle shift, GEEK fam seems to be in the center of it. As we come, I guess PB is just doing PB things like spending time in the blue.
Hopefully it's not too blue for them. No more Monday blues. We're not on Monday anymore. But Mon Boy definitely do have the Mon Boy blues here, as Rocky shot him down from afar. Just gonna empty out those clips while trying to take out the entirety of PBE. MORPH have to be extra careful because QEON spotted out cool from the backline. They're trying to wrap around, but they are jeopardizing the entire team for PBE. If they extend themselves, well, the rest who's going through those bridges is not an easy thing either, because you're talking about vampires camping this one out on top of this bridge every way possible, down the bridge, up the bridge, and trying to spot out the rest of these areas. Is trying to cross just to cross and will not be allowed to do so.
Yeah, checking all corners for Vampire Esports. So good for them with the first knockdown to Levi, but that will alert the rest of the Xavier to cross the bridge. Now, look at the elimination feed. Monboy will be taken out by his own. Back to the fight between Xavier and Vampire Esports. Xavier outnumbered by Vampire seem to be retreating, not interested to continue on the fight.
And they already lost one man early on. It's not worth for them to invest so much when it's still on the stage 3 here. Less than a minute in a couple more seconds. They have to figure out how to park themselves in the most comfortable way possible for the entire team to have their peak performance. On the side of Empires, they're not showing any sign of leaving this compound just yet. They want to gatekeep as long as they can, try to farm up all those eliminations while waiting for another team to pass by. We do have FaZe taking on Alter Ego on the other side, where Alter Ego lucky enough for them, they do have those high grounds, but MR5 is pushing it.
Here we go. FaZe Clan without Mela. Now suffering the fight against Alter Ego. Octa almost knocked down though, but he's hey. Now both Momo and MR5 already eliminated onto the most OG player in FaZe Clan, Vin Torres, and the youngest player in FaZe Clan, Onzens, to be the duo to do it. Now playing as a duo at this stage, they're just going to be as passive as possible.
FaZe playing around the corners just to make sure everything is clear before making their entrance into the circle, which already taken by 4 teams for this inside of the circle. Boom, Sam9, XERXIA and GEEK Slate, while the rest of them have to fight for the survival to get into the safe zone. Vampires will leave those bridges and now focusing on towards entering the circle. Well, Shopper spot out FaZe players. We do have Sam9 actually dominating across the board here. The only team got themselves 5 eliminations by far. And Chopper, while the rest of XERXIA got themselves each a very small compound to work with. FaZe got themselves a small shack. While MORPH, well, they caught themselves in a very naughty space.
Wow, speaking about nasty, Sam9 now being nasty. Already 6 elimination points in the back of them. The team with the most eliminations so far. And they still maintain a full squad, so looking good. But the next challenge is about to arrive. It's going to be Box Gaming. Drongzin at the front. Namkyut or Namzin has joined into the fray. Kenny is back on his 2 feet. But they still need to win the fight against Box Gaming.
Box forcing it out, playing around the corners, playing around the smoke, and just blindly shoot with the DBS. Dap is doing all the work. Oh boy, just blind shoot and spray, and that works for the side of Sam9. Blind shot with the DBS will make you win in the very small CQC.
Man, again, it's gonna be the DBS PUBG Shotgun League. Oh man. I will still be waiting for the day that the DBS gets back into the airdrop, not gonna lie. Based on all this track record, even though it's been nerfed.
What a spray. Yoodo Alliance, BTR. Taking those hills at work. Voki now coming up from the sidelines. Olio taking on Yuhai from afar. Voki now pushing with those hand grenades. Lapar will return the fire with another nade toss over, but quite chip a number by his backline. XERXIA, where did that shot come from? Entirely unaware. We can't even see on the map. BTR and Yoodo Alliance both losing to XERXIA. RNJ, what a perfect line of sight. Caught themselves in a trap. 2 teams now scattered. The formation broken due to the surprise attack coming up from XERXIA.
Oh, that's below Voki. It's either he's baiting out Satar or he doesn't know. Anyway, Satar now, the star man for BIGETRON Red Villains, is the only player standing for TR. Looks like he'll stay put for now. As we move over to our Ego, nicely in the circle with a high ground advantage. But unfortunately for MORPH, another early elimination for them.
Alter Ego, that's gonna be smoke up buggy. They want to leave, but they don't have any other options. GEEK Slate tried to shut them down and pushing the limit to a side of Team Secret, who barely got a hike on these small hills. Iftar got a glimpse on one of the players of BTR, and unfortunately that's going to be the last player of BTR. They have to settle down at 11th place, while GEEK Slate still having a go. They have no clue where the shot's coming out from. There are too many players, too many teams in the same compound. It's a bit overcrowded for them.
Oh yeah, look at the south side. We got like what? 2 teams? And then you got Alter Ego. The circle favors Alter Ego to try to gatekeep Team Secret and utilize, and maybe GEEK Fam as well. Man, what a good place that Alter Ego has at this moment. Up north, we got Sam9 going up against Boom Esports. And we see Boom has won.
Yummy. That was a nice grenade early on, but Yummy couldn't hold on his breath much longer. Being eliminated at 10th place, even though they got themselves quite secure on the center of the circle before, but they cannot defend. And that's Sam9 taking the triumph over that win. We're looking at Yoodo Alliance trying to take down Team Secret from those high hills. Adiglook pushing from the other side, but Zai coming out from Team Secret. Rizai just spotted all the flank side. They have no clue. That was a blind spot for Yoodo Alliance. A perfect spray for Team Secret to take down the entirety of Yoodo Alliance.
Wow, the new member for Team Secret from Dota now is putting a lot of pressure onto Yoodo Alliance. At the same time, there's zone wipe onto these two teams. Rise still has Yoodo Alliance pinned down. And the rest of the they still have high ground against Yoodo Alliance. Not looking good for them, but Rise doesn't have enough space away. He'll be knocked out by Olio. A little bit of a revenge there. Yoodo Alliance, they still have players active. Iftar going up to the high ground now.
Where were the follow-up that we were waiting for the side of Team Secret? It was a perfect view coming up from Team Secret before. But now the rest of Yoodo Alliance start to wrap around Team Secret, choking them to their own death with Israel. Just last health remaining, 1 HP% at that, and being finished off by the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Voki. A lot of haters saying that he's a bot, but he's definitely showing he got himself the fierceness that we've been waiting for. The X, on the other hand, they lost 2 men early on. Now they're playing it very low-key, not being, outshining towards all the other teams, playing a bit low profile to wait till the end to get themselves in the top 5.
Yeah, I guess because they know that the Vampire Esports was near them and they don't have the manpower against the PMW champion, so they're playing a little bit passive this time. But I would expect more action to happen southern side as Yoodo Alliance needs to climb the hill against Alter Ego, the previous PMSL champion. It's going to be 2v4, 2v3 now against Alter Ego. Alter Ego playing without Octa. So we're going to see a interesting fight here between the two teams. At the same time, I noticed that Vampire Esports Raven knocked down.
Alter Ego gatekeeping to a side of Yoodo Alliance for now in the southern side of the map. While Sam9 still focus on the side of Vampires, Ravenclaw being knocked down and finished off. Yoodo Alliance left with only 2 players there. They have to open up their angles, but it's quite difficult task for them because there's too many teams for them to deal with 2 at the same time. With Alter Ego have more man advantage. They have to get themselves on the vehicle and get away from here. And Voki decided to do so and leaving Iftar behind, being burnt out alive with that Molly. But Rosemary being fished out by Sam9 Canny. Alter Ego in a trouble. They got themselves a high ground and upper advantage before, but not so much anymore as Potato with a micro Uzi try to have a mid-range fight here. Potato finish off with the remaining of knockdown players, while Alter Ego will they reposition himself since they're being pushed in by all the other teams surrounding them.
Wow, we don't often see Uzi at this stage of the tournament when it comes to Southeast Asian teams, but hey, this could be the trend as Potato knocked out by Audrey from GEEK fam as they come in as the third party, as the MORPH crew to secure elimination points. Now back to the 2 Thai teams that they have a skirmish between each other as well. Iftar is going to be the last man for Yoodo Alliance with 10 elimination points in hand, but Alter Ego sandwich between these teams got eliminated.
For the side of Yoodo Alliance and GEEK Slate, both teams are not in the blues and still got themselves not in the circle. The blues are closing in. Iftar will finish them. Oh, what a spray! But Iftar, this sees XERXIA on the side. This is a big, dangerous game played by Iftar of Yoodo Alliance as the last player on the team. Trying to finish off GEEK Slate. Audrey, hop onto the vehicle. No time to waste. Let's go! Get out of here! But Audrey forced to jump down and Iftar, last tick of help! He will be finished by Audrey in the very last minute.
Wow, nice U-turn by Audrey. But now, speaking of turns, we're going to turn our attention to the FaZe Clan as the DBS is in effect. Ventorez knocked down RNJ. Shopper versus Ventorez. Let's see who will win this. Both of them have their own DBSs. As a Shopper will reset. Ventorez doing the same. Spinning back as a 50 fight now between the two.
Shopper got himself on and out, played himself in the bathroom. Very small space here. Dangerous situation for Shopper. Here comes the Molly. We'll try to fish and flush him out. Shopper burning out and barbecued himself. Still gonna open fire, but 7-9. No way. What a long range tap from Dap to finish off. We're down to only 3 teams remaining.
Babe, we're only like, what, stage 6? Even though there's a big map. Of course, it's a tough circle, but hey, this is fast from all these teams. Now, at least this time we have D Xavier in the the top 3. They're looking for redemption, especially from whatever happened in the previous round. But we have Vampire Esports as the top 3 team as well.
Oh boy, Vampires. They definitely won this title. They won this championship. They won this so bad, it shows. They are the PMWI champions, yes, but it doesn't feel complete for them if they cannot get the PMSL title under their belt. For the side of Sam9, they still have a full squad. They do have the man advantage, a bit separated between the teams. It's going to be 1-3 formation. A very risky game for that for now. DX in between with only Sam9 stopping and Vampires on the other end. They are clustered for the side of Vampires for now. Sam9 trying to take advantage of this clusterness coming up from Vampires, but they're a bit separated between themselves. So it's not going to be an easy thing to do for Dap to jump over to the other side of the map.
Yeah, speaking about Sam, I'm impressed with their current performance as well. After whatever happened in PMWI, look very good so far with a lot of elimination points. Still a full squad against the big teams in PMSL. I mean, this is a new and renewed M9 that we're talking about. And with the manpower advantage, they seem to have a good chance of chicken dinner. But of course, the other 2 opponents, no push over teams. We're talking about the PMWI champion and also the Vietnamese champion, DZ. So Sam9, if they can beat these 2 to get the chicken dinner, oh my, what a return it is for them.
They do have the numbers. They can actually do that. They can deliver. But the problem is, can they know exactly where all the enemies stand? Well, we do have some of the players of DX a bit segregated between themselves. PUBGM got himself a very small shack. This will actually try to attract the rest of Sam9 to focus on him. Lamborghini, the one that actually on inside of this very small shack, while the rest of them trying to do all the work as well. And Sam9, on the other hand, due to the small shacks in between them, making it so hard for them to flush them out. Do they have enough utilities? The hand grenade, those mollies to flush them out. Now, I don't think they have enough since they're taking their own time to secure their position and be aware and alert about the other positions like Vampires at the same time. While the side of Vampires, they're not willing to leave their compound just yet because the circle have not shrunk. Within 40 seconds, we get to know who will be favored or who will be unfortunate enough to leave their compound first.
Yeah, at this moment, all these teams, they're just praying that they get the next phase of the circle. And in this kind of 3-way situation, normally teams that move first will lose because the other team can come into the third party. So everyone's really praying hard that they get the circle and they don't need to move. Now, speaking about the circle, only about 4 seconds left, and every team is pretty much just sending out warning shots to each other just to kind of secure their perimeter in this current stage. But 3 more seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and the circle is going to be big, going to be huge. It seems to favor these Xavier a bit more.
Yep, the Vampires have to move first. The moment they jump out from this compound, they'll be open and exposed to us DX and Sam9 at the same time. They have to figure out which structure they want to hop on first. Is it going to be those vegetations, the trees in between they will take covers from? The moment the blue zone start to shrink, and they don't have that much space either, and not even the highest ground there is. Sam9 have a very clear view on top of Vampires. Same goes for DX. Look at how Lamborghini is slowly closing the distance between Vampires and DX at the same time. They've been cornered all the way for Vampires. If they can secure the chicken in this time, in this situation, it's gonna be a miraculous chicken dinner for the side of Vampires.
Yeah, I agree. They have the tougher circle at this point. And speaking about the zone, right? So now it's going to close. Like what you said, the Xavier is going to be the first team to receive the wrap of the blue. But they created a bridge, and so far they're trying to get into the circle. Still the 55th. It's going to be hard now. The Xavier is stopping them at their tracks. Same time, 7-9 doing the same. So Vampire Esports, this could be their end.
It's so difficult, and that's gonna be 1-8 finish off the entirety of Vampires. DX managed to secure that one out with 4 eliminations in their pocket, and all they need to do is secure another 4 to get themselves 8 eliminations by the end of the day. Can they make it after they're being eliminated the first one in Sunhawk? Can they rectify their mistake in the last map by taking and redeem themselves in this first Wrangle map in the entire day, in the first day of the league itself? Tom already boosted himself up. This shows that they want to go for the rush, they want to go for the push for Sam9.
Unfortunately, Dev got eliminated by 2. Now, it's even ground between the two teams. Not literally ground, but in terms of power, it's going to be 3v3. And this is definitely going to be the final fight. Stage 9, the zone will close entirely. So both teams somewhat need to move. But the Xavier make first move, so they have better control of the current ground.
Speaking of grounds, now smaller grounds, they have to play around this. And the space is not much either. For DX, like it or not, they have to get out from their comfort zone and slowly hike up this very small hill. And there goes the smokes. Hopefully it will blind their opponents, which are going to be 7-9 from their view, but it's not going to be enough as Chua taking a lot of damage by that hand grenades multiple times tossed over by the side of 7-9. Here comes another one from Tom. If it hits, it's going to be a Kobe. And it will paralyze the entirety of DX as Chua is down.
Oh yeah, he's just the Bugini. Time to get 1 for 2, but looks like the nade will not land on the members of D Xavier. Now 7-9 creating a smoke bridge of their own, but we can see D Xavier, nice spread. They left one player on the left and the other two on the right. So it could be a crossfire here that D Xavier is looking at. So far, they're pinning 7-9 back to the blue.
It's going through. The blue is not forgiving at all. DX, you have to play around the blues, and same goes for side of 7-9. 7-9 do have more space. PERSIJA is down on the ground, being knocked down. Lamborghini trying to fight back. Chua tossing over the nade, while the side of 7-9 is a bit of trading done. 2v2 between the two teams. Who will get the chicken dinner? Lamborghini stands up. Finish off Tom. It's down to Mikael and Kenny. They got themselves the smokes. The Chua not going to be enough. 7-9 triumph with a winner chicken dinner. How much did they score this time?
Wow, after starting in PMWI, now they are opening up their own account inside of PMS now with their chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points. We need to tabulate that later on, but this is the rise of 9 outside of PMPL Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. 7-9, what an aggressive gameplay for them, and it worked so well.
Once upon a time, they used to be one of the best teams, arguably in the world as well. But after they lost their spark, now they polish and shine back with this league of PMSL Fall 2023. With this chicken dinner, definitely will push the momentum in the next couple of matches and maps for today. Coming up from 7-9, that was a beautiful ending, and what a solid performance as the team play commenced at its best. With Kenny got himself this MVP. I mean, like, Kenny took the harder path, the path that nobody walks on. He opened up the space for the entirety of 7-9 to shut down on DX, who's not even want to give away the position till the last minute.
Oh man, Kenny, the MP of PMPL Malaysia, still showing that he's able to keep consistent. He was one of the key players for Yoodo Alliance in the last PMSL. And now with 9, with his old teammates who came from Raymond, still able to perform as good as well. Now looking over at the team stats, the lowest damage taken is going to be Mikael. He was mostly played as a sub during the PMWI, but a rumor has it that their other player, Real, is kind of taking a educational break, so he will be on and off in PMSL, and Mikael coming in his absence with the least damage and provides good overall support to the team.
I have to say, bringing Mikael into the entire roster definitely shows and works best for the team right now. Look at how Kenny secures one of the highest. So far, that's going to be the record for now. 8 elimination by one individual player. That's going to be 8 and 1,000 over damage just by himself. Based on the last performance, I have to say DX now coming back after their first loss, which was devastating inside before. But Yoodo Alliance do have that consistency this time.
Yeah, looking for Yoodo Alliance. Another, I believe it was a top 3 finish, but they themselves a good amount of elimination points. So Yoodo Alliance so far, but we need to tabulate the scores later on as we check out the highlights from the previous round. And we look at the highlights. Boom versus GE inside of Rosa. This has been happening since the pre-season tournament. They don't seem to be interested in letting each other go. I don't know if that will change later on, because if these two teams fight, PERSIJA, who's just next door at school, easily comes by and pick up points.
Yeah, speaking of Sergio, I just love how they play this round in this map. They've been played it so intelligently well. They're playing it so smart. They took advantage of every single way possible. We hardly can spot them out their exact position because they have been third partying all day long. And the best thing is their position is not visible for all the other players. They have no clue where the shots came from.
Yeah, I mean the positioning is amazing, I must say. The setup, great, and that's how they collected the early elimination points, and that just kind of snowballed their confidence towards the end and got more elimination process. So looking good so far, especially for Sem9. I mean, this is a team that a lot of people doubted when they came to the PML stage because of whatever happened in PMWI, but they're proving all the haters.
But for the side of Sem9, I feel like 27 is the magical number for today. We just got ourselves 27 points in the previous map for the team that got themselves that chicken, which was PERSIJA EVOS. But unfortunately, PERSIJA EVOS didn't land any point at all when it comes to this map. And that's going to be detrimental when it comes to the overall ranking. But the side of Sem9, definitely they're already taken over PERSIJA EVOS at number 1 spot due to their performance for the entire 2 maps now.
Yeah, for PERSIJA EVOS, he started off in Milta, and theoretically it shouldn't take long for them to get into the circle, which it didn't, but Sem9 was faster, and Sem9 was faster. They had a good setup, so it's all about timing of who moves first and which team decides to gatekeep each other. So with that said, Sem9 with the chicken dinner against Yoodo Alliance, tiebreaker. I know when we say tiebreaker, it's a nightmare for Yoodo Alliance. Now they're at number 1, but of course we're just in 2 rounds, so the points are close enough for a team to catch up to that number 1 spot.
It's all about stamina here for the players, as Yoodo Alliance so far is the most aggressive team. If you compared all the numbers out there, they got himself 21 elimination across the board. The only team that actually got himself 20 each within 2 maps. Now that's huge. If you compared with only 2 maps, you secure 20-ish points. That's average of 10 points for each of those maps.
Yeah, okay. I was just looking over at the previous round stats, right? So Yoodo Alliance didn't, Sem9 didn't get a single elimination point from the previous round, but let's hear it from the player itself. Sound to the interview. Tash, take it away.
Matches of the day were nothing short of exciting, which is exactly what we expected here at the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Tash Bunny here, your host for today. Alongside me, I have PERSIJA EVOS's coach, which is Sinyo. Sinyo, how are you feeling?
I'm good, thank you.
Right, so you guys started really strong today. You guys got a winner chicken dinner, and on the first match of the day, it was huge for you guys. What was the game plan?
Sebenarnya kalau dari kita nggak terlalu ngerubah banyak hal sih, karena kan kita juga nge-adjust dari perpindahan drop zone dari Boom Esports yang awalnya mereka kontes sama kita di Hatin, tapi mereka pindah ke Tatmoka Macau. Jadi ya kita melakukan sedikit adjustment, dan kebetulan tadi di game pertama waktu aku brief Nana, aku punya feeling yang kayak kuat lah bahwa circle-nya itu akan ke arah atas kanan. Jadi ya kita membuat strategi yang berdasarkan dari data yang ada dan juga dari feeling yang tadi aku dapatkan.
So basically, they adjusting from the drop zone because Boom Esports like changed their drop spot, and then the coach also have a strong feeling that the circle is gonna go there, and they already told the player to play in how the coach want to play.
Right, what a twist of fate. Boom Esports changing the drop spot and the plan going to just as planned. Now, you guys noticed that just now, Yoodo Alliance in the first game managed to get 12 eliminations. And also in the second game as well. And they are so close to you guys in terms of points. Are you guys worried about them?
To be honest, kalau dari kita sendiri, kita nggak terlalu peduli sama pikirin sih. Karena kan ini liganya masih panjang, turnamennya masih panjang. Jadi ya apapun bisa terjadi. Cuman kalau dari aku pribadi sama Nana, ya kita jujur nggak ngerasa takut dengan siapapun yang ada di sini, tapi kita tetap bakal full respect ke semua tim dan semua player yang ada di sini.
So basically, they don't actually care about the point, and they still thinking that this one is a long run, and they don't care about other teams. They don't care about other teams. They just gonna respect them and play on their own game.
Playing their own game and respecting the teams is going to be the recipe for success for, I would say, a more stamina run. Now, for my last question for you guys is, what is your target for today?
Kalau dari target sih jujur pasti kurang lebih sama kayak semua tim yang ada di sini. Ya intinya kita berharap dan kita bakal coba kasih yang terbaik. Semoga hari ini kita bisa dapat poin semaksimal mungkin.
So basically the target is pretty similar like every team that coming to here. So basically he trying to get a lot of points for today so that they can perform really well on the next day as well.
That's right. Putting a gap ahead of the other teams is what they are looking for as they move forward. Thank you so much, Sinyo, for the interview just now. And for now, we are going to toss it back to the casters to see a recap of what happened in the games.
Interesting interview. I mean, like, we do know Sinyo for a longer time. Like, he always calm and composed every single time there is. And they already got the right mindset as a start of day number 1 in PMSL. Since, you know, the target is always about get themselves the gap so they won't be under pressure for the entirety of the league.
Yeah, and MC Senior has recovered from his very bad eye rash from the last time I saw him. So, good for him. I mean, medical team doing well. But anyway, now the top performance so far after the 2 rounds, we got Kenny up there, the MVP MPL Malaysia. We got the new member of Yoodo Alliance Iftar, came from ME Esports. And well, the guy with the full package, Lamborghini, has there, good looks, good skills, you name it. And Tam, the IGL for Sem2. So because of Sem9's amazing performance in the previous round, getting a lot of Asian points, so they got 2 representatives up there so far.
Speaking of the X, I just wish they pushed themselves more because they used to be one of the best in South Asia last year. I'm not sure what happened to 2023 because they've been losing their spots across the year of 2023 for now. But we're heading into our next map, which is going to be a wrangle. We do know some teams change their drop spot, like how PERSIJA EVOS player or coach mentioned before, Boom, happen to be changing their last minute drop spot. Will it actually be the same thing for the next one?
Yeah, so that does affect some of the other teams, right? So it's like kind of like a domino effect. But if you guys want effects for yourself, speaking about effects though, so this is of course the effect of the first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Scheme series that comes together with the M16 in it as a gun, and then you got the suit as well, you got the mask as well. It's currently in game, so do invite your friends, join in, support the PMSL by getting this skin. And yeah, I mean, if you guys already got it, why not show it to us? Tag us social media, because we'd like to see some content created out of it.
Yep, that's gonna be a PMSL skin that looks like a Hitman. I love it, by the way, but we've been waiting for this skin, or for this collaboration, the longest time, by the way. I love this Dragon Ball collaboration, which gonna coming up from Toei Animation themselves. The Battle Royale of Dragon Ball Super available for you guys to try in the game. If you want to be a Frieza, you want to be a Bazita, you want to be Goku, Gohan, or Piccolo. I just hope they have all the characters in the anime as well. Like the one, what's the guy called again? The one with the mustache who always on the turtle.
Oh man, I forgot. I know which one. I know which one is, but man, I forgot. It's been a long time, you know. It just shows my age. But you know what's not long? It's going to be this, because it's gonna go away anytime soon. You guys gotta get it. You know, the Dandy Grooster that excites the battleground, which is the notable set that's currently available right now. The first draw is only 10 U. I mean, how much of the better deal that you can get out of this, right? So, guys, get it. Only 10 UC. I'm pretty sure a lot of you has 10 UC to spend. And just look at the hair. How can you not like it, right?
Yeah, the dandy and being the groovy one. I mean, like, you definitely will attract a lot of attention in the game if you actually happen to wear those sets. But jokes aside, we do have one more Wrangle map. We still have 2 more Wrangle maps remaining for the day here in day number 1 PMSL Fall 2023. So coming up from next map, we do have a couple of teams changing their drop spot in the previous one. Will it be the same case here in the next one?
I guess like what you say, right? The theory of like today's day 1, week 1 and all that, and we kind of expect that the drop slot will be contested teams. I am still looking forward to see what is going to happen in Rosal, because you got Boom, you got GE, so two of them inside there, and then you got XERXIA Esports. Of course, they will take advantage of it because they know that if these two teams are fighting and they simply should be ready, they'll be like, okay, one of those teams have lesser members, so they will take advantage of it. So if that continues on, I do worry for both Boom and GE. XERXIA coming as a third party, they will have the biggest advantage.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I love how XERXIA plays, and not just that. The circle just now was really not common, we have to say, when it comes to first day of PMSL. It's so hard for me to get SMB circle. Finally, I got being served one as a start. It's a privilege to actually watch the game just now. And speaking of hot circle, we do have two hot circles at the start of PMSL. The first one in Sanha was up all the way north to Cow, and this one down south all the way to SMB. If the pattern happens to be the same here, we might actually do have another SMB circle.
Ooh, I mean, I'm not complaining though. Yeah, I think the last time that we got like 1 day full of SMBs was during the wild card, if you remember. That was insane. Yeah, but if we did it again for PMSL, I mean, these are the best team in Southeast Asia. So you want to be the best, you got to beat the toughest circle to prove yourself, right?
Yeah, you have to adapt yourself in whatever the situation is to prove that you are the best, whatever it takes. But speaking of the next map, I do want to see if it's going to be the same sort of skirmishes between some teams here. And we're talking about Blue Zone, right? We saw and been spotted out PBE example. Love to play around the Blue Zone. For the longest time, usually up to the third stage, they prefer to stay in the blue zone for the longest time there is, and so far it haven't been in their favor just yet.
And speaking about favors, right? So none of us predicted 7-9. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yoodo Alliance do really well, so I guess that's one of the reasons, honestly, why I picked them. And I do, when it comes to like sea level, Yoodo Alliance, they seems to be this specialist. The only thing about Yoodo Alliance is that they have not won a major championship before. It's always like almost got it. We almost got second place, third place, second place, third place. So it's really about time for Yoodo Alliance to get something for themselves, to hold a trophy.
That's kind of true. I mean, like a lot of teams, you know, the thing I really worry for the teams here, it's going to be they have been performing very well the first day, but do they have the stamina? Especially what we concern most coming up from Team Secret, because they don't have the sub. And also there's a trend. There's also the tactical trend we talked about before, where some players will be swapping in and out based on a map preference, where they will specialize in certain maps. So it will be okay for Team Secret to only have 4 players in the team. And not just that, I love this alter ego jacket. Can I have one?
Oh, I love everything. I love PBE's jersey as well. PBE, can I have alter ego, can I have one? You know what, every season we're like, hey, hoping for, you know, someone for the off to listen to our plea and, you know, send us one. I'm not gonna lie, I think so far alter ego is looking good. Of course, we don't know like the other group yet, like so we get to see that tomorrow. But alter ego always have good stuff.
Speaking of good stuff, we do have Stone, who were in the interview in the pre-show before turning K, just looking at his hands, but the rest of them still having fun with the camera. But we're talking about Box now. DX and Box used to be one of the top team in Vietnam, but Box not very consistent if you compare with DX. Even though like 2 years back, or I think it was 2 years precisely, that they were one of the best teams. A lot of teams lose or lost their spark or lost their sharpness or the edge of a team throughout the course of the PUBG Mobile tournaments. It's just so hard to maintain yourself up there for the longest time.
Yeah, that's why it's like it's kind of like a cycle for these teams, right? So if you remember like the branding of BIGETRON, like back in the day, like big powerhouses, but nowadays there are other teams starting to take them. Even teams like Alter Ego obviously has been performing better than them. So it's kind of like this cycle that the teams will need to find and maintain if you want to be the best of the best for the longest time, and that sometimes means that uh, roster swap is very much well needed. Just like what boxing is doing right now, they're trying with the new roster by bringing in SC's roster into their lineup. But unfortunately, they are not able to repair Jin. And even like the community in Vietnam saying for box gaming, without Parajin, it's quite detrimental for them. And for Xavier to pick up Parajin, well, he's the last piece to complete them. And with that, at least based on game number 2, they've been doing well.
I'll just hope that they will work their chemistry for teams down there, especially with the new roster coming up. With Team Secret example here, we do have some of the old players or veteran players playing alongside. Well, on the side of PBE, a lot of blue zone plays coming from this team. They love to extend themselves so much, putting themselves in unnecessary pressure in the very last minute. I'm not sure I will be a big fan of that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds, pretty much sticks out. And it was unfortunate that their star player, Bomb Boy, was one of the first ones to be needed as well. So that didn't help the situation overall. Hopefully they would see them change their play style in the next round and try to play a little bit different as compared to like the previous round, whereby they spent a lot of time in the blue, trying to play like how the South Asian teams like to play. I guess it's more about the mastery of trying to play that style that they have yet to sharpen. So if they have not, I would say it's time to change. If you're wasting precious points.
That's kind of true. And especially we talked about changing a playstyle, including, when you're being... I get the sentiment, the fact that they cannot get out certain compound due to the pressure by the other team, but at the same time you talked about precious time being wasted. That's going to be their time wasted not able to gear up and loot up all those utilities, which a lot of teams have some troubles, especially in the first day here when they're being stopped by another team. They don't have enough health kit, they don't have enough those hand grenades and those mollies for them to just extend their fight or get into another fight after they're done with that. So a lot of case when it comes to the first day, it's always about marking the territory, fighting over their dominance in a certain compound, and just to make sure they can stand and defend there as long as they can.
Yeah, speaking about defense, Xavier, since they went out early in the first round, so still need to do that comeback. But speaking about comebacks, in the recent preseason, when Xavier played, they made a huge comeback to get the championship in the pre-tournament of Ruthless Esports. So with that clarity that Xavier has showed, especially with the new member Parajin in their lineup, I do expect them to still be able to bounce back after the first sign-out game. Second, it showed that they are able to do so, and potentially they can continue on even in the next rounds.
Now, speaking of the next, it's going to be Wrangle once more for the team. We're heading over to map number 3 after this. We're waiting for the players to get themselves in the lobby. I love this new set this time for this season. Everything just super on edge, and not just that, I love even the graphic bio-production too. So thank you so much, production crews. You guys have been awesome. And speaking of Sem9, I love these new revamps at Sem9. Really, they are more aggressive, more confident about their play, and they do not hesitate to make the call to push.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, I mean, this was the play style of Ravenwood that I believe all the fans and observers of PUBG Mobile know of. They've shown inside of the PMPL Malaysia, and even when they were Ravenwood before, with third place, when they first started their professional scene. And seeing that able to still pull it off in PMSL, it's great because that was gameplay that they were missing inside of PMWI. But I guess the PMWI was also like kind of like an exposure for them to feel like how to play against some of the best teams in the world, and that is kind of like a ceiling for them to be able to find that confidence inside of PMSL. Looking good so far, and can continue on coming up next. I mean, this could be a really big comeback, but of course it's also about how they finish at the end of the day. I hope that it's like, okay, just that one off and that's it. I love seeing them playing that way, so hopefully we can see the best of Sem9 as we go through the rounds today.
Yeah, speaking of 7-9 and Yoodo Alliance, there are a lot at stake here, including PMGC points. So these guys really have to push it all out because there's a limited space and limited slot for PMGC later. And there's going to be Boom Yummy playing alongside with the teammate. Everybody look happy and jolly before the start of the map, before the start of the match. But the moment the plane just fly over the map, you can see everything is just tense for the players. If you're actually here in Malaysia, don't forget to mark your calendars during the grand finals in Sunway Velocity Mall on the, I think it was 25th to 27th of August, which gonna be 3 days of grand finals. If you happen to be far from Malaysia and you can fly, why not? Because it's been a while. We do have on-ground tournament, Cloud.
Oh yeah, it's going to be happening at the Sunway Velocity in Cheras in Malaysia. So if you can make it, why not? It's going to be free entry, by the way. So do come, and of course, first come first serve if you want to get the seat. So do come early as well to the venue in case you're close by, or in case you have any plans to fly into Malaysia to enjoy the best from the top 16 teams that will move on from this league stage to the finals. Probably even GEEK fan will be there as well. I mean, they're a team that people expect they'll be able to get on to the finals. But I happen to notice that Snipes has a new hair look.
I love it.
Very unusual.
It's really cool, by the way. I used to have that hair. I mean, like, you guys can't even see it, but I love that hair. Seriously. Coming up from the side of PERSIJA, EVOS, the twins do look a bit sleepy. This is going to be XERXIA. So far, we haven't seen both twins playing at the same time, right?
Yeah, no. Even during the pre-season, it was Zux playing all the games, and there's no sight of Luxy. Which, of course, question of like, okay, where is he? You know, should he be playing? But looking at EVOS, how they played like the first round, great. Maybe they should maintain. I mean, second round was a really tough circle, so it's very hard to say that, oh, it's because of this lineup and so on. So I think that there's no like big reason for them to make that change. But at least if they do make the change, it is still a very, very good player. So their options are pretty nice. Can't say the same for Team Secret though. They really have to conserve their stamina throughout this whole tournament.
True, I worry for this team right now because it's a marathon. We know for a fact you need more than 4 players, and a lot of teams already prepared their subs and even prepared their tactical, where some players will specialize in certain map, and that's where the swapping happens if we change to Miramar or even Sunhawk in this case. But at the same time, to have Erangel, to master Erangel, because that's going to be the most map we'll be playing around all the tournaments globally. With only 4 players, they actually do cook up a good synergy between them. So there's pros and cons if you have only 4 players on the roster.
To a certain extent, I feel that it's more cons than pros, honestly. Yes, you have the fact that, you know, you're going to stick and you're going to definitely build that chemistry. But if anything happens to the 4, let's not even talk about that, right? That is definitely a risk. What if one of them isn't feeling well? We saw some of that happen in the last PMSL. Remember, Tony K wasn't feeling well, so he skipped a few matches. So it happens to be the same case for Team Secret. Then, I mean, it's very worrying for Team to only field 4 players. Okay, they do have a sub player, but the sub player is the manager basically, and I'm not sure about putting in the manager to play, so yeah, that's another thing to consider, but they are still running with the risk of having 4 proper players, so I don't know. It's really scary for Team Secret.
It's kind of true. I mean, like, usually, worst case scenario, if you only have 4 players, usually the coach will step in the spot to play alongside with all the other teammates, but in the case they don't even have a coach coming up from Team Secret, you have to figure that one out. If things really happen to suffer, they have to take care of themselves really well now, because it's going to be a 4 weeks, almost 4 weeks long of tournament, and they have to make sure everything is on the peak, at the peak every single time. For Alter Ego, well, they definitely chilling with their swagging shirt, by the way. I do love I love it so much. I really want to have it.
Yeah, it feels like tournament they're having like new merch or new swags. Like PMWI they wore something else, and then now they're wearing something else. It's like okay, they're really flexing their merch now. To an extent, it's almost like they don't need to buy any other clothes. It's like my wardrobe is full of the ego stuff, which is great for them, right? My wardrobe is which is great for them. We need to think about like what to wear the next day. But I must say, among the teams that we have panned across, I think we have panned across like all the teams. I'll give the award to Alter Ego for having the best merch, at least for day one, until we see the other 4 teams tomorrow.
The best outlook for now. We should do that. I mean, like, I wish we have an award for the best appearance of a team when it comes to their outlook. It would be really cool to have a bit of a competition between the orgs to have their merch and swag to compete against each other who got the best dress of the year, you know?
Yeah, totally agree. I think there should be an award for that. Yeah. And, well, so far, looking good. But, okay, I'll just put it out maybe. We talk about merch, right? Maybe today's like day one. Like, these are wearing like the day one merch. Day 2, when they play, they wear something else. Especially Boom has quite a wide selection of merch. I remember that they have like a jumper style shirt, and then obviously have the hoodie style, and obviously they have their jersey, right? So they have a good collection as well. So Boom's merch is pretty nice too. 792 jersey is pretty nice as well, very premium. I've seen it in front of my eyes that the logo actually pops out. So that's something unique. It's not just like printed out on it. It has like a sewing onto it that really makes it unique.
But we do know for a fact that every high five means something, and this one, it means that the next map is ready for the players, earplugs in, and everything else is all about their focus in the game itself. Speaking of the next map, Erangel, will we hit our prediction in Cloud?
Ooh, okay. So far, the teams that we play, they are quite close to getting the dinner, so we might get it. We got 4 more games to go today, so it could be the case. But anyway, we're gonna start it off again inside Erangel now. Into the base circle again. I wouldn't mind, honestly. If we don't get that, I wouldn't mind if we go all the way up. Yeah, another side kind of circle that would challenge the team. So speaking about challenging teams, into Erangel, here we go.
Finally back into our most comfortable map. That is an OG map. There is, which is going to be Erangel. This time the flight path coming out from the side of east to west. Previously was west to east. Milta power up to shooting range, but it's all about the bigger question: where will the circle be?
Yes, that will be one of the biggest factors here in this kind of map, with very tricky islands to play with. Speaking about islands, of course, don't mean to the base island, but anyway, besides the circle, I'm a little bit more interested to see what's going to happen inside Rozor. The flight path is far from Rozor, so that means it can be a direct drop for teams. Boom, Esports heading there, and also maybe GE. Still keeping an eye on where GE is. Still a lot of overlaps among the teams. Don't see GE just yet. Team Secret, because of the flight path on the right side, they changed that to Novo. Before this, they've been practicing inside of military base, but I guess again dropping straight into military base might be a little bit far for them. So Novo will be choice. So it's nice to see like a team like Team Secret. They're being versatile with their drop slot based on path. Hopefully it works out for them and they get used to that.
Yeah, that's kind of true. In the previous one, they actually drop around on top of Primorsk. So this time they're taking Novo, but the circle just happened to be generous this time, with MORPH taking on Severny, which already inside of a circle. Whoever drop in the center will get themselves less trouble to deal with, but a bit more defending in that state. And on the side of GE, they're sharing Rothstock, like you mentioned before, against another team. But will they open fire? No first contact just yet, when we're already 2 minutes, less than than 2 minutes into the map, and XERXIA will be one of the team will be untouched for now. And I have to give it to XERXIA. They have been very smart into picking their positions, not being noticed by all the other teams down there, but have a clear view towards their opponents.
Yeah, into power. So tuck in the corner, not going to be challenged by other teams. But that also means that since they drop into Milta Power, they won't be able to be the third party of the fight between GE as well as Boom Esports, unless they still stay there, which would sort of make sense because the circle is like 50-50 the north side and 50-50 on the main peninsula. So they actually would stay there a little bit longer. But by the time XERXIA Esports arrive, then it's either the fight is done or maybe another team would take advantage of it. So based on this draw, so I don't expect XERXIA to be doing the third party like they did before. So I guess it will be between just Boom and GE it out. And it's going to be a nice spot though of whoever wins with this kind of circle.
Yeah, but the sort of Team Secret, they have to cut across this bridge, which taking over Milta, BTR is there, XERXIA is there, Yoodo Alliance on around there somewhere. But if they happen to be moving early on, there's going to be clear path for Team Secret to get into the main peninsula later on. But the rest of them, do we have a lot of major changes between the teams? Except for Team Secret, I guess. The rest of them mostly taking their previous map drop spot still. So I assume that Team Secret is playing alongside with the flight path instead of have sort of a special initial drop spot that they want to take themselves early on. It's all about flexibility for the side of Team Secret. Hopefully it will fare well for them for the entirety of the league itself.
It's great, right? Team that is versatile in terms of the drop spot, because sometimes the path might not favor you and you won't get the advantage. So it's nice being able to flex it out. And the entire main 30 base island happened to be theirs. No other team is inside for this round. So they can even loot inside main 30 base before going up if they really want to. And the chances of being gate capped is kind of low because the circle is like way up north. And speaking about circles, Boom Esports moving straight into middle of the circle, leaving G behind. So I guess, yeah, they realize that it's not worth it to take that early fight against GE after considering whatever happened in the previous round. Worry that XERXIA might come to them, although from our view, we know that the possibility is low.
One thing I noticed most is going to be the same region do have sort of similarity of rotation between them. Like you mentioned about PERSIJA, EVOS. They always next to Boom Esports at the same time. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance and Sem9. Because of the familiarity, they've been fighting in scrims against each other. Maybe one of the biggest reason that they do so. But in this case, if they happen to be having those comfortable rotation you used to have with another rival team based on the same region, another region, like example, the Thai teams or even GE or XERXIA and Thai teams will take advantage of that from the sidelines.
This is where it gets scary, right? So taking advantage of the sidelines, I think that's going to be a good with this current point system that teams will want to pick up points. And like even like in previous round, like we see a lot of gatekeeping at the edge of the zone. So if that will be the trend for the onwards, then we might see the same again as well this time around. Team that potentially might be able to do that is like one of those that we can see on screen right now, like Esports, the team that dropped on North Jogopul. North Jogopul has choke points for teams who like to enter into the northern side, especially with this sort of bridge and maybe the other bridge further down. So they're normally not the team that likes to gatekeep, but it could be an option for them if they want points in case the circle does shift up north.
That's kind of true, especially in the case of Vampires and FaZe. They love around Jogopul area, and North Jogopul specifically coming up from Vampires. And FaZe, it depends on the circle really, but you guys are witnessing only 16 teams. We do have 20 teams. Group B is not playing it today, so I'm looking for tomorrow, which we do have Group B, C, D, E playing. Today is going to be A, C, D, E. Group B comprises of DBD, BN, RRQ, and Infinity. Now, that's another team that we all have our attention to when it comes to their gameplay. But back towards the game, Sam9 spotted out some of the players of Alter Ego, happened to be passing by, greeted them warmly with those sprays, clipped quite a number of bullets halfway through to his Alter Ego players. But can he look at how relentless he is? A bit reckless, yes, but he will do whatever he wants, and he's doing it well.
Yeah, warning shots onto Alter Ego, so that made Alter Ego stop and stare. And Kenny left because he's alone anyway, so I guess it's more like shots towards Alter Ego. And if he can somehow land a knock, then great, he can get that one elimination and just get out of there, because of course the numbers doesn't pay him. But you mentioned something interesting about Group B. You mentioned about that you want Infinity, the new partner team coming from PMPL Thailand. I personally would like to see DBD, the new crown champion of PMPL Malaysia. Because Southeast Asia has always been like a kryptonite for DBD, but maybe they can bring something different this time, considering that they are the news of PMPL Malaysia. And plus, they have Aisin in the lineup, so that's also another change for them. DBT will be one of the teams that you guys at home might want to keep an eye on how they will perform in PMSL tomorrow as well.
That's kind of true. I love the addition of Aisin into it, because that's what they're lacking, a bit of a push with a bit of recklessness in that fray. But BTR taking on GE, I'm not sure what is happening on the other side. But GE seems to be losing another man early on. Team Secret taking the blue zone all the way, coming in very late. Well, Vampire is still on top of Jogopool for now. GEEK Fam, on the other hand, cutting across Pachinki, will meet up with Yoodo Alliance. Speaking of familiarity of the same region, they happen to be using the same sort of rotation between them. XERXIA always coming in late to see if they can actually take advantage as a third party, while GE lost West Carry. Now West Carry will be one of the most powerful fragger they have in their lineup. It's really unfortunate for them to actually lose him way early on.
Yeah, GE started off really well inside of Sandhawk, but the second game, not so for them, got eliminated early, and this time third game, they're going to start off as a trio. Not the kind of situation that teams would like to start off with. So we have seen teams getting chicken dinner as a trio, but hey, you never want to start off with that. It's interesting to see that they are actually not playing with Ichi, who was the MVP in the PMPL wildcard.
And we're saving the best for the last in that case. I do agree, I do miss Master Ichi in that lineup for now, but for GE, 2 times in a row in the same map of Rango, they lost man early on, and it's quite difficult for them to go aggressive if they don't have a full firepower in that lineup. Outside of PERSIJA, EVOS being spotted up by Sam9. So far, Sam9 do love to tail up PERSIJA EVOS quite a number of times here. Happen to be clashing quite frequent, if you ask me, based on the last map and this map even. Ratface spotted out PBE. Well, PBE, at least they're not playing inside of a blue zone like we used to know them for the past 2 maps.
Yeah, finally changing it up. So it's nice to see them doing something different. But it's a matter of like, okay, are they comfortable doing this? Well, so far they have a compound, so looking good. So stage 2, I think they'll be challenge for now, because majority of the team seems to have their own, like what we can see here on screen. GE is still inside Rozov, pretty comfortable, although they have lost 1 player. PERSIJA EVOS on the other side as well, in the areas of pretty okay as well. So triangle here, everyone owns space, so I don't expect like either one of these teams to really run into each other, unless if a team like from the outside of the circle really wants to take their compound, maybe. But I think we might see that like stage 3 onwards. But speaking about over compounds, Vampire Esports in the Waterhouse, I don't know if they know that it's there, but now they do.
You mentioned about Rozhok multiple times before, and this time the circle just shifted slightly away from Rozhok. Those coming up from north, MORPH, Box, and FaZe happen to be using the same direction. Just MORPH is taking all the way towards Yasnaya and just going down after they're crossing that bridge. But the one in the center is going to be Alter Ego, PBE, and GE still inside around the center. Around the Motown area, we do have D Xaviers, with also coming up on the other side, Vampires. Chasing DX slowly but surely, eyeing out. They're treading on thin ice for the side of GE since they lost one man early on. This map, this time, we can see the difference between the last map here. The last one, everybody was testing out the water by forcing those fights. This time, it's relatively calm before the storm.
Oh yeah, we're like what? Stage 3 with 3 players. So before this, it was like, when it was stage 3, we got like what, 50 plus or even 40 plus even. So now stage 3, we can expect like stage 4, stage 5. It's going to be explosive. And we get teams like still moving because of how the circle shifts. And majority of the circle is the main peninsula. Teams that are still left up north will need to go down. There was some opportunity to like kind of gatekeep those bridges, but like now the teams really want to take the opportunity. But hey, Potato Hill will be our first fight.
Rizai already down on the ground, being knocked down. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade between the two teams. A huge nade being dropped by the side of Yoodo Alliance. Decapitating on the side of Team Secret. Is not great for Team Secret. Down to last man running. No weapon. Why are you running? And Zeral trying to find a place to be safe, a place to call home, but there's none for him. As the moment he leaves those vicinity, he will have to head over to another team, which gonna be Alter Ego Rosemary, right on top of his crosshair even.
This is from the pan to the fire, ladies and gentlemen. Poison, either Yoodo Alliance or Alter Ego. Both teams so far have a very good track record as well. But you know what? For Team Secret, like the third time, they clashed into Yoodo Alliance. And out of the 3 times, Yoodo Alliance won all their fights against Team Secret. So, I don't know. They really go back to the drawing board on their rotations, their timing, at least to avoid a team that has been there tonight. If not, they have no choice but to really find a way to win the fight against them. And, I mean, they are running out games if they continue to do this.
It's kind of true, and they're running out of space for Vampires since they overstay themselves in the blue zone, just trying to find an entry on the west side of this circle. But DX gatekeeping them. Boom is waiting on the other end, and the circle happen to be shifting far away from these teams that we're witnessing here right now on the northern side. MORPH is gatekeeping, not really gatekeeping, they are shushing away all the rest of FaZe, who happen to be moving towards this center and almost nearby towards the side of PBE, who got himself quite comfortable before and now aware that it's going to be a contender. Try to take the compound away from their hands. Cool taking the back line with Raimon and Range, trying to hold the front line as much as they can. But the side of FaZe coming with full blast, coming with those nades tossing towards this front line of PBE.
Oh yeah, FaZe Clan, PBE. Both teams with quite a distinct change in their lineup. FaZe Clan without Mela, PBE with a new member Range. But as we speak about them, we move over to the Xavier versus Vampire Esports. This could be round 2 between these two teams in the last 2 rounds.
Lamborghini trying to push to the side of Vampires as much as he can. Stone taking the baton in the front line, pushing it towards the side. For the side of Vampires, DX on the other hand caught Vampires in a trap. They're being surrounded. There's nowhere to run nor hide, even though the smoke's being popped up. But Ravenclaw, a bit too late with the AUG, trying to spot out the rest of DX. But DX is just so smart, playing alongside with the terrain, just hiding himself and only pick out when needed. But Stone make the impossible happen with that nade, getting on one. He tried to toss for a second, but it's not just one teammate, it's more than that.
Oh, Lambo was lucky to evade that, but Stone not so lucky. 40% of health left. Tries to secure the elimination point by taking out Chua, who is currently on his knees. Levi's on the other side. Oh, knocked down Ravenclaw, leaving Stone all alone. At the same time, the Blues putting pressure onto him. no choice but to move. But in front of him, he has Lamborghini to deal with. Lamborghini, 80% health. Stone will need to beat the odds against this fight to be safe at least. But behind him is really not helping. Lamborghini, the last thing of all, Lamborghini needs to get away.
Oh no, the Blue Zone coming in as well. PUBGM on the side of the Axe realized that he needs to make a move. We do have MORPH being finished off. The first one to be eliminated on the northern side. But back towards PBE versus FaZe, who's just done with MORPH before. And now PBE Momboy will try to flush them out with his nades. But Ventora's already prepped up his grenade as well. Vampires, this is not doing well at all for them. They're being eliminated quite early on with only 1 elimination point. Same case for Box Gaming with 0 points again this time. It will hurt them when it comes to overall rankings later. But PBE, how do they respond to this? There's going to be 2 teams trying to squeeze into their compound at the same time.
And keep your eye on the team behind them. There's another team, the color team, just on the outside of the circle, who can be a third party. And they have intention to do that because they're on the outside of the circle, this compound is closest, and it's the third party. It could be a right timing for them. So PBE, FaZe Clan, gotta be really, really careful. But speaking about being careful, school apartment, very, very popular. But hey, look, you know what? We're back to the PBE and FaZe Clan. And it happened to be Boom Esports. So big names here in the compound.
Being hammed between 2 teams, their face kind of being cluttered by Boom and PBE, while the one coming out from Southwest, we have 4 to 5 teams down there. And Yoodo Alliance coming all the way down south all the way will be bulldozing people from behind. Boom, on the other hand, try to squeeze into the compound of where FaZe standing. And MORPH just taking one corner, same goes for side of Ventoris, not giving away any sort of information towards the hands of Boom, who's slowly trying to gain any sort of intel where they stand. They're just staying this quietly for the side of FaZe, waiting for them to pick into this vicinity or this particular building. They're sharing the same place here. It's gonna be 3 teams overcrowding this one particular compound.
Oh man, Boom is gonna execute this. Let's go, and he knocks down MR5. Momo, that's gonna be a double knockdown. Ventoris with the DBS fly, countering onto Boom Esports. They weren't prepared for the DB. They got the knockdown, but not the knockdown onto Ventoris, who was holding his position. But you know what? That's a signal for PBE if they want to come in as the third party. This is the moment that PBE can take.
It's PBE. This is the right time for them to take advantage of what's happening to the side of Boom and FaZe here. Gremory tried to pick up his teammates, popping up all those smokes while he tried to revive. PBE keep the pressure on their side, just across that wall. Master Smile taking on BTR at the same time for GE. PBE on the other hand, they have the upper hand, they have the advantage, they have a full squad. All they need to do is just make a push. Monet coming up from the side of GE, fighting Alter Ego inside around the stairs. But look at the nades being prepped by Alter Ego. Everybody tossing in the same angle. Monet still trying to push out Alter Ego, but they're not taking clue from that. They're still going in, but they got clipped by one knock by the side of GE for now.
I gotta say that I noticed that Zai naded himself, so not too sure what happened there for GE. And because of the unfortunate situation, now it leaves Mernet all alone against Alter Ego. Octa as well as Edo. Alva has been picked up, so it's going to be 3v1. Team Secret number 12 won the elimination point. Again, not a good round for Team Secret. The last we saw them, they only had a player anyway. And now Merna, okay, 1v3. Let's go! Jump shot to Merna. And that is for Genesis Esports.
Let's go, and it's done. It's just within a few seconds, and it's decimated for the entirety of GE. We're down to 10 teams. XERXIA being founded by the side of Yoodo Alliance. RNJ in a predicament. Adik Look tried to finish him off straight away with those pixel shot. You can see through the bear, and it's going to be them finishing on one player. GE being eliminated at 11th. At the same time, Yoodo Alliance, they need to save their friends, but they need to open fire too. Mega Mine and the rest of XERXIA will be closed out by inside the blue zone. In the meantime, taking whatever fight they can. Chopper moving up the vehicles, trying to push towards the side of Yoodo Alliance. While doing that, they have to be aware of GEEK fam on across the side of the hill. Same goes for Sam9. Chopper and Earth try to guard over this particular angle, a different angle entirely with their teammates, while Yoodo Alliance try to open up their space as much as they can.
Oh, because Sam9 on the other side as well. So Sam9 can be the third party, but we're back to the fight against FaZe Clan versus PBE. One boy knocked down, Ventoras knocked down the two OG players from their respective teams currently on their knees. And PBE still has 3 other players with Raimon finishing up Ventoras. That leaves FaZe Clan with only 2 players left.
Raimon change over to FPP to see if he can precisely pin one down. Now left with range inside here by himself. Raimon on the first floor, he's on the upper floor. Range hop onto those rooftop, try to find any sort of way to finish off the rest of the players, but they're not making easy for FaZe. They're just playing inside of the building, knowing there's somebody on the rooftop. Bonzas with the DBS, down to 1% of health. It's not going to be enough. FaZe in trouble, and FaZe is gone.
Oh, drop shot from range to finish him off, as going to be winning it against FaZe Clan. Now moving over to XERXIA versus the other team in front of them, and that is going to be Yoodo Alliance. Boki gets out the Chopper. XERXIA now still on the outside of the circle. Yoodo Alliance has some players inside of it, so the pressure to XERXIA instead. XERXIA will need to find a way. One of their member currently down. It's only Mega Man as well as Earth going up against the entire Yoodo Alliance squad.
For the side of FaZe, even though they won themselves against the side of that last wall we saw before, it won't be lasting that long. But PBE still survive here, are they? Still having a true player. Well, Boom trying to pin down the rest of PBE. Yoodo Alliance, Olio, trying to make sure he's not being discovered by the rest of XERXIA. We're down to only 8 teams here, with Alter Ego taking almost in the center of all the fights that's going on towards GEEK fam, Yoodo Alliance, and another team on across their map. But Alva just randomly sprayed their vehicle, noted that will not allow them to move in the next circle. Sam9, can he keep the pressure onto the side of Yoodo Alliance? XERXIA in trouble. Megamind on the ground. Tom just finished off Chopper with a nade as well. And Lynn's got a clear view to the side of Pombit, who's not aware of the shots just now.
Ooh, but Slide coming in. Down with the slide onto XERXIA, eliminating the Yoodo Alliance to deal with. And the Sam9, they have the elevation against Yoodo, but that is going to take the close quarters combat with the DBS in hand. Blink and you miss it, gentlemen. Sam9 eliminating the 2 teams back to back.
Side of PERSIJA EVOS, they won themselves against Alter Ego, but Boom being eliminated next by the hands of Sam9, if I'm not mistaken, with the grenade elimination. XERXIA is gone as well. We're down to only 4 teams within a blink of an eye. And Zuxi trying to scout anybody coming up from behind. They definitely spotted out core of PBE there. They have to be extra careful because they have no clue what's happening across these hills. They can't see because they're on high grounds, but GEEK fam being shut down by Sam9. They can't even push forward, being denied their entry entirely to be in the center. We're down to only 4 teams with PBE equal left for the side of PBE, while the rest of them still having a full squad, which is going to be PERSIJA, EVOS, and GEEK fam.
Okay, this is going to be interesting. So Sam9 putting a lot of focus onto GEEK, and obviously GEEK will put Sam9, leaving PERSIJA, EVOS alone. So PERSIJA, EVOS could be the third party among these 2 teams. Now, looking at the current circle, PERSIJA, EVOS, they have a compound with the, so they're in the most comfortable spot. Probably the one that's most comfortable is going to be Cool, because anyway he has to cross the road, and the moment he does that, PERSIJA, EVOS are waiting for him, and they know he's there.
That's the worst part, being known at this state, and you're alone in the side of Cool. He's definitely going to lose his Cool anytime now. Well, GEEK fam taking a fight against Sam9 first. PERSIJA EVOS can actually score another chicken if this keeps going.
Oh yeah, I mean, looking far for PERSIJA EVOS, they even got themselves a decent amount of elimination points, 5 so far. And they could pick up the 6th one the moment Cool is forced to move. Now, back onto the focus between a GEEK fam as well as Sam9, a stalemate between them. It's definitely not going to be a stalemate for Cool. Here we go, Cool needs to go.
It's checkmate for QEON, not even a stalemate
okay.
here. Oh wait, no, there's nothing. He denied his points to his side of PLAYBOOK, not willing to easily give it up to PERSIJA EVOS, who's happened to be, might be the first team to get themselves a double chicken in a day in this PMSL. But PERSIJA EVOS now start to make a move. They want to get out of their compound and get themselves a bit of an angle, wider angle to open up the space between them. XERXIA cooking up the nade, tossing over to the side of GEEK Fam, and Snipes being caught by Misery. Misery left with only 10% HP, still managed to secure another one of those taps. But Lengths spot out the entirety of GEEK Fam on the other side. Canny Sam9 even taking out on GEEK Fam as well. GEEK Fam, where to go?
Yeah, GEEK Fam now. They are pinned down by teams, leaving Damroot alone. Okay, Audrey is still active. Sam9, they spot out PERSIJA EVOS. But I guess Sam9, it's better for them to put focus on the now. PERSIJA was going to do the same too. Misery not letting them go. Another knockdown, and going to be Damroot. And Damroot quite far away from his teammates. So there's nothing much that Mika can do, right? 50% health left. The last man for GEEK. But look at the circle. The circle actually favoring Sam9.
Side of PERSIJA EVOS, even though not being favored by the circle, but they're reading all the opponent's movement like a book, unfolding one by one, noticing all the loopholes they can actually take. They will squeeze into those freeway they're being offered by all the teams. They're giving away the position easily. Misery spotted out Mika. He spotted out Dap as well for Sam9, and they got themselves the compound to work things over. Dap spraying randomly inside of a smoke, knowing for the fact there's going to be somebody in the smoke somehow. Misery just keep the pressure to the side of Micah, but at the same time PERSIJA EVOS, they're barely at the edge of the circle. They have to be in the center, and the circle will squeeze their life out of them. And FaZe taking the front line for PERSIJA EVOS, taking 2v1 by himself against Sam9.
Ooh, speaking of Mika now coming in, trying to find his way to the circle. No space. There's not much more he can do. That will pick up that point. It's going to be more in the back for Sam9. Now 9 elimination points for them, with that getting himself far. Now it's between Sam9 and PERSIJA EVOS. The team, either one of these teams is going to get the chicken dinner, and that also means that we're definitely going to see in game number 3 a team gets a double.
Yeah, this might be it. PERSIJA EVOS got everything, their conditions all well for them to get themselves this chicken secured. They do have the upper hand, they do have the numbers, they do have the full squad man advantage and firepower, you name it. All they need to do is just close up the deal. But can they spot every single player without making a mistake? Almost make a mistake here. Red Face, 1 HP left, and Dap is just being closed up by the blue zone. First, he almost got the entirety of Red Face just now. Lex giving away his position as well. Dap, he don't have space. He'll be knocked down and finish off, and there's gonna be double chicken by PERSIJA EVOS.
Ooh, and that did not his point to the zone, not allowing PERSIJA EVOS to get that one extra point. But anyway, nobody can complain, especially if you're a fan of PERSIJA EVOS, that they still got this chicken dinner. And we're only game number 3. We're already a team that gets 2 chicken dinners. This is insane. PERSIJA EVOS, the champions of PMPR Indonesia, continuing their momentum into this tournament. My goodness, PERSIJA EVOS. This is now definitely the team to watch out for.
Such composure coming up from Red Face, even though his HP down to only 1%, but he bought so much time for the rest of the team to note where are the others of the opponent and their rivalry team. And that just shows what a great team play by this team themselves for today. I'm talking about PERSIJA EVOS scored double chicken in the very first day of PMSL. Such a strong start and a good momentum.
Yeah, and you asked about like, oh, is Luxy gonna play? Look at how they're performing right now. I mean, Luxy, he can kind of chill out. So far, looking nice for PERSIJA EVOS. Let's check out the MVP this time. It's going to be Zuri. 3 eliminations, 877 damage. A lot of work for PERSIJA EVOS, despite only getting 3 eliminations. But at the end of the day, it is about teamwork here for PERSIJA EVOS. And I believe overall points collected, it will be higher as compared to their Sandhawk round.
But for me personally, I have to give it to FaZe. He's been holding that angle by himself against two players of 7-9 just by himself. That's just how big of a momentum, how pivotal FaZe was to hold that angle by himself. And the rest of them, they did their role so well. They all pulled their own weight here with 4 eliminations by Zuxi. Well, we don't need Luxy for now. I mean, like, Luxy, you save it for the best, okay? You save it when things really having a hard turn for PERSIJA EVOS, because right now, they just sparking so bright and just so strong.
Yeah, now that we don't have Shine like Diamond, well, we got Shine like PERSIJA EVOS now, looking good so far. But in this round, not gonna lie, look at the travel distance. They didn't need to travel as much as the other teams. And I kind of noticed that from stage 2 or stage 3, they actually got the circle without. So it was a prime position, and well, the circle gods kind of favored them. Still, a chicken's a chicken, right? You can't really complain about that. And also it's about defending their clowns, shooing away teams from actually crashing into their compound. So they had good control of their compound with the circle, so everything falls in line for them to get this chicken dinner.
I kind of noticed PERSIJA EVOS, if they got themselves that circle since the start, usually they can secure those chicken by the end of the day. That's what happened in the previous map before when they scored themselves the first chicken of the day here. And they did the same thing twice in a day. So it's all about the circle for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Their firepower, no arguments on that. But the side of PBE, the moment they leave out the blue zone early on, it just shows their performance is way better if they get into the circle early this time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty happy with seeing them playing this kind of style. I think it works out better for them, so they'll be able to adjust themselves in the coming rounds. They won the fight against FaZe Clan. Also, to the extent got some help from Boom, who kind of wore out FaZe Clan, taking one player together with them and giving the advantage to PBE, but still, win is a win in the combat. And they still managed to get a 4th place finish, which is pretty decent if you ask me. So PE, glad to see them make that change, and glad to see them change fast.
Well, it's no more 27, but 19 total points for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Can they actually topple out the #1 spot? By now, we gotta have to wait and see to accumulate all the points later on in the overall ranking. But for Box Gaming, the only team that did not have any points in this third map. Now, I do want to see, did they secure any points at all for the entire day for now for Box Gaming?
I believe, yes, they actually got a couple of points, but I don't think it's more than 10 points as of now. So they are quite in the, I wouldn't say a dire position yet, because you still got many games more to play, but they're definitely not in a good position. And I think if I were to kind of theorize it, it's coming back to the fact that they have not found a good system for PUBGM, and that kind of have affected their performance dearly, putting them into 0 points in this round. But let's get a confirmation. Number 14 for Box, 6 points. Definitely not looking good.
But for the side of a Malaysian team, we're talking about being aggressive. They definitely show their fangs here at 26 points for both 7-9 and Yoodo Alliance, despite Yoodo Alliance didn't score any chicken just yet. But with the double chicken, PERSIJA EVOS still cannot overtake the first place up there, because 7-9 has been gathering points across all 3 maps consistently. Speaking of consistent, this is the most consistent team when it comes to day #1.
Oh yeah, very consistent for 7-9, not gonna lie. Although PERSIJA EVOS, they got the 2 chicken dinners. But also because like the second game, 7-9 eliminated PERSIJA EVOS. So they got 0 points in that round. So that allowed 7-9 to still on top of PERSIJA EVOS because of their level of consistency. And they got the most elimination points so far. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're gonna take a short break here. And we'll allow our players to take a breather as well. So we'll come back to this break.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous ki blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill. This is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is Frieza. His standard attack is an elongated Kidan that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidan. Positioning and timing are key. Frieza also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we're seeing the battle of Malaysia and Indonesia, where we saw these two countries fight it off in the first 3 matches of the day. And because of that, we have 2 players up here with me. I have XERXIA as well as Kenny from Sem9 as well as PERSIJA Esports up here to talk a little bit about what to expect on the second half. Starting off with PERSIJA Esports, XERXIA. Now starting off today, you guys, despite it only being 3 matches, you guys have already gotten 2 chicken dinners in the first half. Was it expected?
Jadi dia ditanya, daripada 3 game ini kau dapat 2 chicken, apakah itu kau udah tebak yang kau bakal dapat 2 chicken?
Sebenarnya kita nggak nebak buat dapetin chicken, kita hari ini cuma main yang bagus aja sih.
So they are not expecting that they're gonna get a 2 chicken dinner. They are expecting like they gonna do very best on every game.
Right, the very best on every game. Clearly, it shows it's going to be the chicken dinner. So, which team out of all 16 are playing today that really impressed you?
Mungkin tim yang impress kita itu VPA karena dia baru juara PMWI kemarin. Jadi kita harus menghargai dia lah.
So they are actually impressed about like VPE because they got 2 chicken dinner. Back-to-back PMWI. So they respect them.
Respecting them, playing their cards right, that's what I expect from PERSIJA Esports. Final question for you is, since you are the MVP for PMPL Indonesia, did you plan on taking over as the MVP for PMSL SEA Fall?
Enggak sih, aku cuma buat main yang bagus aja buat tim aku. Ketika udah juara, ya itu target kita. Kalau dapat MVP itu bonus.
So he actually not trying to get the MVP slot. So basically, he want to do his very best to help the team to get the trophy. And if the MVP, if he gonna get the MVP, then it's actually bonus for him.
Wow, such a humble person. Thank you so much for the answers. Now, let's talk a little bit with Sem9 Kenny. And today, you guys were fantastic. There were a lot of criticism about Sem9's performance during PMWI, but today you guys were explosive. How did you guys prepare for PMSL? So ada banyak kritikan yang datang daripada performance korang dekat PMWI hari itu. Tapi korang hari ini main bombastic sangat. So apa korang punya persiapan untuk PMSL SEA Fall hari ini?
Persiapan kita orang dekat PMSL and dekat PMWI itu first time. Jadi kita orang pergi PMWI itu untuk mencari pengalaman je. And kita orang tak target apa-apa pun lah. And untuk PMSL kali ni, Alhamdulillah, tapi bagi kita orang belum cukup hebat lagi lah. And kita orang akan cuba buat yang terbaik lagi.
Alright, so Kenny says that in PMWI, they were just mostly going there to gain experience and not really going for that win. And I think that it's been such an invaluable experience for them. And here at PMSL, they don't think that they have done their best quite yet, even though their performance really shows that today. Now, for my last question for you, Kenny, is being in Malaysia, your home country, giving your team a buff? Adakah menjadi tuan rumah di Malaysia memberikan korang buff main kat sini?
Mungkin tak kot. And tak.
Tu je. So he says no, there is no buff. Whatever you guys are seeing are coming from them in general. And for now, Kenny, Luxy, thank you so much for the interview. And for now, we're going to toss it back to the casters as we start the 4th match of the day. See you guys in a little while.
Thank you, Tash. And you know what? That was actually... personally, I feel like if you're playing in your home country, it's actually more pressured than playing it away. In that sense.
To a certain extent, yes. Because you're in your home country, right? But also, you got more support here. So maybe you can take it positively as well. But so far, it's been working out for Sem9 somehow. But we got to give the head-to-head to the 2 players that got the MVP today. So it's going to be Misery versus Kenny, and I would say pretty close in terms of the numbers.
We do have Misery and Kenny here. With damage-wise, it's more towards Misery. But Kenny, when it comes to those grenades, 28 of that total throws being used by this one particular player. That is massive.
That is huge coming for Kenny. I mean, if we look at like one of the rounds, I believe that they use a lot of youth. So looks like we know where the majority of it came from. It came from their MVP. But let's see here. The break, whether it breaks them or whether it does favor. Now we're gonna come into the final Irango for today, which is gonna be the second of our match. Are we gonna see again PERSIJA, EVOS, Sem 9, or maybe finally Yoodo Alliance, who has been pretty consistent to land that chicken dinner?
Yeah, but it's make it or break it, like you said. But what make it work is going to be the PMSL SEA South Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser. So make sure you guys, this is the time. I mean, like, this is the time for you to flex it out. You don't want to miss this, because last time we saw some of you guys miss some of the limited edition exclusively during the season. We don't want you guys to miss this one. Oh yeah, this is probably limited to only PMSL SEA. So after these 3 weeks, it could probably be gone. So don't hesitate, ladies and gentlemen, go get it for yourself, because I can say that this looks really, really good. But what else looks good is, of course, the new Royal Pass that is currently in game. So since you guys play it anyway, might as well reward yourself as you play this Royal Pass, and you can get all these items that you can see on screen. I am personally liking the gem shell backpack. I think that looks either unique. I love the model. She's pretty. Well. But looking at this missed me. I feel I don't want to work right now. I feel like I want to go back to the beach. It's like, this is the beach season, guys. During this time, it's like before the monsoon hits, this is the time for you to go to the beach. And if you happen to go to the beach and love the beach and love the sea, and you have to have this pool party team. Yeah, maybe the Royal Pass should have a diver's license as well inside of there. But to get your diver's license, you have to travel to somewhere by the beach, and to travel there, might as well travel in style with the new Aston Martin that is currently available in the game. It's going to be available for a limited time up to 13th of September. So now we are already in August, so you have about a month-ish for you guys to get. So again, you don't want to miss out. Like what Chuchi always say, you snooze, you lose. So don't lose, just do it and get it without thinking. Let's go. I love this Aston Martin. Look at the rim, the green color one. Yeah. I mean, like, this is insane. We never see this in Malaysia, by the way. It's so hard to spot any Aston Martin. I did spot some Aston Martin around my place, but it's not as much. I mean, like, if you go to Dubai, if you go to Bari, maybe you can see it more often there. But unfortunately, not so much when it comes to Malaysia. But speaking of Malaysia team, right now they are on fire. Saying it's for PERSIJA, EVOS, and the Indonesian teams. But the next Erangel map will change the overall ranking later on. Ooh, yes, the next Erangel map. I mean, because it's a break, right? So sometimes it breaks momentum of some of the team. Sometimes it's beneficial to them, and maybe we might see like the teams at the bottom doing very well. I mean, teams like Box Gaming, teams like MORPH GPS, teams themselves currently at the bottom 3. So it's a place that nobody wants to be in. At the end of the day, the bottom 4 will be eliminated. I know we're still very early and it's easy for us to talk about the elimination, but you don't want to be anywhere there, because it's a ticket to the grand finals that will be played with the audience, guys. And speaking of stake, right, there's also the PMGC slot for this guy. So too much at stake, personally, I have to say, when it comes to this season only. And well, our prediction will stay the same. We are very loyal people for the entire day. Tomorrow will be a different one. But GE so far haven't scored so much. At least I have a feeling GE, if you compare with the last season of PMSL, they do have an improvement here. Yes, we can see them like confident when it comes to take fights. And if we remember the last season of PMSL, they didn't make it into the grand final. So if they can make it this time, it's a definite improvement for them. So looking forward to see them really pushing it. And I must say, Marne from being on loan from Yahoo Galacticos into GE and working out for them so far. And yeah, I do expect that when they can when they have more games in hand, that they find the chemistry within them, especially with this kind of setting, they do have the potential of. I just wish Mane will actually stay with the rest of GE for the longest time. But unfortunately, when it comes to the World Cup, we do know that's where Mane say goodbye. If only they can actually stick and form themselves an entire team as a whole, and like not splitting themselves during the World Cup region for each PMPL season, it would be great. And we can see Mane actually grows alongside with GE. And have more time to fix the chemistry between them, and maybe can even get better in PMSL.
Yes, that is true. Even them can definitely see an improvement because the potential is obvious now, Arnett. So looking forward to see maybe even like week 2, week 3, maybe they were better by then because of the amount of games that they accumulate. Same goes for PB. You change the strategy, they do better. So they can continue to like cover themselves like, okay, this works. Maybe they just refine a little bit more and the chicken could land onto PBE as well. But this is the guy that I really miss. He is back in the lineup replacing Zai, the MVP for Wildcard.
Not just that, MORPH also start to swap players the second half of the day. It just shows that these other players will actually play maybe even in Miraman later on. So this is where they start to change their dynamic, start to change their strategy and rotation after the second half. And this is going to be a total game changer because we're going to head into our last Erangel of day number 1 as a PUBG Mobile Super League.
You hear the war drums, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the final Erangel for day number 1. And the flight path this time is going to be on the right side to like how the flight path was for the previous round. So we're going to see direct drops again into Rosshawk. Out of the 2 rounds in Erangel, we don't see Boom and GE letting go of Rosshawk just yet. So we can expect to continue on this time. And Team Secret to be back in Novo, PERSIJA to be at Milta Powers, so they will not be the third party in Ross, at least at the as a start. But I really want to see like third time Rosshawk, how it's gonna be. Round 1, it was pretty much Boom winning it. Round 2, they went a separate race. Round 3, who knows?
Well, last circle we do have a bit of Rosshawk comprises in there. But I have to say, sometimes, I know it's sort of a lot thing, like it or not, when it comes to Battle Royale, the circle do play a big part in the rotation and the early skirmishes as well. But so far, Team Secret happen to be dropping Nova as well, but this time they do have another visitor, which gonna be GEEK Fam. Before this, GEEK Fam never stepped foot inside of SMB, but they split it into 2-2, and this time we do have very northern circle once more.
Oh, okay, this time Boom wants to push GE. So now they got GE at the corner. Okay, Mernat has a pistol, has a Bison in hand. Boom, it's getting closer and closer. Okay, I see a shotgun. Okay, here we go. Bison on Razy. Razy saved by the wall. He's okay for now, but he has a nade spawn. Tossing a nail to Mernat, but because Razy's life is too low, that a nade knocked him down.
I will not be dragged down without fighting. That's what Razy actually put up the statement there. Even though he got himself 1 HP left, it just shows how composed the players are and how they are well prepared to take the fight, regardless of how low the HP are. But Razy will be picked up by Achul and GE once more. Not a great start. We just mentioned about Manad before, and now they lost him this time. It was West Carry before this, and it's so hard to see GE having a 4 since the start till the end. It's always they're losing a lot of men early on.
Yeah, I mean, for the record, right, during the preseason tournament, Ruthless, Boom Esports actually has a better win rate over GE. So that doesn't help this outcome. So looking at this current situation, Boom 3, it's 4v1 now. Ichi not having a good start, considering it's his first game in the PMSL, unless he can pull off a clutch. But he has only, 30 plus bullets in his chamber with the DBS in hand. Not sure if that's enough to fight the entire Boom squad.
For side of Master Ichi, this is the first map he's playing, and it's been a lot of pressure for Master Ichi right off the bat. The moment he stepped into the roster, you have to deal with Boom. as the start, and this is not an easy task for him to actually clutch it out. With the DBS already prepared, he's running around in circles, playing around the corners, waiting for Boom to take the bait and try to step out. But this is the circle, if you guys don't have a glimpse at it, and not many teams actually taking the northern side just yet. West Carry spotted out a leeway, he got himself a loophole, he tried to give the pressure on, but Boom, Achul now on the ground. Can they equalize their playground between these two teams?
Okay, West is kind of low on ammunition as well. 20 plus 13 bullets UMP. Going into the building, hoping to get another knockdown. And yes, he will get each other Achul. So there's a confirm point for GE at least. Ichi with the DBS in hand, 14, 12 bullets. Man, we're counting down the bullets because it's very, very early for this team.
Crazy. That 1 HP moment, now back on his feet with a shotgun. It's going to be 3v3 between the two teams. GE not bowing out either, but I'm kind of curious. What the main concern here is how much utilities and resources do they have to last long?
Well, as we are hovering over the players, definitely not much. I mean, he has level 1 vest and helmet, but nothing else. Yummy, okay, he only has 1 first aid. He has a level 2 helmet at least, but his level 2 vest is kind of shredded. So, I mean, okay, I'm just wondering, like, how long are we going to see this dance? Okay, Buggy here. Wes, come on. Are you still going to do this? You have a Buggy. No, they want to fight. They want to be the king of Rosshawk.
Rosshawk it is. It's all about who's got themselves the alpha team here when it comes to Rosshawk. Master Ichi. I'm not sure where is Carey. Where is West Carey? We can't see him anywhere nearby. Master Ichi want to shot through. He shot through those small windows, but it's quite a difficult angle to get it done. Smile taking a bit of an angle at the back, widening up their space to play. But Boom not willing to give any sort of intel. No information given at all inside. So GE, if they want to make it happen, they have to force push in. But the problem is, they don't have hand grenade. They don't have those mollies to work. Now, how to bait these guys out from the compound?
Well, at least the good news is that as compared to the PB fights, they have the circle, so they can kind of spend time. If they spend too much time, that means it's an advantage to the other team to get a good position and get better loot at the time. So still a slight disadvantage. But if any of these teams get all the points in the back, all 4 points, then it's still going to be worth it. And they don't seem to be interested to let each other go. Ichi sees his opponent behind the window. He can't find a good angle. I heard a buggy sound. I'm not sure if anyone's coming by. Okay, look at the minimap. Another team is passing. They are seeing what is happening.
You know, what I love about Master Ichi is he's not willing to give up. He's trying the same angle once more, but BTR, you know he's the man that will not step down from any sort of opportunity. Speaking of GE, they already have a tough start, and not enough, they already have another tough angle here. And the side of Master Ichi staring at those small's window will do nothing for him for now, except for dying in this case. They need to leave. GE down to 2 men. This is not giving any sort of benefit for them.
Honestly, I thought BTR crashed into this compound, but looks like no. They went for positioning instead. So, they're going to let these two teams fight each other. But unfortunately for GE, he gave 1 point away to BTR. But hey, XERXIA and Set Out 7 early action for them.
That playing ring around Rosie. XERXIA got it anyway. Sharper down to 17 bullets as reserve. RNJ taking the high ground at the back line. Megamind on his knees. This is not great. Semna Mikael is pretty low. Where is Kenny? Kenny is cooking up the net around the stairs. Chopper now trying to toss over inside. But can he see that through? He dodged it back towards the stairs. Kenny, he needs to clutch it up for the entirety. Mikael is just tough to save him when he comes to the ground floor. Mikael picking up DAP, while the rest of XERXIA trying to reset themselves, but they are in a turmoil as well. RNJ is playing on the outskirts and the blue zone closing in. This is not great for both teams.
Yeah, hello stage 1's blue. And now XERXIA, again, the knock. This time is Kenny knocking out us. Megamind knocked down as well. Looking at the circle, a lot of teams in it, but Depp is not letting go of XERXIA yet, but XERXIA counters on the Depp. Chopper is the one. And now Chopper has at least 2 more to deal with. Kenny on the outside with the nade, and Kenny will toss it into the building, but Chopper gets another knockdown. Now RJ is going to move in.
RNJ committed to this fight. He wants to go in, but pretty low in his magazines for that UMP. RNJ resort to tossing those nades, but Tam tossed first, but he got clip instead. A Kobe, here comes RNJ, going chaos for the hands of 7-9. They are scattered. They are in chaotic mode to deal with one RNJ. One lost XERXIA player giving such a headache for 7-9. But here goes RNJ playing around Rosie. It didn't work as Dap clutched it out anyway.
I mean, it was a DBS at distance, so we all know what will happen. But you know what, 7-9? They can revive all their teammates. So they still are a full squad with 4 points. So it's a win for 7-9.
Oh boy. But at the same time, they are so far from a safe zone. They need to get out from the blue as fast as they can. On side of FaZe, on the other hand, shooting range is nowhere near any contender so far. Don't forget to drive your Aston Martin. If not, you'll be late to the party. As this case, alter ego Rosemary haven't shown his beast mode just yet. I'm waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, waiting for the Rose carry to happen. So far, well, alter ego playing as a trio, so he really needs a Rose carry that has shown a lot of potential during the last cell, and he got himself the MVP in the process too. Alter ego now playing with Octa, and I would say Octa would be like the next behind Rose carry in terms of the ability and the performance. So without Octa, it's also quite a blow to Alter ego.
Alter ego haven't shown their best performance just yet. Still in their slumber. Maybe just dipping their toes in this tournament, this league, to see how things going on. Playing it as low profile just to revise their contenders, their rivals' position and rotation here. After they're done with their revision, I dare to say that they might actually push all out when it comes to the middle of the week. It took them a bit time usually for them to actually get their best performance out there. But for the side of the Malaysian teams, Yoodo Alliance and 7-9, they won game number 1. They just show whatever they're made of.
Oh yeah, if you kind of think about it, right? Like 1, 2, 3, they're like 43 points, 36, 35. And then you have quite a gap with GEEK, 19 points. So the top 3 teams so far running away with it, and so good, especially for 7-9 in this round, 4 points. Now circle wise, again, not for 7-9, they're just next to it, and we don't see any other team gatekeeping 7-9 into the circle. But for Team Secret, who is currently at the bottom, they will face with another team who wants to get in, but now focusing on to Slate. They are in the same area as Vampire Esports.
GEEK, damn rude. Start to move. Empire scouted out the rest of GEEK just now, giving back the information to us, the rest of the roster, to reassess which way to go. It's all about timing in Battle Royale. You have to pick the right opening at the perfect time. Wrong judgment call, it's going to be the entire team goes down without any warning here. Ravenclaw just trying to scout out, while Yoodo Alliance, PBE, I think there's going to be another team around the far left corner down there, or maybe there's none. It's going to be PBE fighting against Yoodo Alliance. PBE is one of the teams that love to fight so much. They will try to butt head every single team they can, but it might cost them dearly.
Oh, and plus they're still on the outside, so let's not forget about that. I mean, this is PBE probably doing PBE things again, but we lost one boy. Looks like they're abandoning the fight and making that rotation into the circle, which is a smart move, I must say, because based on the track record, they play better in the gold rather than spending their time in the blue.
So far, no teams in the blue zone this time. That's a good sign for us. But not so much for the players. It means that so many teams already got themselves in the center of a circle here. It's going to be overcrowding in the center of the safe zone. But Boy Chill from BTR, smoke up vehicle. He need to abandon that immediately. If not, he will caught himself in a trap. Cool, just pop up all the smokes, but Boy, he knows for a fact, you know what, I don't want to fight you in CQC or mid-range. Might as well just toss a nade from afar and just pray and fingers crossed that it will hit somebody there, but it hit no one. And now he's forcing himself up front. It's a risky, dangerous game he's playing here for BTR.
And he's trying to bait out the shots from Cool to reveal himself, but Cool not taking the bait. But on the other side, we got GEEK fam. Spot out by Boysil. He's a little bit far from his teammates, so you gotta be careful there. But for range, all alone, he got an knockdown route, but Audrey is there to cover him up. So Audrey, the save for GEEK fam, but another member of PBE is around the corner. We got Cool on the high ground.
Too much being offered at the start of PBE. Two teams to fight at the same time here, with the blue zone clipping in as well. And Cool were being forced to take the fight anyhow. They have to finish and wrap things up. If not, all three teams will caught themselves in the blue zone, while Audrey with the micro Uzi for the CQC change to M4. The rifles make it work with Audrey. Still survive, and the blue zone hit them hard. Now the circle just shifted downside, and DX got it anyway. But the teams fighting in the north is not done yet. They're still struggling to be alive.
Oh man, this circle, swanky. It goes to corner with the trend since PMWI, and teams were kind of predicting whether it will flow onto PM. It looks like the answer is yes. This seems to be the trend of circles now with the state of PUBG Mobile. So it's going to be really challenging for the teams. Now it's going to be challenging for Raimon because he's still spending time in the blue and he's very low on utilities. Doesn't help that he's also the for PBE.
The circle these days has been extreme shift all the way north to south, west to east. But for Blapa, he's running down victorious like it's no problem at all. And that's going to be an easy breezy running down, but not so much after being hooked himself up with those bullets. Being chased out by FaZe with TS reside at the back. Mormon spotted out boy, and BTR just caught themselves in a trap. Two teams in between them, and FaZe give them back what they gave them early on. And they're just gonna run down the rest of BTR. Yuhai, how to deal with this? There's not many people there left for the start of BTR. He needs to revive his teammate and need to fight at the same time. And Rizai taking the advantage of BTR misfortune and take it at advantage as full as possible. But FaZe, even though they are fighting two teams at the same time, they still can't make it happen for the team.
Yeah, there are like so many teams fighting each other at the same time. Rizai will be saved by his teammates, but for Raimon, PE, who spent some time in the blue, unfortunately out at number 42 elimination points. Now for second. Oh, just next to them is going to be Boom Esports, but Boom is playing as a trio now. Rosemary finishing off Sata. And that's good for BIGETRON Red Villains. 3 elimination points in this round.
Some fishy here for some 9. Here comes Boom joining in the swim. We do have the pool team beach party, yes, but not at this. Not like this. On the side of Yummy, he's C-Tom, but it's just so hard to clip him towards all those bullets. But found it out, Kenny, the top fragger for Sem 9. Razy badly hanging on to those ledges, but here comes FaZe. The same goes for Vampires versus FaZe here. Surprisingly, both bridges are quite crowded with a similar situation. Tony K spotted out the sliding MR5. No, you're sliding to your death, MR5. Not like this. Not even a fight. And Onzen's like, why did you drive all these people here and try to hide? Oh boy.
Exactly. Onsen is like, no, don't come here. But he's going there. But now, speaking about going bombing, going wild against PERSIJA EVOS, goes to circling around, and he has a from the compound where PERSIJA EVOS is at. Zuxi next down Qua, but goes to Trace in misery. PERSIJA EVOS and False Gaming now still fighting as Zux go down. Red face together with Legs. They need to win this fight on behalf of PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh, Gosu, there was just a nick of time when he actually hit prone down, but never mind. Box, what is happening with PERSIJA, Box, and also DX at the same place at the same time, fighting each other out? A lot of a three-way war here, and DX taking on Vampires, FaZe being finished off after that sliding. tragedy of MR5. Vampires now scattered to 2-1-1 formation. Have to deal with DX. Happen to be passing by here. We boom around the other side of the corner, and DX got himself compound. Now all they need to do for DX is just gatekeep towards Vampires, and they'll be fine. But Vampires, how to make a breakthrough? Box Gaming on the other end, they have to deal one team or the other by the end of the day.
Oh, at least they took out the team with the chicken dinner, so at least a good start here for Box Gaming, and they're in a full squad. And they only got 3 points in the bag. But now it's going to be the next challenge. Xavier knows exactly where Box Gaming is with the smoke being popped up. Aldo, on the other hand, still on the outside of the circle, has MORPH GPX in front of them. Rosemary, already 2 eliminations in his hand. Getting into the circle, getting inspired with his other teammates so they can support each other. But he wants to end the fight. He wants to take out the member of GPX.
You wanna do it, Rosemary. Just go for it. He's going for it. He's going through the smoke. Didn't find anybody. He just missed it in the last minute. No, Rosemary. We can feel the disappointment right now. He's left alone and nobody to love. But back to our side of Alter Ego. TS taking the love from Alva with Box Gaming Gosu along the process. Why not? But Potato hitting off with Gosu there. While Team Secret caught themselves in a trap. Rosemary found another victim next and going around in circles trying to fit off his prey. And Rosemary trying to find for more, and it's not showing any sign of slowing down.
Yeah, he's turned into the beast now. Raizai. Oh man, look at this. Raizai is between two teams. Even though he has a buggy, not sure how he's going to get out of this. Buggy's punctured, so that's not helping the situation. Rosemary has a rush. He's toying with Raizai now.
And here goes. Raizai made it! Close enough! Last minute it almost
What?
the buggy. Valiant effort, nice try, but Rosemary, a very naughty play out there, having so much fun. But we're not done with Box Gaming yet. Only cover themselves with a couple of smokes left here. And they do have another team behind them somewhere. It's going to be Vampires breathing down their necks. They have to be extra cautious for Box Gaming. What their main concern is how to deal with Alter Ego and Vampire at the same time.
I must say, Rosemary, he eliminated Raizai at that distance with a mini bean. Okay, that is naughty. That is humiliating to Raizai. And for Box Gaming now, against Alter Ego, next challenge. But Alter Ego, they have elevation against Box Gaming, so a little bit of an advantage there. Quad tries to get a nade onto the other side, but he's being shot at by Vampire Esports. Oh no, Box Gaming!
That's almost 200 meters shot from a long-range fight. They're taking over by the side of Empires, taking advantage of Box in between. Box really been boxed up by so many teams at the same time. Nom cute, not so cute now because he's bleeding out. Left with only Chuangxin left in the center for Box Gaming. And how can he respond to this? How would he actually act towards this? Because Alter Ego and Vampires both pinning down on Box Gaming. They have no room to breathe at all.
Another wonky circle goes to the edge on the left side. So another tough one for some of the teams, especially on the right now. It's going to be tough as well for Box Gaming. Rosemary is in the house. He will get his 4th elimination now. My, oh my. We just talked about Rosemary changing into Rose, and he's doing it now for Alter Ego.
But for the side of MORPH, they just stocked themselves, and it's not going to be enough. The river is heated up with Vampires. Cleanse out these guys one by one. And down to last player of MORPH. Ravenclaw is hungry for more. He's tossing out the nade. It's going to be Yuri swimming for his life this time. Backstroking, hoping he will not be scouted out or founded out by Ravenclaw. But it's just a matter of seconds, a matter of time for Vampire to shut down on MORPH. He had nowhere to run nor hide. He got himself a vehicle, trying to reset himself inside. But Yoru, he just wants to deny the points by drowning out himself.
Yeah, so sorry, Ravenclaw. No fun for him. But anyway, the IGL is doing really well with already 4 elimination points in his hand. And we're back onto Alter Ego versus a Box Gaming. And it's going to be Trongzin, the last Box Gaming. Luckily enough, he's in the circle. But he's really close with the other team. But I guess because he's all alone, he won't be taking the shot. So other teams will be putting to each other for now, especially Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego just at each other.
You have to give it to Trongzin the credit that he deserved. He's been lasted so long by himself in the center just now, across the war zone between so many teams at the same time. Tony K spotted out Yummy May. Boom. Where are they? They just docked themselves here with DX Lamborghini eyeing them out at the same time. Two teams pinning down on Boom. So many teams been pinned down, two teams at the same time. Straps will try to finish things off with that nade, hoping it will land right on top of all the four players of Boom. Ravenclaw making the push, but you have to give all the space for the nades being dropped down first. If not, he caught himself in a trap. But here comes Ravenclaw, spray over that smoke while avoiding the team trying to steal them away from MORPH. Boss Gaming eliminated. That's going to be Trongzin left done. But Boom left with only Yummy May here, with DX and Vampires trying to pressure them so hard. Hopefully Yummy do have enough resources to cover himself a bit more longer.
The key man Yummy for Boom is still alive, but what can he do? Oh, Leo from behind. Oh no, Yummy. Sandwich. I mean, everyone's hungry tonight. Everyone wants to make a sandwich. What's happening here? Yummy is probably going to be the next salami now.
It's beyond salami. It's being slammed down. But for the side of Vampires, they open up their angle in a parallel move. They're all moving in a straight line here, with Boom Yummy barely make it in. He's still not inside of a safe zone. Now, this is going to be a difficult task for Yummy May. They only got vegetations, those trees in between, and nothing much to cover himself. I'm not sure how many smoke bombs he got himself with, but hopefully it's going to be enough for him to slowly make way into the center or even touching the rim of a circle. But Stone will deny that by pressuring him back and forth. And Ravenclaw is doing the same thing here. DX, on the other hand, will be the most comfortable team. Got himself quite a solid compound to work with.
Yeah, but never. Boom unfortunately got eliminated, and I think that was kind of something expected to happen because there's nowhere for him to go. For Yoodo Alliance, on the other, this hard circle shift was tough to them, and now Rosemary. Oh no, fourth elimination point for him, but Rosemary countered upon by Xavier, and now looks like he might be eliminated. He's really the good news is that his teammates are not too far away.
Lucky enough, those terrain will cover himself temporarily while they try to resuscitate side of Rosemary. But the rest of the other team, the full squad team, is going to be Xavier. This is the moment for Xavier to actually clutch the chicken dinner. They got everything that mattered for them, especially the compound, the four walls. They do have the barricade. They do have those covers. All they need to do is just pick out at the right time. For the side of Vampires, they're just playing alongside the slopes of the hill. Was spotted out in a very small pixel shot of Yoodo Alliance. They tried to stop them from pushing forward. Voki has no clue where the shot's coming up from because they've been blinded by those trees.
Yeah, but it could be their saving grace as well, as they can crawl into the circle. So that could probably be a part of the thing. Now, we still got the next stage of the circle. If these Xavier still gets the circle, it's going to be a superb position to be in because they get the comp. So it's obviously going to be hard for the other teams, but other teams, you're talking about names here. Vampire Esports, full squad. We got Alter Ego as well. Adelu unfortunately knocked him apart. Rosemary gets knocked down for the second time. But at least he has his teams to pick him up. But look at the circle! Xavier has it!
That's a take. They got the only compound that is in the circle. Not just that, the rest of the other teams though will have a bit of a problem to squeeze in. It's quite pincering for them. They're being pinched at the side of a circle, including Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance in this case. Vampires still got themselves a bit of a touch of that rim of a circle. Stone spotted out the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Rosemary back up on his feet, still fighting. Now, I don't know how much longer their reserve for the bullets will actually last, but not so much for even Levi here for the side of DX. DX, they've been shooting a lot, didn't secure too much, but Vampires, Tony K, with a mini 14, gave such a juicy taps towards Yoodo Alliance. Pin it down perfectly, absolute perfection.
Oh, speaking of now, Olio pinned down now on the other side of the circle. The blue is just right behind him. He's fighting for his life, fighting for survival, but for how long? Alter Ego finally taken out at number 4, but they got themselves 9 elimination points. Pretty decent. Now, the challenge is for Leo, but no space for him to play with. He will be taken out. He will be eliminated, but Luke got 10 elimination points now. It's Vampire Esports.
Down to 2 with 8 eliminations on the side of Vampires. Each of them score at least 2 for each of the players. DX, on the other hand, how much did they secure since they got themselves this compound? They have been staying here for the longest. They didn't actually have to travel that much. The circle always favored them all this while. On the side of Vampires, they have to claw themselves up, trying to get into the compound here every way possible. They're trying to surround all the corners with Ravenclaw taking the front line, trying to find the blind spot that the side of these Xaviers didn't actually notice at first. Nobody actually sees Ravenclaw coming on that side. They all focus on what's in front. Parjin taking the corner, small shack right across, with Tony K taking the sniper tower. Stone and Schweppes try to move the attention of these Xaviers. Surprisingly, Ravenclaw moved back towards the rest of the roster and reunite once more, trying to just re-strategize how to push towards this compound.
Well, 2 things that's for sure. They're going to see a new team getting the chicken dinner. And the second thing is that Choo with her prediction correct. But it's either between these 2 teams now. Vampire East, Xavier, both a full squad. So it's going to be a 50-50. Vampire Esports create a small bridge. They want to siege down this compound. They're going to close in the gap between them and these Xavier.
Now for me, this is going to be a win-win for me. Both teams are predicted, and it's going to be a win-win still for both teams here, especially coming up from these Xaviers. This is more at stake for them because they need the push for their overall rankings. They are not performing that well the entire day. They got one. Chuan Len, a nade on Schweppes. This is the time for them to fan out and go for the push. Levi tried to actually push from the side flanks, but Ravenclaw already prepared himself. But here comes Tony K, slowly pushing forward, but the blue zone will wipe out slowly. Vampires driving. Schweppes down on the ground again. This is it. These Xaviers, can they do it?
Oh, only one more to go. They will wrap things up with the chicken dinner. The final wrangle for day 1. Xavier, the champion of Vietnam, is here. The champion of the preseason Ruthless Esports Tournament. Here, Xavier with that compound. Despite them having, but they had a big challenge from Vampire Esports, who put them to the corner, but they still able to get this chicken dinner. This is Xavier, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back for these Xaviers. After such a long, quiet day, they are back in the last map of Wrangle. Hopefully, they will keep this consistently going strong, but you have to give it up to this MVP. Levi have been doing so much work at the flank. He's been trying to open up so much space. Same goes for Schweppes. But at this, for the side of these Xaviers, you have all conditions take for their side. But I'm not sure how much elimination they actually did secure, because Vampires being stolen away all their eliminations and their knockdowns early on.
I agree. Vampire got at least 10 eliminations. 10 plus second place as well. I do agree that I'm not sure if these Xavier got a lot of eliminations because they were kind of comfortable in the compound and a lot of hiding around the side. So they probably didn't get that many. Okay, let's see here. They got themselves 8 eliminations. Pretty okay. It's similar to how PERSIJA was during the side-out game. They got the circle from pretty much the start to the end. 8 eliminations, pretty decent. But chicken's a chicken. Can't take it away from them. So great Xavier.
They needed this push. I mean, like, these Xaviers have been quietly being shut down for the entire day. And we saw how fast, when it comes to compared to the last Wrangle map, this map is way faster and just way more chaotic than the last one. Everybody feels like rushing towards something. A lot of the teams caught themselves in a triangle battle, and that's where a lot of teams are going down early on. But when it comes to, we saw that the fact these Xaviers don't have to travel as much due to the last few circles. But if you compare with Vampires, they have been using a lot more vehicle time compared to Vampires.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance from farm, and then you got Xavier from Pochinki and Vampire from North Jogopur. So they're kind of near with this circle. So that's why their travel distance is not as much. Still gotta give it to them. They defended their ground really, really well. Especially for Vampire though. Because they didn't have like the comfort of having a compound just like Xavier, but they still defended their area with all the incoming teams onto wherever they were.
Now back towards our highlight, I have a feeling that GE and PBE feels like they are sharing the same boat here. Both teams extended their fight way too long until a third party come by and just finish them off from the sidelines. That's what happened between PBE and GE most of the time, especially GE where BTR steps in the last minute. For BTR on the other hand, they almost got themselves that momentum. We can see their aggressiveness shown and their performance were really high up there, but it's just they got stuck in between 4 to 5 teams and they happen to be in the center. It's just really unfortunate. A lot of teams caught themselves in the process of migrating towards a different compound.
Just look at this, using a mini 14 at that distance. Come on, Rosemary. That is sad, man. I know but that just shows something. That just shows that he is the confidence level of the Rosemary that we know of. So guys gotta be careful of the ego now. Rosemary is on the rise.
Yep, it's gonna be scary, but even though DX got themselves 18 points, Vampire just 2 points shy from them because of their elimination, scored themselves 10, so it's just 2 different points of placement that make a difference between these 2 teams. But so far we have PERSIJA, EVOS. They were on the high before, they were in a roller coaster ride, which is really good before, but now they're just going down with 0 points, and this will hurt them when it comes to overall rankings later on. But I'm not sure who's standing at number 1. Is it still the same team or is it not? XERXIA didn't score any point this time around as well, even though they have been brilliantly playing third party the first few maps of the day.
Yeah, if we draw a graph for PERSIJA EVOS, they would have the most extreme, like from chicken dinner to 0, and then chicken dinner again, and then 0. I mean, they will have the most of lines, but yeah, but because PERSIJA EVOS, they got 0 this time, so surely they would drop a little bit, but not too fast. Still number 3. Sign still holding on to the number 1 spot. But look at this, Choo. Yoodo Alliance is just 2 points behind them. No chicken, no problem.
Yep, the only team in the top 3 without any chicken dinner. Now the next one without any chicken dinner is going to be Vampires, still stuck there at 5th place. If you guys know to about 17, 18, 19, 20th place, they'll be playing tomorrow. They are in a group B, so they are not showing themselves here today. But on the side of Team Secret, they should worry, and same goes for MORPH. If we change the group tomorrow and they didn't move any points from here on, they will be pushed down to the last place here if Group B is playing.
I know, right? Oh my goodness, that's gonna be real scary. The place that you want to be in, but the place that you want to be in is gonna be the head-to-head. We're comparing Rosemary. I always like it how Choo says. I can't do it, you know. Compared with Tony K, the starman for Vampire Esports, he has not really shown his yet. So if we compare him with Rosemary, who's been popping this round, it's pretty obvious that Rosemary wins the stat match.
I mean, I know you guys been saying Rosemary being washed out. I mean, like, come on, guys. Are you kidding me? Look at that team contribution. 40% with 1,000 over damage. He's just starting up, okay? This is only the first day, and it's already showing off halfway through. But we will head into a different map entirely today, which is going to be Miramar next. We do know everyone will change their gear when it comes to Miramar, especially the first ever Miramar in the league. But so far, the only team that waving twice in across this chart right now is just PERSIJA EVOS. We haven't got any chicken from the ties yet.
That is honestly quite a surprising phenomenon. I remember the days where we see a full day of Thai getting us everywhere. Then you got like the top 4, top 5, everyone's from Thailand. But we will see is the first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, that is an M16A4. Together with a suit, together with a mask, everything complete. All you need to do is log into the game and enjoy the event together and get yourself one of these. I mean, it looks really good. Especially that, okay, I'll call it a panther now. The one that's like on top of that.
I'm gonna call it saber-tooth tiger.
See, oh yeah, man, you genius.
Do we have that in that entirety of the package? I do want to know if we can actually ride it.
I would definitely pick that. But I would also definitely pick one of these. Dragon Ball skin is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. The long-awaited skin set. The Dragon Ball Super skin is now available at together. Not only as a skin, it comes together with a new, different game mode. They collect like chi around the map, and they can use it to kind of shoot your opponent. It's very different from your usual PUBG Mobile Battle Royale game mode. If you have tried out, you know what I'm talking about. But if you have not, well, what are you waiting for? Go get Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah, but not just that. We have the Dandy Groovester that excite us with the battleground. Look at the hair. Come on, guys. This is like the most squared mathematically hair possible you can get, okay?
Yeah, I know we've been talking concerts in Malaysia recently, so yeah, it so happened that this had to come out with a concert. I mean, it just vibes together with the current scene. And it only costs like 10 UC for the first draw. So I mean, come on, guys, 10 UC. Everyone got UC to spare. So but it's just like spare change in your what do you want to call it? In your in-game pocket now.
I didn't know we have in-game pocket, but yeah, that's a nice one to have. But you know what? Let me share you a little dark secret.
Okay.
A very stupid one. I love Dragon Ball so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tried to meditate and use my chi to fly once upon a time. I trust the manga so much that I actually believe that we can fly. Imagine if that happened, it would be so great, right?
I have a question. I think we've all done it. We all tried to do
just me!
Yes, we all tried to do a Kamehameha before. Right? And would think that something would come out when we do the Kamehameha. Come on, you guys know, right?
I mean, the only thing that coming out is gonna be your fart. That's it during that, nothing more.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, like, it's good to relive our childhood time when it comes to Dragon Ball Super. But when it comes to my prediction, so far I almost hit both of it. But you know, it's either Vampire or DX just now. I definitely got mine. I'm waiting for Alter Ego since they are rising. Maybe they will hit it up. But for you, Cloud, GE having such problem.
Yeah, it wasn't the best introduction for Ichi. Too bad. But that's because they really didn't want to let go of Rosshawk ever since the prison. So come on, GE. I mean, the odds still favor Boom, so let it go. But we'll probably find it out again tomorrow.
Yeah, but at the same time, when it comes to gear up for the next map, it's going to be a total different map. The biggest of them all, 90% of land. Will we have a shot at landing ourselves a bit of a water ratio in there?
Ooh. I mean, the circles have the wonky today, not gonna lie, right? For pretty much all the maps. Like, even like the REGUM map, the two maps is like, it went up north, so it's not like in the middle, Medusa intersection, or in Pachinki. Nah, it's all challenging for this team. Probably we can expect something similar to happen inside of Miramar. And if that happens, I hope it goes all the way down south, or to my favorite, Impala City. Whatever. Let's check out.
Back to Miramar, and the teams that love those long fights will actually brilliantly perform here. And so far, when it comes to the flight path, coming out from the side of Campo Militar down to Loncego, still waiting for that circle. Now, which place or the high place contentment we're looking at? Is it going to be Picado? Because we do know Picado is also sort of a hot spot there.
So, good thing United isn't playing, because based on the preseason, it's FaZe Clan and BN United not letting go of Picado. Okay, there's another one. So we have Team and GE playing, right? And then we have Fox. During the preseason, in these three teams don't want to let go of San Martin. So I'm looking over at GE. They are floating there. Team Secret going a little bit up north, so maybe they're going to let go of San Martin. Box Gaming also somewhere around GE. I think San we will see a fight.
I just wish really GE learned to let go of stuff, because things really not going well if they want to hold on to that particular compound when it's highly contested, because they can actually do so much more in contesting and forcing it out too much.
You know, San Martin is like the ex that you just can't let go. It's like, come on already, okay? It's a breakup, okay? You gotta just let go. And look at GE and Box Gaming again. This, honestly, if GE wins all their fight, that's okay. If with the current state of GE, I mean, really?
I don't know, man. It feels really grim. Unless GE will surprise us, this is one of their favorite map, that is. So they can actually make it work if they want to. It's all up to them, really.
They should be happy that Team Secret is not part of this, okay? Like, okay, no, we know you guys want San Martin. You want our ex-girlfriends being shared.
Wow.
So go take it, you know, go take it. So now it's either Boss or GE taking this girlfriend or this ex-girlfriend. Still a 50-50. At least the good news is that the circle is here, but that also means that it could be a standoff between the two teams. But maybe not, because Boss Gaming is pushing GE to the corner.
Are you okay, Cloud? Feels like he's talking based on his life experience. I hope you're okay, not crying now. Yeah, I can hear the snots, but I can see the snots. But yeah, hold it in, brother. It's gonna be fine. Well, GE... Master Ichi really have a tough entry just now when it comes to his first map in the previous one. Now this time he actually got it better. With small ticket on Trongs in box, we'll have to give it away since GE do have a better grasp of Miramar this time.
Yeah, so far, okay, GE, okay. I mean, okay. In comparison, Box and GE, 50-50. Alright, can GE make the 50-50 become 100-0 for them? They managed to get the first, but speaking of Octas, Vampire Esports and PERSIJA duking it out with each other somewhere else. I wonder where, as Misery eliminated by Ravenclaw.
A lot of heated battle when it comes to the first map of the entire league here. The first Miramar ever. Most of the team want to mark their own territory. With Gosu no helmet on, only got this shotgun to work with. Running low on bullets as well, I cannot afford to whiff this one. Master Ichi trying to climb up slowly, with the DBS waiting at the other end. I'm not sure he wants to give it away, this compound, and just get out of here and exit out, try to loot up. Or he's still gonna consistently going in to wipe out the entirety of Box. And Box, they're taking their stand. Fighting back. Manet heard the footsteps. They attempted to find them. But it's a bit of a risk game they're playing here. Jump down or no?
It's going to be a tangle between the two teams until observers. Okay, we'll see you guys later. But now, okay. Oh, this is the name. Oh, beauty. Smiling to that. And that was elimination that we will see in this round. The first play given to G. At least they have a good start. But now they're back as a stalemate, though, even though they have the numbers.
Just wish they don't overextend themselves in the same position, just like how they did before. Because it never fared well for GE. We want to make them work. And this time, if GE can actually do it right, he saw the back, he saw some of them. He's tempted to do so, needs to do some reload for Manet. Trying to find Namcute there. Got him quite a bit. Now Namcute is definitely panicking. Where to run? I need a cover. I need an angle. I need a corner. Which corner? Here comes hunting down Manet. Found him anyway.
Nicely done. I mean, this is how you prove it to your new organization, right? But Gosu is prepared on the floor. So now GE, they want to go up. Oh, but they go up all together. Numbers, they win against Box Gaming. Box Gaming only one elimination, but E that got the ex-girlfriend.
At a cost for the side of GE, with one of their teammate being eliminated early on, but at least they scored themselves a 4 this time. Definitely it feels way different of GE in Wrangle compared to Miramar. So they definitely have this map preference than the other. XERXIA on the other hand start to move and migrate themselves based on the second stage. When it comes to 2 minutes on the clock, all the teams start to find themselves vehicles to move and migrate themselves in the next component, next checkpoint. Same goes for the side of 7-9 will find themselves this warehouse to loot up in the last minute before they move as well. Now 7-9 and Yoodo Alliance so far getting themselves in first and second place. But can they maintain? Because the thing about 7-9 Yoodo Alliance, they start to lose their stamina along the process of the league. We haven't seen a team that's so consistent since day one till the last day of the league so far.
I only remember once, but that was technically in the finals. That was Xavier when we had that PMSL SEA in Pavilion Jalil. Yeah, that was only one time, but technically that was like 3 days and you're done, right? I do agree with you. Like, this is a league like it's like 3 weeks long. So, I mean, looking good now, but hopefully they can maintain it towards the end. But yeah, you know what? If I kind of thought about this, right? Like, Yoodo Alliance, they are normally like the team that is like the comeback team, but this time they're the opposite. I do hope that it's not going to be the opposite case for them towards the end, whereby yes, they do now, and then at the end they're like, lose steam.
Yeah, I think it's all about the stamina. Sometimes they got themselves a mental block. That's the case. I mean, that's why it's so important to have subs to overcome that mental block for the entire team. When you have a different player coming in and out, it changes the dynamic of the team, give them a bit of a fresher view every single time they got stuck there. That's why there's more players these days for one team, like up to 6 players, maybe even 7, some of them. But PERSIJA EVOS scouted out Alter Ego Octa. I'm not sure where are the rest of Alter Ego for now. I don't see them anywhere nearby. A bit scattered. I think they're just trying to scout out for vehicles and maybe try to find themselves some loot, but it's a bit too open for them if they're not being careful.
This team got to be careful as well. Xavier spending time in the blue. But it is Mirage at the end of the day. And looking over at the map and the circle, Xavier should have an easy entry. But the next circle, oh my goodness, look at the amount of teams inside the circle. Next stage is going to be fun.
Next stage is going to be messy. We already see that messiness. Look at how concentrated the colorful circle there is. But there's still teams playing around the blue zone right now, including the Xaviers. PERSIJA EVOS scouted out PBE. PBE, they're being broken for their formation. Look at that. All scattered out. Ratface waiting for Rage, but Rage just make a U-turn. Not willing to jump over that hill. But he will give the visualization to a sort of Ratface. Here comes a spray clip, just a tiny bit of it. But the moment PBE try to run away from PERSIJA EVOS, they have to face GEEK fam later because they are moving that way.
Oh yeah, I worry that it will be from the Panda Fire situation for them. At this time, for PBE, they are not working with the compound, so they are working open area instead in stage number 2. I guess they wanted to take compounds, but so happened that other teams are in that area, so it's too bad for them. But for FaZe Clan, similar situation in the open. Mega Man almost getting out the moment, and that's going to be the case with the help of Chopper.
A bit of a difficulty for side of FaZe here, losing 1 man, but boom, rushing into us vampires. Here comes, knocking on their door, Pombe be greeted, and boom, not prepared for this as they rush into vampire stand. And it's going to be this warehouse contested, but 1-to-1 trade. Yummy May need to go for the reload, jump back inside to rest his teammates, but Tony K would not give any space for that, but Tony K caught off guard. Yummy May, can he do it by himself? Razy, where is he? Just coming in and sweep the floor clean, but Razy fights back. Traps needs to reload. He swapped for his rifles. They made it through. What happened to Boom?
They just went boom, just like that. My goodness. But it's Vampire Esports they went up against. So, I mean, gotta give Vampire Esports a lot of respect. I was not gonna lie, I was kind of worried when Shrubs with his 4-9, he ran out of bullets and he seems to be trying to click it. It's like, dude, that weapon takes forever to reload. Luckily, he swapped it over to a barrel, so everything was solved. For Boom, man, opportunity missed. They didn't even get a single out of that.
Yep. If only they actually just secure 1 or 2 points, it will not go down in vain for them. But yeah, for Razy, I mean, not for these guys. It took them quite a long time to, I got another weapon. in case I need them. Finally, it actually blinks out in their mind like, yeah, I have another weapon to swap over. But on the side of PBE, they want to fight, but at the same time, are they prepared well enough? Because we have Team Secret coming in from the back line, and MORPH is there as well, and the circle moving away from them. BTR got the center this time, but look at the Xavier. They got themselves the recent chicken dinner, and now they got themselves a clear pathway. Nothing to stop them, nothing, no team on the west side of the circle.
Yeah, again, free entry for the Xavier. Again, another hardship circle. Seriously, you guys, this is going to be the trend for the PMSL ever since the PMWI. This kind of circle trend is here to stay. But today is probably going to be Team Secret as they get a knockdown onto PLAYBOOK Esports range. This play for PLAYBOOK Esports knockdown out in the open. Nothing that PBE can do.
It's actually MORPH taking out one of the players of Team Secret, not doing well for them. They happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Halton, there's no way for them to save him here. He got surrounded so hard. There's no entry to save and revive that teammate. Alter Ego open up their angles, making sure they got a wider view to secure all the points they can get. While the side of Team Secret now happen to be walking right in the trap of a war zone. GEEK fam on top of them. PERSIJA EVOS on the other side. And there's also Alter Ego waiting to tap them out from afar with that Mini 14 Alva is thirsty for blood.
Ooh, speaking about thirsty, looks like Sam9 is thirsty. Same as well, as I want to take over this compound from Sam9. Sam9 needs to defend it, but so far down. Looking good for Sam9. They gotta make it fast. Bobo who is still lost as MORPH GPX. They are in the same area, so if this nade, it could be big.
Hoping to drop a nade that will wipe up the entirety of MORPH, but Boo Boo, who will be revived by the side of Roki, clean, having a bit of a nasty situation, but a nade drop by Tom right on top of double down. One for the discount of two. Why not? Sam9 going for the push. They know MORPH is paralyzed right now. Down to two players. Another one. This is big. It's Tom and the rest of Sam9's triumph, wiping out the entirety of MORPH clean and clear.
Okay, for MORPH GPX during the preseason in the Ruthless tournament, they were like last place. So it looks like that sort of is being carried over so far, and they happen to meet up with Sam9, who is right now. So that's like 4 points for Sam9. But speaking about this, 3 points for Ravenclaw or points for PBE?
So far, Ravenclaw do have a better stand compared to the side of PBE due to the high ground. You can see everything that's going on the other side. But Circle will be another hot shift here. It's have been bizarre Circle the entire day. Lamborghini a bit separated from the rest of DX. Surprisingly, I'm not sure what he's aiming for. Maybe just to gather informations about the other teams, while the rest of DX slowly crouching, just crawling himself into the circle. Yoodo Alliance will come out from the southern side as well, but for the side of Vampires, they spotted out PBE. Now, Vampires don't spot it out Tom as well. I think Vampires a bit scattered, spreadly thin between themselves.
Oh, here we go. Vampire Esports securing that elimination point. One in the back. And it's going to be 6 now for Vampire Esports. Not done yet though. So, PBE in the same area as Raven. Circle not in this area. Ooh, okay. Let's see how will Raven. It's going to be the great escape for them. Maybe a little bit of help from Alter Ego.
Rosemary playing around that terrain to hide himself and try to peekaboo when he can. Momboy and the rest of PBE have been running away from all this fight as long as we remember in Murama. But they do have to eat up their challenges. The moment they're trying to run away, they have to pick the fight. Anyhow, Momboy barely make it out, but they down to last 2 players here. Cool and Momboy. Momboy, lucky enough, he survived. But for Cool, he need to build that buggy. It's smoked up already, and BT are waiting at the other end. And PBE got stuck themselves in a corner where they don't want to be there, and being forced to do so. Alter Ego Vampires, all eyes to the side of PBE, with TS, PERSIJA, EVOS eyeing them out. Vampires taking out PBE. Cool, due to that vehicle exploded by the end of the day. DX on Yoodo Alliance, but Vampires eyes fixed on PBE. There's no way they can just dodge it out right now for PBE.
Really tough for PBE now. And they're still on the outside of the circle. So that's definitely not helping the situation. But for Rizai, this is not helping him as well. Alter Ego on one corner, FaZe Clan one corner, Z, aka PERSIJA EVOS on the other. So kind of pick your poison at this point. His situation is a little bit better than PBE, the fact that he's in the circle. Now we're back to and Vampire Esports. They are not going to let this point go. So Vampire is locking PBE on the outside.
And Vampires are hunting people down. They got themselves 7 right now across the board. The highest elimination yet by far for this map particularly. And it's just, they're not showing any sign of slowing down. They still have a full squad at that. They want to go for those eliminations. BTR spotted out Traps. The moment we mentioned about Vampires hunting, they'll be hunted next. As Sam9 can reposition himself with that minivan. GEEK, on the other hand, in a crossfire between TS and another team. And it's not just that, they spotted out Roseman and the rest of Alter Ego too, who got themselves some covers with those terrain, but tapping out from afar. Bit of a long fight between GEEK and also Alter Ego. And Nocta sharing the same compound as TS! Oh, he was surprised! But he responded!
Okay, I got like her, okay? That took me a while. But Octa, man! Wow, what a fast reaction there by Octa to respond to Rizai. Just too bad. And Team Secret, no points in this round. That will root them still at the last. And for PBE, speaking about rooting, PBE still on the other side of the circle. And not only Vampire Esports, they're still shot at from the other side. But anyway, it's going to be Vampire Esports picking up the point out of PBE. And circle-wise, another hard shift to the right. PBE again. 0 points this round. Too bad.
You know, in this map right now, the current moment, when you walk into a compound, it feels like a horror movie. There's gonna be somebody in that corner somewhere, and you get surprised by it as well. Side of Alter Ego, they spot out Snipes, taking such a sharp, delicate fires from Rosemary with that mini 14 tap. The 8-time scope as well. And then Ravenclaw responded to GE on the other hand. Alter Ego, Rosemary tried to take advantage as much as he can, but he cannot translate that 1 point of knockdown into an execution because of how they just themselves indoor for GEEK. BTR, on the other hand, quite far off from the rest of the other teams, but still not off the radar.
I'm like a really tough terrain for all these teams. I mean, you just look at the slope and the amount of levels they have around this area is not any of them. And especially for GE right now, since they have Vampire Esports on the other side. Vampire Esports still in full squad, and they have 9 elimination points out. One more, and they will be dominating.
Yep, one more. It's more than enough for them to secure a chicken dinner right now. But for the side of Yoodo Alliance, they're quite exposed in the open. Plain field to be visualized by all the teams right on top of them, including the Xaviers there. Levi just finished off one player, and DX do have the higher ground than the rest of the others. Yoodo Alliance left with only Iftar now. If he wants to play it safe, he can, but he have to be quiet and not exposing himself, not even a muscle to move. But Rosemary, on the other hand, is hunting these people down. GEEK will be the next target on the side of Alter Ego, but PERSIJA EVOS is sharing the same spot where Alter Ego is. It's just their neighbor, their not so friendly neighbor here want to finish them off, where Alter Ego slowly pushing back PERSIJA EVOS just for the sake of saving Octa, but it's gonna be a tough mission for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can actually do it. He must knock these links, but even so, they got Red Face behind. But it's gonna be Zaxi finishing off Octa. So now, looks like abandoned mission, but for Vampire Esports, winning their mission against GE. Ichi will be knocked down. Smile will be the next one. More, and Smile will be taken out. 12 points now for Vampire Esports. It is night time.
For Vampires, I mean, like, they got the chicken. It's just a bonus for them right now. And the sort of GE, this is one of the best rounds just yet, because we haven't seen them last this long for their entire time. And hopefully Miramar will be the map they finally land their chickens. But on the side of Alter Ego, Rosemary still not showing any sign of slowing down. He's been nitpicking every team there is. PERSIJA, EVOS fighting back as well, trying to get themselves more points, secure another on the side of Alter Ego Potato. But Yoodo Alliance, well, they are in the open. They are in the center just now of attention, so there's no way for them to get out. I'm not sure what happened to Alter Ego, because last time we saw Rosemary were trying to force the fight in every single thing that moved and shoot them down.
Well, I guess the terrain was really tough, and I mean that was the only thing I can explain, right? And then one by one they got eliminated, and if you're only Rosemary, as great as a player is as he is, it's going to be tough either way if you're all of them. So unfortunately, they got eliminated. But there's still many more rounds to go. But for Vampire, he's not stopping. My goodness. Another knockdown. And this time it's against Kenny. Will he be able to secure the elimination point? Yes, he will. Number 13 now. For Vampire, not stopping yet.
Whew. I have to say, Vampire is a really scary team right now. I don't want to face them if I were one of the teams. Because look at Shreps. He himself secured 6 eliminations by himself, with Ravenclaw at 4, Tony K with a 2, Stone with a 1. And Stone will be the scouter for the team, relay all the information needed for them to make the move. The one that actually at the back line will be the one that fragging from afar. Mega Mind from XERXIA, spot out the rest of these Avis, who were having the most clear path to get into the circle before, now forced to fight XERXIA first. These Avis split into 2-2 formation, trying to open up the angle as wide as possible, while XERXIA realizes and try to shoot whoever trying to move towards the side flanks. RNG spot out Origin and Lamborghini, but lucky enough they have that vehicle blocking these bullets from going through.
Yeah, I mean, it's an aggressive team, but speaking about aggression, PERSIJA EVOS definitely one of them. Now FaZe Clan. PERSIJA EVOS, but FaZe Clan don't have a full squad, but they managed to get a knockdown to XERXIA. That could give them an opportunity to take down their opponent. Interestingly, it's eliminated this time fairly early, number 8, but at least they take on 4 elimination points. But they're also opportunity for Vampire Esports to take that number 1 spot. But we're tapping the score stage. Onsen burns down XERXIA.
Well, this is record breaking for the side of Vampires. Can they secure 20 sort of eliminations here? Because they are just bulldozing all the teams down, and FaZe have to face whatever.
By the blue, FaZe Clan looks like they. Boy, okay, Ventores is out in the open. Audrey tries to take him down. Ventores is half left. Audrey with an 8 in hand. This could be the knockdown that Audrey will be looking for. Also on the side of Ventores, but will it land? That will be the next question as they move forward.
Oh my, Vampires finally get knocked down on Stone, but they are like the undead of Vampires. They're being keep on picking each other up. Still a full squad, and Shreps even finished off Origin from afar. FaZe got finished off by GEEK, and now to 16. What can stop Vampires? Nothing. They might actually hit up to 20 points up to this performance, and if they got themselves chicken, nothing can just close up the gap between Vampires and the rest of the teams down there. XERXIA want to actually finish off Vampires, but look at Vampires, they're back up with a full squad again.
We could see a 20+ point in day number 1 as Vampire will eliminate BIGETRON Red Villains. Not yet, they still have members. Okay, BIGETRON Red Villains suffering from the Vampires. Now XERXIA will be the next one onto Vampires. Vampires now on the lower ground, XERXIA on the high ground. XERXIA still a full squad by us, putting pressure on the Vampire. They are all by the edge of the circles, so pretty much pressured by the zone when they close it.
GEEK and XERXIA do have a full squad. They have the numbers, yes, but Vampires do have the eyes right now. And they spotted out the last player of BTR, Lapa. Where to go, where to run. Nothing than just fight back. He tried to block them from the entry. He got the perfect timing. It's a Kobe. He finished off Tony K. Can he do that? But no, Tony K back out. He's just trying to find his teammate to revive him back up on his feet. But on the side of Lapa, he will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough angle for Lapa to finish off Tony K. But fortunate for Tony K that Shrub said to hold his hand. Hold my hand, Shrub. Hand. And now he's back up again. So we got Tony K up on his two. Tony's going to cover the other angle. Lapa has nowhere to go.
Tony K. Oh, that deflecting grenade. A bit of miscalculation done by Tony K. But the rest of the team blocking out the exit way out for Lapa. Now, he can jump down those windows, but they are more than prepared to shoot him down the moment he jumps out. For side Lapa is now trying to figure out how to make an exit from here on. But at the same time, he knows for a fact he needs to fight them out anyway. He's being surrounded right now. For the side of GEEK, it's not done as XERXIA. And Vampires, wait, what? Vampires? They're fighting against BTR in the compound, but taking advantage of what's outside at the same time. And they hit the 18 marks. Can they close the game at 20 points?
Oh, Vampire, they are thirsty for blood. The only one Lapa, but it was well. They could only hit the 20. Okay, they go up to the second floor. Now Tony K will be at the forefront position. Lapa has nowhere to go. Lapa will be eliminated. I mean, it's 4 against with that kind of rush. What can Lapa do? Lapa taken out. We're at 9 for Vampire Esports.
On the side of Audrey, he tapped out towards the side of Tony K, who's actually on the ground. Shopper, XERXIA is actually helping Vampires. And they are not realizing Vampires is actually just next to them as well. Earth, spot out traps. Now focus towards the side of Vampires next. Shifting the attention towards the left side. Straps is actually on the rampage. He got himself one of the highest by individual, but now he's on his knees. Tony K and Stone will go for the help. He popped the smoke, but the rest of XERXIA pushing towards a Vampire, stopping their rampage mode. Down to only Stone, but the blue zone, they will deny the points. And that's it. Vampires give it up to XERXIA, but they scored more than a chicken.
Well. Vampire Esports can final move to deny the point out of the hands of XERXIA. Still got at least 19 eliminations. So Vampire, like, okay, you can take the chicken dinner. We got a second place with that amount of elimination points. They probably got more points than XERXIA has in this round. As we wait for points coming up soon. But now we gotta celebrate XERXIA Esports. That has a lot of firepower shown during the preseason. And Olympia Thailand, XERXIA Esports, they were second place. They were the team that pushed Esports in the lead. And, well, looks like now they get the Vampire Esports again, and this time with their chicken dinner in hand.
Goodness me. That is one scary Vampire. And XERXIA, even though they got himself the chicken, you cannot top that 19 elimination by Vampires. There's nowhere near with that chicken. It's double that chicken even. But for the accumulated points of their elimination coming up from XERXIA will be enough for them to actually be in the top 3, since Yoodo Alliance and Sam9, even PERSIJA EVOS being eliminated quite early on. Where do they stand in the overall ranking? On the side of Vampires, no argument at all, no doubt. They will stand at number 1 spot right now.
Yeah, no doubt. M9 eliminated before them, Yoodo Alliance as well, their closest contenders. So for number 1. For XERXIA, with this chicken dinner, I wonder how they have climbed up on the overall charts. We get to see that in a little bit more. But they have 12 elimination points in this round, with Shopper being the guy who contributed the most, highest damage, most eliminations, most knockouts. So Shopper has been the key player in this round for them. Not to mention, RNJ also has played very well. He did a really good solo pin of another team in that round before this. And RNJ was one of the top performing players for XERXIA during the off-season tournament as well.
Yeah, but I mean, like, RNG is like totally a different beast entirely. He is so reckless, so courageous that he is too bold to take as one particular player. He can just solo by himself, such an alpha wolf for the side of XERXIA for RNG. But Vampires, that was insane, man. I mean, like, to have that in the first day, we are such privileged to actually witness what just happened, Cloud.
And look at this. The full squad time is below GEEK, it's below XERXIA. Still able to get the amount of elimination points, get a second place finish. I mean, this is the Vampire Esports we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, or PMWI. Basically, they're millionaires right now. So they're not only happy with the amount of money that they collected from PMWI, now they want this trophy that they have yet to hold as a PMSL trophy. At least for day one, looking good so far.
And back to a sort of G, it is their best performance map for the entire day one here. When they fought against Box Gaming, which they have better grasp of that encounter early on. But for XERXIA, they've been playing so smart as a third party multiple times. They did it before in the early of this day, and they made it up again. But for Vampires, there's no stopping these guys. I think Schreps got himself, maybe arguably, will be the highest individual eliminations, maybe throughout the entire tournament, if nobody's actually challenging them for that contest. You know, I think he got himself 10 eliminations just by himself.
That's potential. I mean, 10 as an individual, we all know, right? You know, I know, I think our viewers know as well. It's definitely hard to beat a double digit for an individual. Sometimes that 10 is the amount of eliminations that you can get with a chicken dinner. So if you can get that as an individual, man, you really set. And speaking about setting bars, Vampire Esports, day one itself, setting bars. No chicken dinner, no problem, because the amount of elimination, you know, they'll be okay.
Man, if only Vampires scored that one, I got my double prediction right. But for Vampires, it was really tough when it comes to the circle just now. But, you know, the points, we had a lot of 27 points, but usually that's going to be the one that won themselves that chicken dinner. If they won themselves that chicken dinner, we are breaking the most elimination plus the most point in one single map, which is supposed to be around plus another for 30 points.
Yeah, well, we always talk about the highest chicken, the team with the chicken dinner with the highest eliminations, right? I guess now we gotta change our topic. The team that got the most eliminations in a single round, irregardless of chicken dinner or not, Vampire Esports, 20 eliminations, they set the bar. They hit the mark in day one itself. This is crazy for them. But what crazy is on the other side. Boom Esports, 0 points. It's very unusual for Boom.
Ooh. Look at the change, Cloud. Push all the way. They were in 5th place before this for Vampires. Shoot up to 1st place, just within one Miramar map. Now, where do Boom stand? Push down to the 9th place. All the way down there. And we thought 7-9 Yoodo Alliance will be the most aggressive team by far day number 1, but we got it wrong. The moment Vampires show us what they're made of.
You know what? We talk about like how would it change certain teams? Looks like it definitely benefited Vampire Esports, benefited the Xavier, but maybe not so for 7-9 and Yoodo Alliance. So I'll be a power shift. I know we're still very early, but
11.
It looks like the break did. If not for the negatively or maybe positively to other teams like Vampire, that, well, because they perform, teams don't stand a chance.
The hair of Schreps gave so much buff. He's breaking so many records today.
11.
Last time, the most we had in PMSL was Rosemary with 10 eliminations by himself. And this time he got an extra one at 11 points for Schreps. And this is one scary team in Miramar. Now we still have one more Miramar.
Oh,
Can they do another sweep?
You're right. If Miramar is really their comfort map. I mean, if I were I'd be scared. Seriously, like, you got the individual stations in day one. You got a very high bar of 20 for the entire team. I mean, they are breaking records. Now, the only record for them to break is probably to get the most among the other teams.
And speaking of breaking a record, you guys should breaking the time and just get into the game. Got yourself this first ever PMSL South Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser. I'm not sure if the Sabertooth Tiger, the Cybertron Sabertooth Tiger will be in the package or not, but definitely you will have suit, your mask, your gun skin of M16A4 will be in the game for you guys to have a grab on. So don't forget to log in your game, get this, because this will be exclusively during this PMSL only.
Yeah, we're going to remind all of you, the entire PMSL, because we don't want you to miss it out. And we don't want you by missing it out. So get it, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to repeat it until all of you get it. So don't miss out on that. Don't miss out on this. The new Royal Pass that comes with a beach theme that Choo can relate.
I love this set, by the way. Look at how glorious it is for you to gift your girlfriend this. You know, might as well just gift her the Royal Pass with the new beach and pool party team, which gonna be available from the 18th of July till the 13th of September. So it's going to be a limited time for you to have your new custom color outfit, the Serene Rupture set, and also the new upgradable firearm Marine Evolution of UMP45. And this is going to be only during this Royal Pass only, and it's not expensive. I mean, like, you play every day, might as well just, you know, have the Royal Pass and get all the goodies in it. Look at all the Surfside Sweetheart cover, and also so much, you know, cheeky set in there. And I think this is catered more towards the female players. I mean, like, no offense, but if you guys love pink and something very pastel-like, this is your set to get.
You know, it would be cool if they can add in like a snorkeling set. I know who's going to get it, for sure. Pair, because, you know, two people going snorkeling together. You know, just put it out there. Just put it out there.
Might as well put a wetsuit in there.
Pretty nice. There will be one set. Just like this. You got two Aston Martins, and it's only available until 13th of September. So ladies, you've got about a month-ish more to get this double set. Get both of them. Choose. Why do you want? Do I want the open top? Do I want the close up? Nah. You just go them and be happy, just like someone who went for diving recently.
Not gonna let me off, do you? But yeah, this is gonna be something that you can flex on. Not a lot of players do have this sports car, and it's gonna be a rare event. Usually we have this like what, once a year, maybe a couple of year once, for us to actually have a collaboration with a sports car. Like in this case, it's gonna be Aston Martin. So you do know, whenever you flex this in the game, everybody will like go, ooh, you know, that kind of vibe, because they know that you are somebody when you have this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an Aston Martin, right? But you know what? A character that popularizes Aston Martin, that is James Bond. If you want to be, you know, like, I wouldn't call it swaggy. I don't have style like James Bond. Aston Martin as part of your collection, and it is a collection, ladies and gentlemen. So you can keep it for as long as you want. And can you imagine, like, down the years, down when other skins come out and all that, and your friends will look back and say, "Hey, that's the Aston Martin from 2 years ago. You have it? Wow, I wish I got it too."
I wish. I mean, like, this is the time for you not to be that person that say I wish, and the one that actually flexing like I got it. But when it comes to our customers' prediction so far, I hit DX, I almost hit Vampires. On the side of Sir Cloud, Yoodo Alliance, well, close enough. And the side of GE and Boom. Now Boom, on the other hand, a bit dim if you ask me, for their performance.
Yeah, 0 point is definitely very, very unusual for Boom. So, I don't know. Maybe, it's one of those like day one, the same excuse that all gamers would give themselves if they like, I don't know, day one is, we just day one, we're just warming up. Maybe we'll see the best of Boom later, or maybe we might see the best, hopefully, from MORPH GPX because they are not so far.
Yeah, MORPH is a team that we don't see them too often to have those flashy plays, but they're definitely always in a big war, and that's where they're being wiped out. And in the case of stage number 5, that's where we start to see them stumbling for a bit and just striving to survive. But the rest of a team like XERXIA is a team that you have to be careful of, because when you're not aware of their presence, that's where they are at their best performance. That's where they start to creep back and just backstab you all the way.
Who knows? Just like what maybe Team Secret could do. Team that's at number 16. Can't look down on them. Maybe they might be the one to surprise other teams like towards the stages of the game. Like, I mean, for majority of Team Secret's players, their first time in Southeast Asia. So I guess it's more of like collecting that experience as we go along, and who knows if they are able to adapt faster, they could come back with a surprise.
It's kind of true. Now we're down to the last map of the day. Are you guys ready? In the first day of PMSL, we got ourselves record-breaking performance from Vampires. Now, can they break another record, their own record for the day? Remember the numbers. Vampires got 20 eliminations in this entirety of League day number 1. That's the numbers to beat. And for individual, it's going to be 11 by one particular player to finish off and breaking the record as well.
Yeah, Mr. Shreps is now A1 itself already the record holder, and that record is going to be hard to beat. Oh man, a lot sad. But hey, looks like the players are a little bit of chill time. I mean, it's going to be our final round for today. Everyone's really prepped up. Everyone's like, okay, we got the extra time. Let's use that time to get in focus. Just like what Dabrud is doing now. He's like staring at the screen, like getting in the zone,
That's kind of true. And I noticed some of the teams actually swapped some players early on. Cannon was actually playing. In the previous one, he did not play. So I'm not sure if they're going to stay and stick with the same lineup or not. Or do we have any swaps of the player for this final map?
We'll probably get a confirmation later on. But if Keenan is playing, then I guess for TR, they could use a refreshment. I mean, they didn't do that bad. They got 7 in the previous round, but it's not like they're like, oh yeah, the sort of moment. So I guess a team like BTR who has a big base, expectations will be higher. Fans will be expecting them to perform way better than their current state. So if it means refreshing the lineup, by all means, put Keenan in. But in replacement of who? That will be something that we observe.
The thing is, they did play with Keenan before, so I'm kind of curious who they actually swap in and out with, because Satar was there, Lapa was there. So is either Boy Chill or Yuhai is actually being swapped in and out. We haven't seen the Jan Force yet playing on the side of DTR as well. And I noticed something that a lot of teams do have 2 coaches these days as well, not just having a lot of subs, right? So including for Vampires, Martoy is actually being one of their coaches as well, aside from Sir Tani. Maybe that's why Vampires have been crazy these days, because we do know how legendary Martoy is.
But the funny thing is that Martoy did not travel with Fire. So, so I'm not sure what's like the arrangement is. Probably want to find out that information next time. Point there. But yeah, maybe Martoy is supporting remotely. Maybe he has another task, have that sort of arrangement. I don't know. But if it's true that he's involved with the team, then, well, like what you said, legendary IGL, multiple championship with Team Secret, and when he was the IGL for Team Secret, amazing. He can come up with mind-blowing stuff. So, sort of kind of like knowledge they can share to Vampire Esports. It would wonder that they can perform like that. But now that I kind of think about it, in PMWI, he didn't travel as well. So I guess it's something that, I want to defer in the next few days. Like, how is he operating? Maybe remotely.
But for me, I do prefer when Mata was playing in Eliminate the Murder back then.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was definitely one of his best time. I mean, like, he was crazy back in the days. And there's so many teams and players that used to be legendary, nowhere anymore to be seen. Like, in the case of RQ Athena players, we talked about it in the chat, Eliminate the Murder players. There's also, example, a Bacon Time. I kind of miss them as well. I mean, it would be really fun to have all those veterans back with us, but you know, time passed by. It's gonna be a different era entirely every single season.
Well, if you miss Bacon Time, is that you get to see some of the players with the Infinity that will be playing tomorrow. So yeah, the Infinity will be the first time, not as a brand, but as this lineup in LC. So will be interesting to see how they perform tomorrow. New partner team inside of this stage of this tournament. It's going to be huge because the Infinity, ever since they had a roster swap, players like Nuzi, players like Gotani moved out of the team. Their performance isn't bombastic as the Infinity before. So as a brand, as an organization, they need to find their way to get back onto that sort of performance that they had previously.
Now, speaking of which, you finally will walk into a last map of MORPH. Are you guys ready for last map of day number 1 in PMSL?
Oh yeah, it's going to be the final game for day number 1. Will we see new records broken? Because now the bar is really, really high set by Vampire Esports and Shrevs as we head on to this map. The path will be on the southern side, ended up in Puerto Paraiso, meaning that teams who want to drop onto the northern side will find it a little bit difficult, but still, the place of contention, San Martin. Will we see Box Gaming, GE fighting it out again? Let's go.
Yeah, it's all about the circle. You know how bizarre the circle is today. I mean, the player is definitely mentally drained for now just to cope with the circle. But when it comes to the final map, this is going to be really crazy. You saw how the last wrangled map actually fared for the players. They've gone bizarre. They're going really rampage. But when it comes to the final map of the day, this is the more reason for them to push everything they have, all full cylinders out to open up the gap in between them. You do have early drop for MORPH to a side of Trailer Park when DX taking El Pozo, while Alter Ego will drop on the outskirts towards the side of Los Higos possibly. And we do have a Chumacera circle.
Ooh, Chumacera, okay, interesting. Being the evil one, I hope that the circle goes all the way down to Los Eagles. I know the chances are really, really slim, but as long as there's a circle there, anything can happen. But PERSIJA, EVOS, and Vampire, let's go!
Oh boy, here it comes again, and Vampires. They're still on the high with the adrenaline rush in the last map just now, but did they secure enough loot and gears to force this fight here? They do have micro Uzi pistols, some rifles, Links with a shotgun, responded well to the Gather 2, double down, can he get a third?
Okay, here we go, it's 1v1, but he's down to 50% of health. Okay, maybe using his teammate as a bait, and the bait's out, it's gonna be Zuxi taking out Stone. And now Zach first blood. I think we over. Man, this feels kind of like cursey, right? Like you get the chicken dinner, the next round you don't do well.
They didn't get the chicken. They got the most elimination. They're breaking the record, and it's just so high. And this is the lowest they can get. What is happening for Vampires?
It's like PERSIJA EVOS, right? Like they got dinner, the next round they went out.
I think it's a curse of day 1. It's not on us. Definitely not on us.
No, we are innocent this time. For the first time, the caster curse is not red, ladies and gentlemen. It is just I wouldn't call it a chicken curse. It's just the #1 team in a single round curse. Sorry for Vampire Esports. Looks like it's going to be an early dinner for them.
What is happening? And also, don't forget the Aston Martin, guys. Even though we cannot forget what happened to Vampires. I mean, like, with such limelight, such overpowering performance, and the last map is like this. I'm baffled to the point I'm speechless now. What is happening?
The curse of being #1 in a round. That's all we can say, right? It's like, oh, we thought Vampires on the roll. They set up now. They are going insane. But yeah, I guess I don't know what to say. You know, it's really unexplainable. We need a couple more days to come up with more theories. But the theory that is still here inside of Miramar is going to be Box Gaming and GE not know each other yet.
Oh boy, it's gonna be round 2 of Miramar between Box and GE. Last time we remember Box lost it. So GE, can they do it again? Or Box got a fair amount of pointing with 1-1 for both teams. Now GE, last map was their best performance. They need to keep it up. But at the side of Box, they are desperate to push themselves up there. They're just next to each other at 13 and 14 spots. So pretty much in the same boat for both teams.
Yeah, they're really close to each other, right? Just next to each other, like 1 point different. So whoever wins this fight, it's going to be big. That means automatically you would go up on top of the other team. And GE having a new record against Box Gaming so far, probably has a better ability of winning this fight. But Box Gaming, they're not going to let this go. They want to go up above GE in the overall charts.
Look at that, Manat already tossing out in a very small hole in there just to clear somebody downstairs. Didn't clip on anybody. They still have to force a fight anyhow. Got trapped inside of this building and they happen to be sharing at the same time. Chuan Ji or Kwang boosted himself up. They got more when it comes to utilities and goes to kind of low with the rifle reserve. They want to use it sparingly for their bullets right now for Box because they don't have enough but smile. It's smiling on Numcute. The moment he sprays with that micro Uzi, he knows exactly to aim it.
Okay, this opportunity for his other teammates to come in. We got Rest with the micro Uzi as well, and then the knockdown. This time on the go to, but West being countered by Guang. And now Guang, he has a UMP in hand. Reloads, extended mag as well. But it's going to be 2-0 as GE eliminates Box Gaming and will definitely be on top of them.
They say the third's time the charm. So hopefully Box, when it comes to tomorrow, they can finally win one round against GE. For now, it's GE taking dominant over the side of Box. There's no way for them to fight against in Miramar CQC. Maybe they will have that revenge in Erangel.
Yeah, we'll see if he just wants to come to Rawsong and try to take out GE or kind of boom to take out GE. I don't know, but definitely Box is happy. In the 2 Miramar rounds, basically Box only got 1 point. That is how bad it is for them. And not only that, this opens an opportunity for GPX and Team Secret to overtake Box to push them down to the last place.
Yeah, especially MORPH and TS, they need to have a push because tomorrow is going to be a different team entirely playing. Group B haven't even started yet. So if they want to have a head start, today is the day and this map is the map. They need to push themselves at least a double digit for the side of MORPH and Team Secret there. For Box, I'm not worried for them too much because we still have a lot of days to go on. At least they start off their first day in PMSL with a double digit. So that's already more than, you know, a huge start. Like, it's a good start for them even. But back to its side of PBA. You know what? I can't stop thinking. The chat has been arguing about how good Vampire is in the last map, right? Like, wow. If because we are in the future. If only they know what happened. My God.
Yep. I get the feeling because we had the same feeling too.
Oh man.
Oh man. Oh man. But you know what? This the overall chart's really interesting. So that means with 8 points difference, 7, 10, take back the number 1. Yoodo Alliance 15 points can as well. PERSIJA was 20 points difference, kind of can. So I mean, at least we get to see like the balancing, right? Rather than like, oh, from day that one team just goes all the way to the end. It's like, it's just like a circle, right? It's really ping pongy. Look at this, another hard shift to the left. It goes to where body is at.
This is a heartache circle. It just landed in no man's land on top of Ladrilera, where there's nobody in there. Everybody crowded, concentrated to a side of Chumacera, and the circle have to shift away from all the teams all around. Nobody's in there, literally. And everybody will go towards one direction only. That's going to be slightly northwest. Imagine how the mass on top of Chumacera right now. There's definitely going to be half of a team down just on top of Chumacera.
Yeah. And this is like, since the trend of PMWI sort of circle, right? Like, it's really hard shape. If we just look at like, not even last season, look at PMPL, the circle is like middle. Majority of, but now it's like a majority of the time, it hard shapes to anywhere. And the nightmare for these teams, I can tell you that. Even like when, like some of the coaches, they saw PMWI circles like this, hard shape, they're starting to get a headache. Like, they get migraine. Like doctors, suddenly business just went up because of the circle. So looks like it's still going to be the challenge for the teams inside of the PMSL.
I agree, especially the IGL. It's such a headache for them to predict the next circle. At this point, it's kind of waste to predict anything. There's no prediction can be done here due to the hardship of the circle itself. A lot of teams now struggling with the blue zone. There's going to be 2 teams here just next to each other. PERSIJA, EVOS, and Team Secret. Secret Helton definitely spotted out the players of PERSIJA. EVOS spot PERSIJA, no time to waste at all. They're just going to go and move forward, advancing towards the next safe zone. But on the side of Team Secret, definitely pull them back a bit the moment they're trying to scout out the rest of PERSIJA players. And we do have FaZe on the lower ground. Now, when we talked about Miramar, it's always about, you know, high ground, good vantage point. But some teams resort to low ground, knowing the fact that sometimes the low ground do favored more by the circle itself.
True. And especially if you kind of like have a DBS in hand, right? So low ground, close quarters would favor you even better. And you mentioned about the high ground. It kind of reminds me of like the GE specialization. Like, I think it was last season or a couple of seasons ago that they really like to play the high ground. But maybe have discovered that, oh, inside of PMSL, you can't play the same strategy as compared to the wildcard. So they are kind of switching up their strategy. We don't get to see as much high ground as before for GE.
Huge jump for Smile just now, hurt them quite a lot, and that's going to be the last first aid, the only one he has, have to be used down there just because he jumped down. And the circle just go towards Ladrilera, down south back on the side of Boom. They just decided, you know what, we stay south all the way because there might be a chance that the circle was shifted down back, and they definitely got it right. XERXIA is playing on top of Chumacera low grounds. Some teams still taking those high grounds, and if they can actually get the highest peak point of view, this is the best time for them to farm those eliminations.
Oh yeah, because the high ground down south of Chumacera, whoever gets the peak can oversee the teams rotating. Hence, they can take advantage of like, okay, shooting people from that high ground. So now look, it's going to be about the race to get the best high ground possible, just like where Boom is at, one of those key areas that will be beneficial to teams who take that as their checkpoint. Not so good for them. Sendang, on the other hand, didn't get that luck of getting that really, really high ground. So they played the lower ground instead. But that, I hope we got his drivings though.
Lucky he didn't get stuck there. Because if you got stuck down there, then there's nowhere for you to actually reverse gear all the way. PERSIJA EVOS will be visited by Voki. Voki I did look. I love how Yoodo Alliance is playing. They have been baiting out their attention towards the front and backstabbing from behind. It takes a lot of firepower and high individual skill to pull that off. But the problem is, it's not just them and the side of PERSIJA EVOS. We do have PB on the side as well.
Oh, maybe as a third party that they can come in. But let's see what will happen between these two teams now that they're all on the outside of the circle as well. He will be knocked out by Rival. That is what you talk about. PB was around the corner, knocking down one from Yoodo Alliance. But Ade look, no turning back now. He has to go in. He has to go ahead. Will toss onto the side of Red Face, and Red Face will manage to evade it.
Here comes Yoodo Alliance, slowly closing the gap. Lynx, on the other hand, go for the outskirts, but Adik Look spot him out with a spray. No! Lynx actually got it, but how? Red Face, Adik Look on the ground. There was a swift respawn coming out from PERSIJA EVOS, even though they've been rushed in by Yoodo Alliance, but they calmly, composed, and just react to it. And Yoodo Alliance just digging their own grave, thinking that they can take them off guard, but Voki, slither of health remaining. PERSIJA EVOS do have the numbers. They were Misery full HP, and now Voki trying to reset himself. Misery going in a zigzag, but Voki triumph. How?
Wow, how? Okay, DBS gameplay. Surprise me, my goodness. Voki only had like what, 10% of health and they won that fight. The signing for Yoodo Alliance worked out, but it was the party was there. Unfortunately, PBE was there to eliminate Voki. As just when the fans of Yoodo Alliance celebrated, PBE had to be there.
They've been watching all this time. A lot of teams coming up from the north, including GE here. At least GE having a full this time. The first time ever we're having a full squad for GE as a start. And lasted more than the first stage this time. Sam9 taking an alter ego. Rosemary on the ground being knocked down as TR eyeing out to his alter ego. Chasing them tail to tail. Sam9 on alter ego and DX on Sam9. Feels like a 3 or 4-way war here for these teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, we are really hard and fast. This is stage 4 and we got 12 teams left. You gotta think about it. Okay, at the top, it's only Sam9 now. Vampire is out, Yoodo Alliance out, PERSIJA was out as well. So this is really good opportunity for Sam9 to get one by the end of the day. Now we move over to GEEK Fam and FaZe Clan. Mika all alone though, 3 supports behind Mika.
Boom is there as well. Boom wants to be part of this. We're talking about 4 to 5 teams possibly around this corner wanting to take whatever they can while they have the opportunity to do it. FaZe trying to shut down on GEEK, but the thing is GEEK always start to move away from Micah, and Micah will be bleeding out alone down there. They were not taking up the bait for GEEK as they're leaving this compound to just leave it be. Let it FaZe take it. But DX taking on Sam9. Ventura start to fire and shooting down those hand grenades towards the side of Damn Root. We haven't seen a lot of Damn Root here for today.
Yeah, he hasn't really shined yet for GEEK. I would say today, if of the GEEK players, Audrey has been doing really well. The import player from Indonesia, who used to play with GEEK Indonesia, also known as Livescape before this. Very good transfer for them, I must say. We're still waiting for Damroot to really pop off the MVP performance that he has shown before.
Yeah, it's back to a sort of GE though. A bit scattered for now. Hopefully, if they're not being careful and BTR just decide to rush in, that's going to be a bit of a problem for GE. West spotted out. BTR La Par, return fire, just going to respond to it with a warning shot down there. We do have MORPH in between. And none of the team willing to leave their compound or building just yet. Everybody just giving those long warning shots from afar. Knowing the fact the moment they step out from their compound, it's going to be an open field for them to take all the bullets by themselves. It's not worth taking the risk here.
Hey, you know what? GE is already 6 creation points. 4 from Boss Gaming, and now they added on another 2. Hey, GE looking good so far, and they still maintain a full squad, but the next challenge is going to be BT pinning them back. But at least the good news is that they're in the circle, so they should be able to hold their ground for now. It's, of course, never fun to be stalked by a team called BTR. Okay, you mentioned about the substitution. So Keenan is playing, Yuhai is taking up. So that's your answer, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Keenan is more focused on Mirama. Because we haven't seen Keenan in the previous few maps of Erangel earlier today. So I think it's just Keenan is going to be the Mirama specialist for the side of BTR. But on the side of GE, this is yet their best performance. We can see how big of a difference if you compare all those maps for the side of GE. They definitely play so well when it comes to Mirama here.
Yeah, and it does help that the fact that they won the San Martin. And speaking about fights, Xavier, Sem 9. Ooh, this could be huge. But Sem 9 also has Team Secret to deal with from the lower ground. So kind of sandwiched between two teams. But at least for Team Secret, like they're down there. So they're not going to be a big threat to Sem 9. Sem 9 myself focus a little bit more to Xavier.
The X, Sem 9 and TS. Who will have to force the fight first? The Xavier is definitely wanting to go for the push, but FaZe already start to fight against GEEK, and Snipes tossing those nades in with a shotgun prepared in his hand, trying to go in for the rush. With the smokes trying to blind their opponents right now. FaZe prepared to take the fight anyhow. Morma waiting around the staircase. Got that DBS to work, and Snipes on the ground already. Ventura's bleeding out. Damroot trying to finish off the job. He got a glimpse on Onsens, but Onsens, that spray from the micro Uzi at the mid-range still works way better than those rifles. MORPH finish off. It feels that both team is struggling to win this one. We're waiting for the third party to come in. If that so happens, both teams are losing.
Oh man, but it's going to be Audrey, that's man for GEEK. Bam. Can he pull off a clutch? Okay, that's going to be one. Can he get the second one? He only has 30% health, but left, right. He's being shot at by FaZe Clan. Just waiting to handle as GEEK fam is out at number 12 without a single point in the...
This is the biggest opportunity for Sem 9 to take over that number 1 spot again. They don't have any near contestant at 3rd and 4th place. Yoodo Alliance and PERSIJA EVOS both down already. The next one is going to be Xavier. Still a huge gap in between them. 11 points in between, but it's doable for DX still. XERXIA, 1 knockdown on their teammate. It's going to be quite far for them to reach out to RNJ, but PBE will try to stop their movement here. There's no way for them to go anywhere freely at all with Z. Pretty low himself. He needs to save himself first before save the others. Rage have to reload. He got a clear view towards the side of XERXIA players. It's going to be Z and RNJ, but at the same time, there's somebody breathing down his back. It's going to be BTL Satar being punished, sliding down.
Oh, but PB, they got a decent spot this time, so they can still try to get elimination points from this area. Just that the terrain is kind of rough, but at least they're kind of secure here. It's hard for team to crash into the compound. Xavier, on the other hand, putting pressure onto FaZe Clan. Vehicle bound to be exploded by Lamborghini, and if the vehicle goes out, that means FaZe probably doesn't have a backup vehicle.
That's going to be a worst case scenario for them. But at least they can barricade themselves, not so much as Z taking on Onton. And the circle, where will it shift? It's just away from FaZe Clan, who don't have vehicles right now. And Lamborghini still lurking around at the back line. While the other DX, they are forming 3-1 formation. The other 3 will fight against Sem 9. TS split it into 2-2. They're trying to fight against MORPH and also DX at the same time, as they split it into 2 different sides entirely for Team Secret. Well, DX realized they don't want to overstay themselves for Lamborghini. He needs to join in with the rest of the team.
Ooh, okay. Speaking about joining in, right? Now FaZe needs to join together, needs to band together, because looking at the minimap, all the other teams have moved into the circle. So FaZe Clan will be gate capped by those teams. So now we move up to the northern side. We got GE here, a full squad with Team Secret on the other side. Now this is going to be the battle for to be staying out of the bottom, basically, between the teams.
MORPH kind of stuck in here in the maze. They just caught themselves in a trap here. With GE start to closing in the gap. They got no place to run nor hide. And one nade toss by the side of high ground of GE easily can finish off one of the MORPH players here. I'm not sure where is Yuru, but it's definitely nearby as well at the back line. TS is just slowly crawling towards their side as well. And slowly being sandwiched between 2 teams. MORPH have no exit out at all. GE now closing in. Wimerne start to just cooking up the nade, even though GE got 6 eliminations, the highest across the board and the best performance by far. FaZe trying to deny the entrance of Boom, but Boom make it out anyway. That knockdown towards MR5 opened up so much opportunity for the other teams to overtake FaZe, but look at Mormon.
Oh.
Nobody saw him.
Oh, yes. And he can surprise Boom, trying to find the best angle possible. He's taking his time. Yummy is in front of him. Artur's him as well. Oh no, this is going to be bad for Boom. Okay, and Yummy is going to expose himself. Okay, he's going to show very, very soon. And there you go. Moment is prepared. Moment with the red dot, with an M4. 1 knockdown, 2 knockdown. From Momo, counter fire from the other side. It's a lesson to him from Pombit.
Still worth more than enough for Mormon before he goes down there. Pombit giving away his position the moment he opened fire to a sort of Mormon. Onza's just making sure he's cleaning up the job as much as he can, but the Blues start to close in and he needs to jump down now. Onza don't have a choice anymore. FaZe, will they go down here? They are, and they will.
Oh, Chopper went shopping with FaZe Clan as they are out at number 10. At least they take on 500 points. But for Boom, on the other hand, only one player left. Is coming from Earths onto the high ground where PB is at, but because PB has the high ground, so naturally an advantage. Back onto Boom. Pombit is the last man. They only got 2 elimination points so far. It's not going to be the Boom that we're used to seeing. It's going to be a very different time unless Pombit can pull off some heroic moves.
Has been gatekept by so many teams. It's difficult for Pombit to just squeeze in there somewhere. But the circle will shift again now, right in the center. Quite generous this time. It's not far, yes, but Pombit have to go through those skirmishes. Look at how crowded it is. With TS now fighting against GE, BTR fighting against Alter Ego. Every single section of the circle have something happening at the current moment.
Plus the fight that we knew it was bound to happen. Xavier and Sem9. Aside, Mikael currently on his knees. We got Kenny together with them. IGL and Fragger going to be the duo to try to do it against Xavier. But they have them surrounded now. They are still on the outside of the circle though. And we are seeing Tam picking up Mikael. So looks like a little bit of time bought for them.
Boy Chill trying to hold the ground. Trying to stop PBE from climbing up as much as he can with Keenan helping him as well. Random spray, just hoping it would clip on cool, but Momboy slowly just next to him with the DBS even. Here comes the spray, but those DBS put at work. It makes wonderful work as well, going to double down, making a triple! Oh, Momboy with those DBS! Ouch!
My goodness, Momboy! Are we starting to see the best out of Momboy now? PBE tries to find their way into the circle. The Blue will still put pressure onto them. Sem9 loses to Xavier and they're out at number 9 with 3 elimination points. A BTR, no eliminations. Ouch. GE is actually the team to beat. Yeah, wow. GE on the rise.
GE is on fire with 9 eliminations. All they need to do is just close up the game to secure another 10 points from that chicken dinner. And they can push themselves up to the top 10 if that happens. Still a possibility for them right now. As Megamind from XERXIA, a bit alert, a bit panicky right now to see where the footsteps coming up from. XERXIA are not secured either. Pombit is right across them. Now finally Pombit managed to squeeze into the circle. But how long can he last by himself? Same goes for Alter Ego. But Pombit finally down as Lamborghini running down like that.
Lamborghini, but look at the elimination feed. GE is starting a fight against E right now, as well as Team Secret. So GE, they're managing 2 teams. Now if they can win, the happiest person in this live stream is probably going to be Lintat, GE supporter in the chat. Shout out to you as GE now against Team Secret. Zro is on his knees.
West doing such magnificent work, stopping them one by one and let the execution translate to a point by his teammate Babanet down to by the side of Helton. Team Secret lost their entire team at the cost to take down on GE. But GE, they will survive, they will revive. But the Asparagin tried to scout them out. They heard those gunshots before, but where are they? As GE taking more on when it comes to the numbers. PBE taking a fight against XERXIA, and they're stopping them from going to a side of GE's hand. Earth Z with the DBS trying to find the players, but DX separated from those hills. PBE now down to only Raimon to do the work.
Oh no, Raimon will not be able to revive mates. It's all him now. Is he going to deny himself to the zone? But looks like no, it's going to be up. We'll take him out. No, it's going to be Twa actually, but he's stealing the point away. But anyway, this is the best round for PBE so far with 8 eliminate points. Now, top 3 teams.
13 eliminations by GE, and DX trying to chase the points as with 8 points in the back. But this is the best of GE in day number 1. Chua tried to open up the angle, widen up the space for the team to just push to a side of GE, trying to go for the flank side, but Master Ichi knows better. He outflanked the flanker for DX. West Carry being the up front and being the bait for the team to have all the focus towards his side, but DX, even they had the numbers, the blue zone just stops them there. They're down to 3 players. It's 3v3 with Master Ichi close to the blue zone going for the flank. Parjin taking those structures. It's gonna be those vegetation. The tree will cover them for temporarily, but West, he tried to find any sort of a loophole to a side of DX. DX on the other hand do have the lower ground, but the hill in between them will stop Master Ichi from going towards the flank side.
Could it be the second chicken dinner for Xavier today? Or could it be the first chicken dinner for the wildcard team, E, who is on the verge of a comeback? But now Xavier, oh man, no good view of GE. GE, no good view of Xavier as well. But GE has a little elevation, but at the same time, the zone will put pressure on the GE because they are by the side of GE, circling around, trying to find exactly where the members of Xavier are at.
14 eliminations at the back for the side of GE. Their best performance in PMSL. If you compare with the last season, they are a different team entirely, being buffed up, being revamped, but they don't have those throwables to use here. If they have at least 1 or 2 grenades, it will be a perfect angle with them. Got this elevation. Levi is down on the ground. A bit of a trading still. Lamborghini going for the push. Trying to finish off Master Ichi entirely. He just gonna go for the shotgun here.
Oh.
Got another one. Porridge as well down to Smile. Can he close this out? Smile. And that's it. This Xavier hit the home run with the chicken dinner.
2 chicken dinners today for Xavier. Last year's PMPLC champion is here to stay, ladies and gentlemen, taking it home away from the wildcard double champion Genesis Esports. Xavier, still the force to be reckoned with.
It's either you or me, Cloud. Just now, GE was so close of getting those chicken, but the extra points definitely will be included in their overall ranking. Where do they stand after this? Will they be in the top 10 or not? DX, on the other hand, did they manage to push himself up to the top 3 in the very last minute, but they secured double chicken just like how PERSIJA EVOS did today. But it just shows DX will not play this quietly anymore. It used to be DX start to rise up in the middle of the week, but it just shows everyone putting their all in day number 1.
Oh, the handsome boy, Gini is back as the MVP, the OG player for Xavier. 5 eliminations, 838 damage for the man himself. Lamborghini. Since the dawn of PUBG Mobile, this has been one of the most consistent players around, and there's no wonder why he's still one of the key players for Xavier.
I agree. He probably one of the greatest of all time, if you ask me. Since season 1 in PMCO until now, he's still here. And not just that, still delivers after the years and years, 5 to 6 years of PUBG Mobile competition. He's still in here to make it one of the best players out there. He got himself 5 eliminations and the most when it comes to damage and damage taken. He tanked out for the team so much as well.
Not only that, 5 eliminations and 2 knockouts. I mean, we got a couple of 2 knockouts around, but still him getting the 5 eliminations, and that is where it all matters. So this time around, they managed to get the quick math here, 11 eliminations. Obviously, we already seen the 20, so 11 eliminations is okay, but still can't complain about it. So 21 points for Xavier, but it's not only this round. They also got a chicken earlier today. So do we pretty well, D Xavier. I mean, there's something that we kind of expect team like D Xavier. And looking at the travel distance, it was an easy circle for them, but they still got the chicken dinner.
Traveled the most, they're the furthest away from the top 4 teams just now. But GE, I love this. They got 14 eliminations last time we saw them. And this is what we've been waiting for, the World Cup champions to push themselves beyond their limit. Because last season, they were definitely being shut down entirely. When it comes to this season of PMSL, I'm loving this.
You know what? The two teams did well in this round. So, here's to all the Wild fans, the Wild Card. We Wildcard people, since we casted the Wildcard anyway. So, it's nice to see. Okay, we get to see a lot of highlights from GP, definitely, because they got a lot of elimination points. And so far, the record, we're going to keep track of this. San Martin, GE versus Gaming, 2-0 to GE. I don't know if MORPH Gaming is going to change that spot in the days to come.
Hey, it's still early to change it. They're like, try to test times the charm. I mean, we've seen this before where they consistently try to fight for the entire week number 1. I will not complain about that. I love the rivalry between them. Very dramatic, but at the same time, PBE always got this unusual rotation of them. Sometimes their position is very unorthodox that you cannot be complacent, not even a single second, because these guys have been playing out of their minds, and I'm waiting for PB to be up there, but right now it feels like they always caught themselves in the center of attention in a war zone.
Alright, let's see which team is getting the center of attention. Obviously Vampire Esports. Very unusual to see a 0 for them. You get like an insane game, and all of a sudden you're like 0. Like, okay. I guess they're just hungry. That's my only logic for Vampire.
Maybe they just want to break pretty fast, I'm like, we're done for the day. We want to go to bed. So we already got our best performance. So back towards this is just incredible. Day number 1, it has been a privilege for us.
Day 1 has been amazing. I mean, it's been great. I mean, this is only day 1. We saw like amazing plays, amazing nades, amazing weaponry use, amazing clutches, records shattered. What more for day 2? What to bring? I mean, I can't wait for day 2, honestly. Wow! Oh my god! Wow!
From top 5 to number 1, that's XERXIA, and GE push up to top 10. Like I mentioned before, they got themselves more than that, 7th place.
Wow, GE from behind now, 7th place. Very, very impressive, I must say. D Xavier out of nowhere. We weren't talking about them before, about like Vampire, Semna, Yoodo Alliance, maybe PERSIJA, but all of a sudden it's D Xavier with the 2 chicken dinners, and yeah, he shot them up to number 1 spot. Looking very good. But Vampire is still the team with the most eliminations, so careful of them.
Yep, same goes for Sem9, just 1 point different when it comes to the elimination. The most aggressive team to hunt people down, but hey, it's you. I did talk about DX, and this is what I've been waiting for. Of course. I mean, by tomorrow will be interesting, because we haven't seen DBD, BN, and REQ. Same goes for Infinity Player. So save it for later. But you guys, if you don't know, the Sunway Velocity Mall is the place to go, because we're gonna have our grand finals on ground there.
You know what? If my wish list is to be there, like that will be amazing. that is the wish list right now. Like, bam! It's gonna be explosive.
You wish. You will not go there. Saying goes as me. We will never be there. You guys can.
Yeah. So make sure take advantage of it. You know, you guys have the privilege of going there. So go there, enjoy. Have fun, look at the players in front of you, look at how handsome Lamborghini is in person. But you know who else is handsome? It's gonna be Tash. She's pretty. So on to you, Tash, for the interview.
A bombastic day 1 and nothing short of excitement. We're here over the interview area on the main stage. With me, I have Shreps from Vampire Esports. Today has been such a great day for you, Shreps. How do you feel right now?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ แล้วก็แค้นทีมหนึ่งอยู่ครับ
He's feeling good now and he's kind of holding a grudge on one team right now.
Ooh, okay. Can I know which team that is?
ทีมไหนพอจะบอกได้ไหมครับ
ซีเคทความลับครับความลับ
It's a secret.
It's a secret.
Not the team secret, but it's a secret.
It's a secret. So will we know which team it is?
Probably.
Probably. Okay, we're just gonna have to see. Okay, but anyways, just now during the pre-show interview, you know I interviewed with Stone earlier, and he mentioned that PMWI is easier than PMSL. But now that day one is over, do you still think that PMWI is easier than PMSL?
ก็ก่อนที่จะได้เริ่มทำการแข่งขันเนี่ยคุณสโตนได้ให้สัมภาษณ์ว่ารู้สึกว่าลีกเนี่ยจะยากกว่า PMWI คุณมีความคิดเห็นอย่างไรเห็นด้วยไหมครับ
ก็เห็นด้วยครับ เพราะว่าเรายังไม่เคยได้ถ้วยนี้ครับ แต่ว่า PMWI เราได้มา2 รอบแล้ว
Okay, so he agrees with what Mr. Stone mentioned before, that this league is kind of challenging for them since they haven't they never had a chance to win the champion title before. So yes.
Only because they haven't won the championship title, which is totally fair. Now, in match 5, you guys played very, very proactively. You guys managed to get 11 eliminations in that game, which is honestly impressive. But you guys were so close, but you guys ended up losing to XERXIA that round. But can you share with us what happened in that match and what made you guys decide to go so aggressive to get all of those eliminations?
ก็จากในแมตช์ที่5เนี่ยเราก็ได้เห็นว่าทีมของพวกคุณเล่นฟอร์มดีมากสามารถเก็บไปได้ประมาณ11คิวแต่ว่าก็อาจจะยังไม่ได้เป็นผู้ชนะของวันนี้อยากจะทราบว่าในเกมเนี่ยมันเป็นยังไงบ้างทำไมถึงเล่นได้ฟอร์มดีแบบนั้นครับ
ทุกคนยังไม่ได้ชินกับฟอร์มแบบนี้อยู่หรอครับ
So he said are you guys not used to their playing style?
Wow, okay, that speaks a lot. Basically, it's more of a see what we play and understand what we bring to the table, which I honestly love because VPE has their own style of play, which is very, very unique to them. Now, last question for you. Do you have any words you want to say to the team on top right now, which is Xavier? Because you guys are only behind them by like 1 to 2 points.
คำถามสุดท้ายก็คือมีอะไรจะฝากถึงทีมที่เขาได้ที่1ตอนนี้อยู่ไหมครับเพราะว่าเราก็ตามหลังเขาอยู่แค่ไม่กี่คะแนน
ก็ไม่ฝากถึงทีมที่ได้ที่1ครับแต่ว่าฝากถึงPERSIJAนะครับว่าถ้วยนี้พวกผมอาจจะไม่ได้แคร์แล้วไปแคร์พวกคุณมากกว่าก็ได้
So he's not going to say anything to the top 1 team but
okay.
He's mentioning to the
PERSIJA
that they are coming for them.
Oh, okay. He has accidentally let it slip. Who's the secret team? And now PERSIJA knows Vampire Esports is coming for you guys. And for now, today has been extremely spicy. He is challenging Yoodo Alliance challenge, and I am so excited for day 2 tomorrow. And for now, we are at the end of the day here for the on-ground event. So we're going to toss it back to our casters to show you guys what to expect for day 2. Good night, everyone.
Night.
I have to say, favorite translator is back. I see you too.
That's your take of all the interview just now. I love how Shaps just coolly say, you know what, you guys don't know how we play. Are you guys kidding me? Like you don't know vampires? You just want a PMW, which was easy for them.
Yeah, and I really like that he was trying to like hide like which team, and PERSIJA at the end. The straps. Oh my god, just funny. My goodness.
He got baited.
Just baited. Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of tomorrow, I agree. Tomorrow is going to be a different team entirely. We do have Group B, C, D, E. So Group A is not playing. That's going to be GE, Box Gaming, Yoodo Alliance, and MORPH will not play. Now, that's a bit unfortunate for GE because they start to get the gist of it. And now they have to break for the entire day.
Yeah, but tomorrow to see the other teams like what you mentioned. I'll be keeping my eye on D because recent PMPL Malaysia champion, and for the record, South has always been a kryptonite for them. So I don't know are they going to come up with something this time? Because, well, they came off a champion, right? So I do hope that they do better around.
That's kind of true because tomorrow Group B we do have DBD, BN, RRQ and Infinity playing. Now everybody have their eyes on Infinity, I know that for sure. But I do want to see when it comes to Group B, have to fight for their territory when it comes to day number 2 of PMSL. Since they came in a bit, they will come in a bit later while the other teams already marked their territory. Can they fight it off?
Yep, and that will be our discussion for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you tune with us again, same time, same channel. We'll be your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. Thank you so much to the viewers out there. Lin there, we got Alwin, we got Kay, we got Moise, all of you. Not to say all your names, we love you so much. We'll see you again tomorrow, alright? Bye!